We have been waiting for quite some time for this moment here at the PMGC 2023 League stage. But before we get into the action, on stage with me from Alter Ego Indonesia, Alter Ego Aries to be exact, I have Rosemary, and let's have a chat with its two-time PMGC champion. So welcome back to the PMGC League. Last year, you qualified directly to the Grand Finals, but this year you had to go through the league. So what's it like being here again? And what's the difference between last year, being invited directly, and making it through the league this year?
Oke, buat Rosemary, selamat datang ke PMGC 2023. Kalau dilihat tahun lalu Alter Ego Aries itu di-invite langsung ke Grand Finalnya, tapi kali ini kalian harus main lewat kualifikasi Liga. Bisa ceritain dikit tak gimana rasanya buat kembali lagi ke stage setelah PMSL kemarin dan sekarang mainnya di PMGC Liga?
Kalau untuk PMGC kemarin, kenapa kita langsung dapat invited? Kemarin, jujur kemarin aku nggak main, jadi untuk kali ini, PMGC kali ini, saya akan buktikan lah bahwa nggak cuma di final doang kita bisa main. Kita main dari Liga juga, biar kita bisa membuktikan nanti di final kita bisa ngasih top perform lah.
Okay, according to Rosemary, actually for your information, he being honest is because of he is not playing in PMGC last year. So this is the first time for him and he feel a bit great to play from the league stage is because of they can show to the world that Alter Ego performance so that they can compete very well in Grand Final as well.
New rookie player, new world, or just a new tournament is going to be very exciting. Now, throughout the year, Alter Ego has been mostly competing from inside of Southeast Asia, PMSL, PMPL, ID. Now, you're up against teams from all over the world this time, from all regions. Can you tell us your thoughts about going up against these regions and which region are you feeling very wary about?
Oke, jadi buat Alter Ego sendiri, selalunya kalian itu bermain di pentas Southeast Asia aja dan kalian juga udah main daripada PMSL, PMPL juga. Dan sekarang kalian bakal ya bisa dibilang bermusuhan lah bersama region-region yang lain. Jadi menurut Rosemary sendiri, apakah tanggapan kamu soal hal ini yang kamu bakal bermain menentang region-region lain dan region manakah yang kalian harus waspadai?
Kalau soal region lain sih, soalnya biasa aja sih, soalnya nanti kita main barengan kan, untuk device-nya juga sama. Yang pasti semuanya udah bisa main, udah ngerti main. Dan untuk kali ini yang paling kuat, yang mungkin yang dari Mongolia yaitu PMV mungkin. Iya. Yeah.
Okay, according to Rosemary, he actually feel very excited and honored to play with other region. Is because of they are all here and playing with the same device, same skill as well. So they, according to Rosemary, he feel a bit normal to play with them. But if Rosemary think which region that is a good region for them is actually Mongolia team, which is 4MV.
Mongolia, a team, actually that region has been spoken up for a long time, and 4MV is definitely one of the favorites to be going forward to the finals. Now, final question for you is, for today, in the league stage, what are your expectations? What are you going to try and achieve today?
Oke, buat hari pertama, buat Alter Ego dan Rosemary sendiri, apakah yang kamu mau capai di hari pertama?
Kalau untuk apa yang kita capai dari pertama, nggak ada sih. Lebih ke arah main kasih yang terbaik. Pasti hasil datang sendirilah. Gitu.
So Rosemary and Alter Ego doesn't have a specific target for day one. They just gonna perform very well. They give their best, so that because they believe that if we give our best, then the result will come.
Giving your best and the result will come. Thank you so much for spending time on stage with us. These are the winners of PMSL Fall that recently happened and honestly caught us off guard. Thank you so much. And I think it's time for us to see what will be happening in a little while. It is no doubt that this year's PUBG Mobile community has seen a lot of spectacular, exciting, and sometimes heartbreaking moments. And all of this year, our players have been competing for one singular goal. The goal to qualify for the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And today, the most important competition of the year begins. 48 PUBG Mobile teams from across the world will meet here in this very arena with all eyes on the championship title. These players will be competing across 3 stages: the group stage, the survival stage, and last but not least, the last chance before making their way to the Grand Finals. Only 16 teams will be making it through till the end. So let's see which teams will be making it up to the top. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2023.
Let's go! What is up, everybody? We have made it here to the big show, PMGC. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and beside me, these two amazing lads. I got Maxman and Kalaris. Boys, how are we feeling today? I'm gonna start off with you, Maxman.
I'm doing fantastic. It's always the best part of the year entering here into PMGC with the best teams in the world. And we do also have to highlight something also very interesting, which is Kalaris is finally here at PMGC. What is going on? I have no idea. Woo!
I've been, where have I been? I've been at World Leagues, I've been at World Invitationals, I've been at Star Challenges. Hot Jukes himself, I handed him a trophy way back when, and now he's hosting me at a PMGC. It's come full circle. Full circle indeed, man. And you know what? Times have changed so much since then, you know, from you handing my first ever esports trophy to here and now. And I think this is one of the most important tournaments we've seen to date because, you know, all the names that we have seen conquer PUBG Mobile esports, the Luxies, the Zuxies, you know, Paraboy, who's not even here, which blows my mind, right? They have been around for so long, but I'm starting to feel a little bit of a shift in the tides, right? We're starting to see some new players come out that have been dominating the scene, Maxman, right? And you got some, and we'll that a little bit. But first, we got to talk about, of course, our sponsor. That is going to be none other than Infinix G10 Pro, which was created for professional esports players. Outplay everybody in PUBG Mobile with the GT10 Pro. So, man, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Make sure you follow all the socials as well. Keep track with everything we got going on. And as well, make sure you check out the TikTok channel, right? Search PMGC 2023 on TikTok. You can see some of the craziest behind the scenes things, as well as all the best experiences and moments here for this tournament. So, you know, I talked about a little bit earlier, right? Some of the new squads on the block, Maxman. I know that there's some names that you have in your mind that you kind of want to get to right off the bat.
Of course, this entire group is called the Group of Death already. Just to set the tone, by the way, this is looking like the toughest group entering into the league stage of this year's PMGC. As you said, there's many teams we're looking at here, but for me, it's Procedure Evos, right? I think that we're looking at the Twins, we're looking at your Luxies, looking at your Zuxies. There's been a lot of questions in the past as to are they still relevant in the competitive scene, but as of recently, there's been some big changes in the team. There's been Misery, Redface, and Lynx also. So it just seems like there's a lot more structure in the team. So it seems like there's a chance that this might be the biggest tournament yet for the Twins in what seems forever almost.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, Hot Jukes, though, because it really is, for 2023, the new meets the old. You have those veterans that are going to try and challenge and conquer the World Championship once again, but you have a lot of these newcomers, this new blood coming into PUBG Mobile that looks not only vigorous, but voracious about trying to challenge for the championship. If you think about from our region, for example, you've got teams like Mad Bulls who, you know, have had some slips here and there, but are actively and very, very aggressively hunting for glory on the stage like this. So I'm excited to see how the new blood does and see if they can really take this title away from the veterans. Oh, I'm so excited as well. And for those of you guys that don't know, we're going to be in the Group Green stage here. So out of the 50 teams, 2 have been directly invited all the way up to the big show. And you can see the schedule right here. So we're starting off with Group Green, the Group of Death, 16 squads. And at the end of the day, it really comes down to not being in that bottom 5, Maxman.
I mean, we were talking just before the show, right, saying it is really hard to predict for this group. I think the other groups, red and yellow, maybe can have some favorites, have some teams you might expect to not do that well, but really this group, it is rough. It is going to be tough competition between all of these squads. So, of course, you got 3 different ways, or you directly qualify for the Grand Finals, which is what you want to try and do, right? You want to be in that top 3 as much as possible, but towards the middle, it is going to be close as hell to know if you're going to qualify for the last survival stage or if you're just going to get sent straight back home. So there's a lot of pressure, and it's only 4 days total here, Hot Jukes, to really make that impact. So it's going to be a tough run for these teams.
I mean, you said it best, right? 4 days only, and top 3 is the goal. Kalaris, I think a lot of these teams just have to come out swinging right out the gate, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's be real about this here. For PMGC, it's the biggest world championship ever, I think. I'm not thinking just PUBG Mobile. I'm thinking across all esports. How many esports have 50 teams at their world championship? So it's a grand spectacle. And as we say, for Group Green, it is very difficult to attain those top 3 spots straight into that grand final because the competition is fierce.
It is indeed, and it's going to be extra fierce because we got $3 million on the line. That's a lot of cheddar right there. And I tell you what, it's just crazy. We've just seen these prize pools get bigger and badder as time has gone on, and the competition more fierce than ever, Max, man. This point system, and we've seen it for a hot minute right here, and obviously eliminations are going to be huge off the start, right? So do you expect some squads, since there's only 4 days, to just start off with that aggression, or you think they're going to kind of play back a little bit, try to adapt, and then go from there? What do you think?
Well, I think me and Kalaris might have to echo something that we've seen happen in the championship, for the European Championship. It's Brat Esport that not only have hot drops that should be happening on these maps, also they are just so aggressive. So I think they're going to go pretty heavily towards that elimination side of things. But when you have teams like your Alter Egos, like your Stalwarts here, I think that they're going to maybe encounter a few hardships along the way, because those are not going to be easy teams to take down.
Yeah, what a lineup here, Hot Jukes, as well. I mean, I am expecting quite a heavy center meta here for Group Green, with some outliers being those heavy wide rotate teams. I'm thinking like a Tiamba, for example, that we've seen be able to utilize that to great effect. But again, if you were to ask me who I think is going to be top 3 in this group, I genuinely couldn't tell you. I think we have extreme quality here in Group Green. I mean, it's the World Championships for a reason, right?
But what about Falcons? Come on.
They're the best team in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. So many teams trying to claim that title here. You know what? One team I think that's got a lot to prove is going to be Gaming Gladiators, because, man, this squad, we've seen them struggle a little bit, right? In the last tournament, we saw them with a 14th place finish. I got the chance to talk to Kitsune before the tournament, and he said, "We're going to get it done today, Papa." And I was like, let's go. So we'll see, because, you know, this is one of those teams that has a veteran roster. You see Tixie there. You see so many big names. And I think they have a lot to prove here today, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we said it whilst the championship was going on. Would it be PMGC without Gladiators? And we all kind of said no collectively. However, they only got 14th, as you said. Then they were fortunate enough to have a direct invite to the tournament. Honestly, they have big things to prove here, because if their performance is anything like championship, they are going to bomb out. They need to drastically change their play style here for the World Championship.
I just hope that after their performance in a championship, they've had a fire lit under them. Like, okay, that was clearly not going to work out. And if it wasn't working in championship, chances are it's going to work even like nowhere near as good in this PMGC. So I just hope we're going to see some changes overall. I just want to see them be a little bit faster on the rotate. But I did see Kitsune say after the little bit of a failure in the championship, saying, if we do qualify to PMGC, I'm going to drop 40 eliminations in the first game. I'm waiting, Kitsune, to see, but okay.
We need to see it. We need to see it. I think that's just the perfect time for them to really just put that stamp and say, nah, we're not here to mess around. You know, we're back. We've been around a long time, and we're going to be here for even longer, because, man, there's so many new squads, new names. We got to see a little interview a little bit earlier there with Alter Ego, and they are hungry. I mean, we've seen, I think, a pretty big shift in the meta as time has gone on, Kalaris, and I think it's getting just more crazy every single day.
Yeah, let's be honest, right? If you're Gladiators, let's take Sandhawk, for example. If you are going up on that Northwest Island against, let's say, Alter Ego, who drops there as well, technically, yes, I think those two teams can coexist. However, when I compare the playstyles for those two teams up on that Northwest Island, Alter Ego is faster, and they are more controlled in their strength when it comes to controlling the mountain and regrouping quicker than gladiators compared to when we compare kind of regional performances, right? So those kinds of things for gladiators, they can't happen on a stage like this. You can't be slow on a stage like this. These teams are going to exploit you.
Yeah, and then if you're looking at currently the camera, you can see that Al-Hajj is right in the middle, and he's a player that I am looking at right now for the side of Quest. He's been a standout player through and through. He's been able to dominate so well on the home region of Arabia. MEA Championships in particular, he has been such an impressive menace through and through. So I'm telling you that right now, last year when they played as Power Esport, a bit of a rough time, but that was their first time playing in a PMGC, especially for Al-Hajj and Da. So I have very high hopes, especially not only for them, but also Joyboy, which is a renowned coach in PUBG Mobile Esports and analyst, has also joined the roster of Quest. So he's going to be assisting the team in the background, which I think is really good to have a guy like him in the background to assist your overall strategy entering this tournament. So Quest, I think, have some good odds here in this group.
I could hear the drums of liberation already, right?
You saw the reference, yeah.
I heard that reference. I saw it coming from a mile away. And you know what? Kellars, we're talking about, gladiators in Sandhawk. And that's the first match we're playing today, right? So we're starting off in Sandhawk. I think that they're really hoping that zone goes to that island for them. I think that would be a huge start. But if it doesn't, they're going to have to crack away at it. And I'll tell you what, playing that edge, you talked about playing central, I think is going to be key here. I think so too, because playing those edge and kind of wiping out some of those teams that struggled in previous tournaments, it's not going to happen here, especially in the group of death, right?
Oh God, where do I start? You've given me so much to talk about. I mean, yes, so let's go back to what you were saying originally, right? In terms of where Quest is dropping and where they are potentially contesting with Agon IA as well. Agon IA is a team that traditionally, kind of over in their region, dominates their region, but splits very wide on Sandhawk. If they're going into that hot job scenario versus Quest up at the top and Heart-In, you can't be splitting like that, firstly. So that's a problem. And then, as you were saying, about those edge plays on Sandhawk, especially Sandhawk, it is almost a death sentence to try and play very heavy edge on Sandhawk. You need central positions to try and kind of break down a game like this, again, especially against a lobby like this, right, Max? Because these teams will take liberties if they've got compounds against you if you're playing an edge system.
I mean, in a PMGC, every time if you're just a little bit too slow or you make a few mistakes on the rotation, you are going to be punished, right? That is clearly the best, highest level of the lobby you can expect. And actually, it's very interesting because we saw also during the last few days of scrims and internal testing that a lot of these hot drops, Kalaris, not only on Sandhawk, but actually over on Erangel, over on Miramar, have not yet been resolved. And I do wonder, because especially of the map rotation, we're going to have 3 Erangels in a row, we're going to have 2 Miramars in a row, if that's going to maybe force them to make those adaptations and change the drop, change how they rotate, because hot drops at this level of play, when you have a $3 million prize pool on the board, by the way, do you really want to have a battle of egos and commit to the drop?
Right.
I'm not too sure.
Oh, I don't think so either. I think you want to avoid hot drops at all costs right now. But we're going to take a look at some of the record holders here. So we see some of them going around here. Look at that. Total rescues, U-High with 20. That's pretty good. But Order with 50 eliminations. That's pretty insane, Kalars.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I'm also keeping my eye on here, Hot Jukes, is the fact that eliminations in one match is held by rejects. I'm somewhat surprised by that, considering that they're not exactly the heaviest of hitters when it comes to a lobby like this, or especially if you compare them to who became the world champions, a la previously Novas, previously S2Gs, and how that sits. So, I mean, they're in this group. Maybe they're going to have to try and defend their position here, but 20 is a tough point to beat.
And then you have U-High, which is the Paladin. He gets eliminations and also heals his teammates. Apparently, he's just doing the jack of all trades, it seems, into that one. But it's interesting because a lot of them are Nova. You got Fireflux that they didn't qualify, so that again goes to the point of the new generation trying to overtake their position.
Yeah, and you can see here again, let's go ahead and go over the matches for everybody that's just tuning in. Sandhawk is what we're starting off with, and I love this system of we're just going back to back with the same maps, right? 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and I think that's just going to really just help teams be able to adapt here, because I think we're going to see some of those hot drops just because out of necessity. And I think if it's going to happen, it has to happen here in day one, Max, man. And they got to get that figured out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, if it happens on the first Erangel, first Miramar, that's fine. You can try and still fix it as the day goes on. That's why I really like having this old PMWI map rotation. You can change on a game-per-game basis, which is really strong to have. But right now, as we said, those hot drops are going to see if they're going to start to happen right from the get-go.
Well, I hope we see so, baby. Let's get this show on the road and take it on over to our amazing casters right here and right now.
Oh, thank you, boys. If that didn't get you excited for an explosive day here, I don't know physically what would. Me and Blank are in position for what should be an absolute slog, Blank. There needs to be high-octane plays from start to finish today. You feeling the energy on this one, mate?
I am, dude. Yeah, look, the boys on the desk, they've cracked down on it. They've brought you all that analysis that you might need going into this one. And there is some significant teams in this group. It's a scary group. It's not the group that I want to be in. I'm glad I'm on this side and not on their side of things, because it is very difficult going forward. I think KO mentioned there's going to be like kind of a more central based lobby with a couple of outliers. I think I'd agree with that. I think some of these central teams are going to succeed early on, though, and I think one of those teams that does very well at that is Bra Esport. I think what we saw from them, Jackie, was an absolute slobber knocker over in their championships. They didn't even care about placement points half the time. It was just eliminations all day.
Man, I think that's going to be one of the real big, exciting kind of prospects coming into this as well. Because like we've been alluding to, the fact that, you know, sometimes we get a thimble full of sort of crossovers, right, with our regional clashes over the course of the year, but it all culminates here with this, the clash of the regions, the fact that everyone's in person, physically fit, ready for the exciting day ahead. And mate, we're going to be looking at some big elim games. If Reject Tokyo have got history to uphold as well, mate, I was already excited to see how the Japanese squad's going to be pulling out moves on the server, but I think they'll be going one further in our opening game.
Oh, you think so? I think, to be honest
I reckon.
For Reject, look, they're always coming back. They're a significantly consistent team here at the PMGC, and all power to them, right? Yes, they haven't had the greatest of performances, not always getting all the way to the end, but they do well each time. What I want to see this time around, though, is we had S2G winning PMGC 2022, not Nova, not a Chinese team, it was a Turkish team. There's all sorts of opportunities now for every single region, every single team to step up here and do really well. I think in the group of death, for Reject, this is going to be a massive test of their capabilities. And look at him, already flexing. Look at the triceps on this lad.
My God, you're talking about capabilities. Well, this is what they're going to be bringing out. You will not be missing a shot with guns like that.
Oh my days, you love to see it. They look excited, they don't look nervous whatsoever. And I think there's a whole swath of emotions coming through in all of these booths from all of these different teams. I particularly like Bra Esport because we were talking about how, you know, they're a high octane team, but they look extremely focused. I think there was even a little bit of note-taking happening.
That's one of the cool parts as well, right? Is where we sort of get that human element of seeing all of the teams physically together, being able to approach this first day in their own ways. Like you're saying, some teams are a little bit more stoic to it, sort of easing into the day, don't want to burn their energy too much. But then with other squads playing up to the camera, we saw even yesterday, right? Madballs kind of roaming around in the off day before the tournament started. They were being a bit of characters. They were being a bit goofy. And I think that really does bode well coming into the first day. You can see sort of how teams are already establishing themselves just with the body language before we even get into the battleground.
I mean, Zerich, there's a lot of pressure on this guy. You can kind of see why he is puffing out the cheeks there a little bit. He knows he has to perform. MVP over in his personal region, right? He did extremely well in PMPL EU, but for the rest of the team, like, he really was leading that charge a lot of times. The players were rallying around him. Naomi, a little bit more cheeky in this setting, though. He's had a lot of international experience before. Seems like that calming factor on the team to bring everyone back down to earth. So yeah, it's that human element which is always very nice to see, particularly for this team right here. You can see there's definitely some nerves coming through from the Gladiators. Like the boys on the desk were saying, you know, 14th place in their championship, secured an invite directly through to the league stage. You sort of want to see these guys do well, but what they've shown so far, Jackie, is that it doesn't really seem to be up to the task. Now, if they do have a big turnaround, it will be very, very fun to watch, but I think it has to happen on this first day.
Yeah, you've got to come out swinging, right? Hot from the get-go, because it's one of those where if you fall behind too early, it's just going to be ruthless. You're effectively running a gauntlet over the next few days. And like we've said so many times, Group Green is not easy. It's absolutely mean. The amount of talent, pound for pound, we have stacked up here. One mistake, one missed rotation could be the difference of you even having an opportunity to progress deeper. And you do not want to give up that chance, right? Getting an invitation to make it here, Blank, they've got to come out and prove that on the server straight away.
Yeah, because there's teams like Alpha 7 in here, just demonically strong squads, right? Just absolutely phenomenal when it comes to that mechanical skill. It's what a lot of American teams are known for. Rotations aren't as amazing, I would say, for this team, but I do think for Alpha 7, some of the players on that squad are so gifted. Revo in particular kind of just was that guy that you saw use the DBS for such a long time and do so well with it. Like, you know, if you get Revo in a close quarters engagement, you're likely going to lose that fight, so you sort of have to out-tactic the guys on Alpha 7 if you want to beat them. So there's a whole swathe of like just different play styles, different maneuvers, different tactics from these teams you have to take into consideration. And I just wonder how much anti-stratting is going to happen here, how much a team is going to be playing into one another, because we do also have hot drops that need resolving. There's a lot to talk about, Jackie, and I just don't think we've got all the time right now. We need to get into the game and see it.
Man, we do. I think that's the best place to start, right? Kind of just with the eyeball test. Take it from the start, see how things look. Because like you're saying, just that clash of play styles and the difference even down to the level of, are you just going to play to your own strengths? Are you going to be willing to adjust your play style massively to potentially counter a team? Do you want to play to your own benefits, right? It's so interesting when you get to this kind of environment where there is so many little factors that we've kind of got a sheet full of asterisks and we're like, right, which option do we go down?
Yeah, because we're seeing more and more often now teams actually actively trying to stop rotations from teams. We don't have Duarte in this group particularly, but that's from PMPL EU. They would do that a lot. So would Bra Esports in a way. I think when we saw them in their championships, they were trying to cut off Major Pride a lot of times, take them to task on their rotations through to maybe some of the southern circles, particularly on Erangel. So these are things you all have to consider. And if it's a case you got a chilled out initial part to your game, you're probably not going to be able to relax in those first couple of stages of the match, because they're just as important now. Because some teams, you know, there is starting to get that meta involved where those first two stages extremely important for them. The rest not so much, because all they're looking for is that consistent, you know, 4 to 8 eliminations. You think about it in the case of, you don't get points until you start scoring into the top 8 anymore, right? 0 points for 9th place, which seems crazy. So if you can get those 8 eliminations on board, you're already beating almost half the lobby in terms of points securing.
And that's why it's interesting as well, because, you know, you kind of say the word relax there, but it feels like with how competitive the format is and just the sheer talent that are here, I don't know if there is going to be any room to relax, even over the course of the entire group, right? Every game is going to be grueling. You know, you have to put absolutely everything into it because you just don't have the room for error, Black. It's just not there. It's very fine margins from start to finish.
Yeah, very, very fine margin. I think the best thing about PMGC, the thing that I love the most, right, is that there is absolutely these stages through the placements where every single point counts, right? You know, there's a lot of stakes on the line here. You know, top 3, they will be going through to our PMGC Grand Finals from each group. So we'll have 9 teams directly qualifying through that way. 4 through 11 will go through to the survival stage. Then they'll head on to the last chance. If you don't make it through to that top 16, you will be going home. Also, we're kicking out 11 through to 16th from these lobbies as well. So it's all of it counts. All of it counts here, Jackie. So there's not going to be a moment where we're like stuck for storylines. You know, there's always going to be someone just trying to breach towards that edge of maybe 11th place to get towards the survival stage, or trying to breach through from that 4th to 3rd place to get that secured invite. And as we know from the past, you know, we've obviously it's your first time here. Welcome to the PMGC. I'm glad to have you here, Jackie.
Thank you.
But we've seen in the past a lot of times, if you go to that survival stage, your life becomes so much harder. You're essentially playing 2 extra stages just to get through to the Grand Finals. So getting that top 3 is an absolute luxury, not only because you get to relax for the rest of this league stage, but also you get to just spend your time looking at other teams, doing your research. So for Group Green, if anything, this being the first group as well, getting that research done from literally week 1 through to the Grand Finals, that's amazing in terms of a boon.
the amount of benchmarks alone that you can walk away with, right? Just the extra time to relax as a team and sort of, reset mentally, thinking that we have a bit of time now post groups where you're coming away from potentially one of the scariest groups we have here to start off the whole tournament. You can then reset, like you're saying, and look at those other squads, analyze those demos, and feel a lot better than going back into things when, it's going to get a whole lot harder, a whole lot more intense on top of the already high caliber. I don't know if we physically can get much higher up, Blank. We're like climbing a double ladder of skill.
Yeah, we are. We're just trying to breach through the ceiling at this point in time. We're going to the loft. We're going to get through the roof and start ascending to the heavens in these games in terms of the skill that's going to be showed, because again, 50 teams, that is a lot of different players. In the past, it has been fewer, so you don't get to see the breadth of skill from a lot of these teams overall. But this way, you get to see every single region displaying their best here at the PMGC. It's just unfortunate Group Green turned out to be such a group of death. If you weren't there for the draw either, this is just all random as well. So this group of death has been assembled in terms of RNG, but I'd hate to be here, but I'm so excited to see who comes out on top.
No, we're in for a treat over the course of not just today, but a lot longer. November is going to be exciting and explosive the whole way through, and I'm just glad I'm here with you, mate. It's a real treat to be here for the first time alongside you, Blank.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. It really is awesome. It's great to see, you've done a couple of tournaments this year, straight through to PMGC. You got your direct invite. You're good to go. You're sorted. But yeah, man, I'm excited for these games, 100%. Is there any teams that you're looking in particular that you want to do well? I know you had your eye on one certain team.
Yeah, I've got a few names. There's a few names that are quite exciting already. I like to see what loops are going to be bringing out over the course. Reject Tokyo as well. I got to give it to them. I think they're going to bring some gas. But we could waffle on about all the squads we're excited to see all damn day. For now, though, we'll pass it back on over to the desk, get you nice and warm for this one, and then kick things off with our opening game.
And we're back. That's right. We had some more stuff to say here. So many things to talk about because this is where it is at. The PMGC 2023. What's up, guys? I'm Hot Jukes here, of course, back with Maxman and Kalaris. And I love what we heard from Blank a little bit earlier, talking about the kind of advantages of being in this group of death, right? The fact that if you are able to go ahead and make it into that top 3, that direct invite, you can just sit back and relax and watch every other team just have to go through the struggles that that you just did here in the first week, Maxman.
You really want to qualify right away because we know from last year it's a mess. If you have to go through the last chance survival stage, you got to relearn a bunch of the different teams. And of course, at the first part of that stage, you also have rotating groups, which it makes it even tougher to adapt your drops and rotations. Then you go into the last chance, you're going to have even a tougher time because it's the best teams of all 3 groups combined. So it's like the most competitive lobby you would have for the league stage, and it makes it really tough to get those last slots remaining to enter the grand final. So yeah, if you can be top 3 from the get-go, do it, but it's easier said than done, right?
That's big facts, big facts. So I mean, we'll have to see how all these teams kind of start off here. Obviously, we're going to start off in Sandhawk, but I know that we talked about some of the teams that are obviously going to be strong as Kalaris, but I want to hear like some of the dark horse squads. Which teams do you think that have a chance to possibly have a little bit of a shining here that I think a lot of people won't expect?
I think I hate to do this to my region, but I actually think BRA. I think they're actually a decent dark horse. Okay. I think that if they can come out aggressive, if they can win some of the ridiculous situations that they may be putting themselves in here, they could try and strike out against the top, because we've seen them be very aggressive when it came to our EU championships as a whole. Yeah. And hot drop scenarios, if they continue throughout the 4 days, might work in their favor a little bit. I'm thinking Impachinki and Picardo, and they're not going to leave. They're probably not going to leave against these squads.
That's the thing. If they are going to commit to it, you know that if someone's going to leave those hot drop scenarios, it is going to be the other team. Kane in particular, right? He's just, no, this is our city. We drop here. We're going to keep fighting for this location the entire time. So, yeah, I mean, Brow are going to be good on the elimination side, but I want to see if they can make it to those late game scenarios a little bit more. And other team that I'm looking at also is going to be Aegon I8, right? They played a little bit of PMWI. Didn't quite go the way they were expecting, but there was a lot of question marks around this team entering PMGC, because we did a lot of research for this squad, and there was one player in particular, Kalaris, that we know was a massive standout for Aegon I8, and that was Phallic. and they wasn't sure, is he going to be able to play? They are able to play from home, so Falak and UZM will be playing back from Pakistan to join in this PMGC, which is great because they have a chance, but without Falak, that would have been a rough PMGC group stage.
I'm a little more concerned about their potential chances in a group like this. Okay, so think about it, right? Like, they absolutely dominate their region. I think they were almost about 400 points ahead of second place when it came to the overall points to be able to get here, which is extremely respectable. And to be fair to them, they did get third place over at PMPL SA champs, right, in the fall season. So that's an awesome result. However, here on the World Championship stage, when they're having these potential problems of having to play in 2 different locations and stuff like that, I think they might falter a little bit. I hope not, because as you say, watching guys like Falak actually pop off, getting double-digit eliminations in games in his region, awesome. I want to see some of that. However, this is an extreme lobby that you're going up against.
100%. And, you know, with an extreme lobby comes the nerves, right? I think that's going to be a huge factor here, especially in day one. And we've heard from Luxy and Zuxy here in the past, even in the past PMGCs. They say that they feel it, and I know that all these other teams are going to feel it. But that's, I guess, the big advantage for a lot of these veteran squads, Maxman, right? The fact that they've been here before, they can kind of handle it a little bit. At the same time, right, you have these newer squads that are PMGC for their first attempt. Do you think on their end, right, do you think they should err on the side of aggression? Because I think a lot of those veteran squads could try to take advantage of them in that situation.
I mean, you definitely want to try and come in as confident as possible, right? You don't want to just play scared a little bit too much, because otherwise you're going to have all the big hits and start to create a lead, and it's going to be hard to catch up. So, you know, you just want to have and follow that game. If it doesn't work out on the first day or two, maybe make some iterations, but you want to be as confident as can be, because, I mean, otherwise you're just going to get completely squashed by these top squads. And one of the other teams I'm looking at here, because I know it was going to happen eventually, I want to take the conversation over to Stalwart Esport, you know, our board, to see how they're going to play out. Right now, they're one of the teams with the most experience playing at this kind of level, right? Especially after the roster changes that we saw, Peak and Scry go more in like a support, and now as a sub location, and now Nazed and IC, which I was a little bit questioning what's going to happen with this roster. Is it going to be an effective roster change? Man, Nazed and IC fit right in alongside the side of Top and Action. So this roster now is not just Top and Action fragging out, like the entire team can just pop off at any time.
No, Nazed especially has really fit in. Like, watching him kind of gel with the rest of the team has been phenomenal. I mean, if you did require 2 absolute blind fools to back a team and run in kind of no holds barred, it would just kind of be me and Max flailing in the air, shouting, Stalwart, Stalwart, Stalwart. We're big fans of this team. I think technically, if you had to force us to say, you know, who was one of the top 3 teams, we probably both back Stalwart. But I mean, you could ask us that without any basis whatsoever when we probably back them. We're big fans of this team, and they've lived up to their name. They've been Stalwart in their approach, in their aggression, in their defenses for the last couple of years, even with roster changes, which is very impressive.
I mean, even in the SA Championship, there's one point they're literally swimming to get into the circle, and you're just like, oh, we're on the beaches now. We're just going to blast every resistance in Ferry Piers. So they just, even when it seems like everything is for them.
Yeah, I think they're a big obvious choice here. I mean, we see everybody in the comments just talking about Stalwart, and they're going to be coming out swinging. I know that for a fact. One team that I really want to see do that as well is Alpha 7 from Brazil, right? I mean, when you talk about Carrillo, we've seen this guy go at it, and they want that PMGC belt around their waist. They've gotten close in the past, but I think now's the time for them to shine here. But it's going to be a tough one, especially since they like to play that edge style, right? And going up against these squads, it's not going to be as easy as it is before.
You make a really good point in terms of kind of the edge play style that they play, right? Because in America's Championship as well, I do think they're afforded a little bit more room that they're gonna be able to get here in this lobby. That might come back to bite them a little bit, but you can't argue with the prolific nature of this team and being one of the most winningest teams when it comes to your region, alongside Influence Rage and the like, right? Of course, they look excellent here, but if they're going to play the edge play style, they might need to have to play it a little bit faster than they're used to in just Americas.
I think they're already pretty fast itself. It's just they have a very interesting approach when looking back on Americas, which is instead of going from point A to point B, they will go point A, then point A, point 2, then A, point 3, and then just then go to the final spot. It's like very, let's stop, scout, move again, scout, move again. And instead of just sending it straight to position and scouting on the way, because we've seen that they weren't getting punished too heavily in Americas for having a slower approach. In this tournament, like, teams are going to be so quick to pivot. They're going to get to those points of interest so damn quickly that you're going to have a very small window of time to make those big calls, those big rotates. So Alpha 7, sure, they know what positions are strong. It's just if they speed up when they get there, I feel like they would have a chance to take the fights, because we know that these Brazil teams, right, Hot Jukes, especially you covering Americas so often, that when it comes to taking a fight, these guys are pretty good. So if they're already in a strong spot, chances are they might just win the fight.
They have such a great awareness of the game, right? When being able to understand when to take fights, when to allow other teams to survive, to take on another team, and then third party them. Their timing is pretty incredible here, but I don't want them to take their America's Championship performance too seriously, right? They got away with a whole lot there. The level of competition has gone from like here to like up to the sky, right? So I know that they have made, I know for a fact they've made some pretty big changes before coming into this tournament, especially after their PMWI performance, right? I got to talk to Carrillo, got to talk to them. They were disappointed. They were not happy at all. So I know they made a lot of swaps. Matter of fact, I know they even switched coaches. Their coach has transferred on over to Dazzler Esports. So I know he's got a lot to prove there. So I did have a chance to talk to him a little bit. We'll hopefully see that team in the future group stages, but I know that he's excited for that. But, you know, Alpha 7, I think they've got a lot to prove. A lot of the OGs, I don't think I've ever seen them as hungry here, Kalaris.
I think that's an interesting kind of take to have. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, so you're saying that they were disappointed with their performance at PMWI, but I mean, realistically, a lot of teams would be happy with a 5th and a 4th place overall, right? All-Star stage 5th, the actual tournament itself 4th. So it just shows kind of the hunger that's there, and it shows that. I mean, I speak to so many teams in Battle Royale across the board that are just like, okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. First place is all that matters. We want to be world champion. And that sounds like what Alpha 7 wants here, which is understandable considering they definitely have the chops to be able to make it happen. Everything just needs to line up for them.
I mean, they won the podium last year, right? They were a team that, and I remember right after that happened, there's been some talks on Twitter and Instagram, people saying like, oh, they actually wanted to go for that first place, which, of course they wanted to be first place. Everyone wants to be first place. But clearly they have the extra drive that, okay, we can perform. If we just push a little bit further in next year's PMGC, which is great for them. They qualified. They might just be able to take the trophy back to Brazil, which would be a great statement, because we remember back in the past, it was Nova, it was China dominating all these events. Now with a Turkish world champion, I would tell you right now, any region pretty much has a team or two that has a chance to take that trophy back home.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before Brazil claims a world championship. Looking at their pedigree, looking at how they play this game, Hot Juice.
Oh, yeah, and I can't wait to see what happens, of course, in the finals in the future, right? Because, you know, STG, they're already there, right? They're not playing in any of these stages, so they get the chance to just watch and study and really figure it out. But at the same time, they're not going to have this practice, right? So that's going to be interesting to see here in the future. But at the same time, we're still talking about these squads here in Group 3, right? They're another one that's really been working hard. One team I want you to kind of talk about here, Max Fan, right, is the good old Luxy and Zuxy. How do you think they're going to be able to perform here?
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit early on the pre-show, but really, when we're looking at the twins, right, it's just they've had such a massive legacy, but it feels like in the past 2-3 years, they haven't been that present when it comes to these international events. So I feel like they needed a lot of restructuring inside of their team if they wanted to have a chance to perform. And really, with now the players that they have Misery, they have Redface, they have Lynx currently, it just seems overall, one thing that's very interesting is like, that we have to keep in mind for this team is they are actively using subs. We've seen, like, especially during the test matches, they are using every single one of the players. So if the player's looking really hot, you're going to have him on the field. If one is not working too good, maybe just having a little bit of a break day is going to be really good. And it's super impactful to have that for these longer form tournaments. But as a whole, it seems to be just more structure for this team, more communication, which right now, this is looking like the highest opportunity for the twins and then the entirety of Procedure Evos to perform in this event. So top 3 could be rough, but I feel like they might have an opportunity seeing how big an improvement they've been able to showcase in this past year.
Max is so diplomatic. Honestly, right, so let's cast our minds back when Zuxti and Luxi and the guys were doing the final death throws of BTR, they looked a mess. They looked disorganized. They looked all over the place. As Max says correctly, this team has way more structure for them. It's as if they've been kicked in the butt and they've had to wake up, right? And now, as you say, as Max says, Misery and Redface especially, I feel like have jolted them into that position, and it all looks a bit more coordinated, which is excellent. And also, I do think, to the point where they're kind of switching in now players, I think it keeps players a little bit humble as well. Oh, you're not performing well? Well, don't worry. We've got some great subs to be able to get in there and also perform for the team. So, yeah, they're a great team. Hopefully they do well.
Yeah, I think they've just been busy with money. I think that's what it is right now. Time to go get some more, right? $3 million on the line. I think it's time to take it back on over to our casters.
Cheers, boys. Oh, mate, it's exciting, isn't it? The way we all just get to kind of theory craft and get into the zone for the first day, Black. It feels good.
It does feel good. You know, there's a lot of knowledge being dropped right now. You know, a lot of speculation going on about these teams, about who's going to come in towards that top 3, who's not going to do so well, who's going to drop out. And I mean, it's difficult to say. And I think that with this group, it's almost impossible to say because a lot can change. I think if you were asked to give 3 of the top teams that would be placing the highest during this match, I just couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you at all because I just don't know what's going to happen. I think a lot of teams have had like this evolution as they come through these tournaments, as we go forward, and I think that come PMGC, that's where everyone's feeling their finest, at their absolute peak, at their tip top. So, you know, some of these teams that I think that could definitely do such a thing is definitely Mad Bulls. I've kind of been a big backer for Mad Bulls this entire year because I think that they do consistently improve. I think last year was a bit weird for them. You know, started off really, really well, and then they sort of went down the tube, man. And I think that was just a case of still getting used to one another. Some players maybe not quite fitting in as the unit, but they look a lot more meshed now.
Yeah, no, I'd agree, especially towards like some of the later games we saw with the regular season. It did feel a lot more kind of like, you know, the 5 fingers on one hand, where they are playing a lot more in unison. And I think at this point, that's really what it comes down to, where if you're able to have all 4 just feeling drilled, feeling like they can commit to whatever the play is, even in a certain situation where if, you know, you're not quite really confident in the call, everyone following that to a T, it can be the difference between actually finding success in it and it going a little bit more southwards. And I think that's something they've really excelled in. You can see they are a lot more on the same page. When they go for a play, if they go for a crash, it's there and everyone commits to that. And that does so much more, especially not even factoring in the fact that when it comes down to the aiming skill, when it comes down to how quick they are as well at some of the comms, when you see them playing off each other, it feels fast. It feels like the communication is very drilled. It's really one of those that could be such a big boon. In an environment like this, well, like you're saying, everyone's going to be playing that extra sort of 15, 20% because you know how much these games mean. You can't go into it thinking, oh, we'll warm up into the second game, it'll be all right. You've got to go out red hot.
Yeah, I think that when you look at teams like this as well, so whilst you talk about that, it just brings me to an interesting point of like you're saying these teams are going 15 to 20% further, and these are our best squads, right? But in the same vein, like these are also our squads with the biggest egos in PUBG Mobile at the end of the day, right? This is where things can cause serious problems for yourself, where teams won't agree to that call. I think that's something that Mad Bulls has done extremely well, which is a case of you look at that team, Tulika should have a massive ego, extremely good player. Zerich, massive veteran, seriously good player, should also have an ego. Fleek, unbelievable solo player, he should have an ego. Nades in the past, and I think that's the biggest issue for you as a team, is where you need to be like, right, we're all amazing players, but we can't get ahead of ourselves here. I think that's what they've pulled back the most on, which brings me on to another team that the guys on the desk I've already spoken about, which is Stalwart. Because I think last year when we saw on PMGC, Action and Top just weren't enough. And I respect that Peak has gone over towards more of like a coaching analyst role for that team. Scry's no longer in. And they've brought in 2 other players now who are extremely competent when it comes to that fragging, because that's what you need in this tournament now. Because it's not only a case of if you have good macro, if you've got good rotations, your tactics are sound, that's going to carry you through. You need to have players who can be in the forefront. And I'm not saying that Action and Top are not amazing players at the end of the day. That duo has been around for so long. They're unreal in terms of a pairing, but 2 players on your team is no longer going to cut it, right? You can't just have 2 supporting players. You need to have 2 guys who can go in. So if Nerzed, for instance, can just open things up for that team, you know, fantastic. That works out brilliantly. Action and Top can follow up on that type of thing. So I'm seriously interested to see how Stalwart do play. They're a bit more of a slower team anyway, and I kind of like that. I like that they're very deliberate on their rotations. One of the few teams that plays in Nova that we watch in PUBG Mobile that instantly rotates off that Millie Island, because it is so important to have those fast rotates when you're in undesirable spots of the map.
I think it's cool as well because it feels like all roads of conversation that we've been having kind of lead back to one big focal point, which is that this time around you've got so much of an overlap of sort of, you know, the old boys of legend versus some of the new up and comers that have been able to prove how much talent they have now on a grand stage fitting of them, right? Where you kind of see, are you going to be able to play your absolute best in this environment? Can you instantly overcome sort of the internal pressure at times, which some players don't deal with as well? You know, it's one of those when you get into the LAN hall, you're in this environment where you're in front of your entire team, the lights are on, right? It gets a little bit more kind of mind gamey, where sometimes you're not making those calls as quickly, you're not hitting those rotations as unified as you have been doing online, where the pressure's off a little bit. So I think that's going to be a cool way of seeing as well that overlap of where the talent really does have the sort of line in the sand, right? Of how much some of the up and coming players are going to excel, prove a point here, especially on the first day. If there was a good time to do it, this is probably the time, right? As soon as those doors come open, you go parachuting down, fingers the big guns.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing with this year, right? Is that probably the past couple of years we've had a lot of online tournaments so far. Everyone's been comfy at home, and it was sort of a luxury to be a veteran within PUBG Mobile. Because you have played those international tournaments, you have played on LAN a lot more, and that is really important for you when you get to these types of events where it is honestly terrifying to be on a stage like this. It's scary. I've been on a stage like this, not in terms of a player, but as me, as a person talking, and that's terrifying, right? That is terrifying. So I think for some of these players, when they get to these events, they've not been here before, you know, everyone's watching you, you've got the lights on, you've got the cameras on you, it's a bit more of a nerve-wracking experience. So if you've got those players who are veterans on the team, calm you down, that's fine. But like you're saying, you know, it's good to have those big names supporting those players underneath who are getting into PUBG Mobile and allowing them to rise through the ranks, giving them the mentorship that they need. Doesn't that, because Old Boy came in and by all rights that was an amazing team on paper, right? That lineup was fantastic. They didn't gel, and I think that's where teamwork really comes into play now, that you need to be super tight on your movement, super tight on your calls going forward. But again, I think it's an interesting format we've got here in terms of the map rotation as well, and I think that will lead into those calls being better, where we've got Sandhawk start off the day. You get your most unreliable map, just box it off, right? Then you got 3 air angles. Now that is the thing that I think is the real important factor in this tournament. If you play the same map over and over again with the same 16 teams each time, you know, you can get a massive feel for it. So if a team gets a bit of momentum here in the first day, on our angle at least, they're going to absolutely send it.
Oh yeah, I think that's where you're going to see sort of the turning point, right? Because First game's first game. It's one of those where no matter what preparation goes into it, it really does feel like at times you're just at the mercy of sort of what happens once you're on that battleground. All of the preparation feels like it can go out the window quite quickly.
Yeah.
Because like you were saying, a lot of teams do have those egos in terms of confidence. And especially in this environment, having the confidence to stick to your guns in terms of, no, we are going for our primary drop. We don't care that in these pracs, we've seen there's going to be a clash for it. If you've got that mindset and come away on top with a risky maneuver like that to start the day, that extra momentum, it really does build you up. And I think for some of the younger players as well, that confidence is everything, right? If you can feed the hot hand, if you can keep those players in it in terms of the mindset going, no, you're playing sick, keep it going, you know, keep taking those fights, you're going to skyrocket. Whereas if you have a slow start, you're a little bit shaky, you're looking back on the first game, by the time we get into the Eren girls back to back, that's where it's worrying. So I think you need a great start on Sandhawk, and then like you're saying, Erangel, the back-to-back free mapper, that's where we're going to see the separation. That's where you'll start to see the difference.
And that is typically the biggest issue teams do have with those younger players as well, with that young blood, right? Which is a case that their confidence can get so easily knocked in these tournaments, which is why you have to sort of see this first Sandhawk as sort of a throwaway map. Almost, right? If you can win it, fantastic. But if you don't, you come 9th place, you're just one shy of getting a single placement point. It doesn't matter. Write it off instantaneously. Move on. Those are angles. Yeah, literally toss out the window, mate. It's gone. It's gone. Okay? You want to focus on those angles. That's your biggest factor in this tournament. Because I do worry for some of these teams where in the past it almost felt like, you know, hot drops were just a horrible, horrible idea, right? It never worked out. I think we saw in the past in PMGC 3-team hot drop over towards boot camp. That went horribly well every single time, right? So pretty much just a case of teams always losing in that situation. But now I think we get into this tournament where there is teams here, Jackie, that have just built their entire playstyle around winning those engagements, winning those hot drops. So you don't want to run into them. And scrims really mean nothing. Like you say, you know, they could absolutely drop you on first match of the day.
Well, exactly, because you've got all that opportunity to either show your play style and try and scare teams, or keep your secrets and go into the first game really just letting loose. A lot to be said about this one. We are getting closer and closer towards kicking off our opening first game. We'll see how it's going to go. We'll get you there. But for now, we'll go back over towards the desk and run you through this one just a little bit more.
That's right. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back, baby. We got more to talk about. All right. That's right. I haven't gotten my contractual airtime. So I hope you guys are ready for some more. And I'll tell you what, speaking of more, Tianba. Tianba is another team that we have had our eyes on, Kalaris. And when we're talking behind the scenes a little bit about the squad, I know you got a lot to say about them.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race for someone like Tianba, right? And in a region where actually there's a multitude of styles when it comes to China as a whole, and we've known in the past they are extremely potent, extremely powerful. I think Tianba found their own groove in the region to play these big wide raps and actually make it work quite nicely. They're very patient about how they play things out, and I think technically it could have some success here if they're able to find decent entry points after playing Edge. But again, because I'm kind of anticipating maybe a center heavy meta, maybe they find it a bit harder to get in. We'll see. What do you think, Max?
Personally, for Tianba, despite going for the wide raps, as you call it, Kalaris, there, I also think that they're really efficient at reading circles. Like, they see the playing path, they see the phase 1, phase 2 pops, they understand, okay, where our team's going to be concentrated, where is there going to be a lot more space available, where could we just go for a wide send and just hope that the compound is going to be free. I saw a few Miramar games in particular in their recent tournaments where they do tend to go for really efficient rotations with that kind of approach in mind. So I'm really hyped with Tianba. And also, they do have really strong individual fraggers on their team. I'm not even going to try and begin to think of how to pronounce the names because I am going to fail miserably. But they do have really good fraggers, so just believe me right now that they're going to be looking good. So, and also, they played a bit of PMWI at the start of the year, so it's not just their first time playing outside of their region, it's actually now their second time for this year, which now they're going to be a little bit more used to it, a little bit more comfortable, which I feel like is very important for your first time entering into PMGC.
Well, you know what? I don't think we can start PMGC without talking about the big bad boys in the lobby, the big bad Mad Bulls, Max, man, right? I mean, I think this squad's going to come out swinging here off the start.
Yeah, I mean, clearly when you're looking at the European region, we have these 3 teams that we keep mentioning as the big 3. And I feel like there is one team that's a bit more ahead, Kalaris, of the rest here. It has to be Mad Bulls, right? They've shown incredible consistency throughout the entirety of 2023 now. The roster's been looking extremely solid with Talika, Frozen, and I mean, you got Zerich too, which of course, you have to spell out that Zerich is just an incredibly gifted fragger looking to be MVP back to back to back every single step of the way. And I think that with a central meta that you mentioned already, Kalaris, they're going to be very efficient. They love going for those 2-2 splits in the center, regrouping on phase 2, phase 3 in the best position they have available, and then just playing from there on out. So I feel like their playstyle is going to very nicely transition in this PMGC. So I have high hopes for the Mad Bulls. Yeah.
I do too. Yeah, I do oftentimes think what could have been if there was no divide between the Major Pride boys and the Mad Bulls boys, because that roster was absolutely insane if they'd have given more time. Of course, clearly something internally went on. We don't know, but you know, that's how it is. For Mad Bulls though, as you say, I think I do have high hopes for them. I don't know if 4 days of this lobby is enough for them to fully find their groove in it. So maybe we see them not quite get top 3, but then go through into the next stages before the grand final, in which case maybe they can get a bit more traction on, well, what would effectively be fluctuating lobbies. So we'll see. But the good thing about them is that not only can they play that central style, they're also pretty good with that sweeping edge style as well. So they're versatile with great fraggers, similar to the kind of comparison that you were making for Alpha 7 Hot Jukes, with them guys being able to take any fight, feeling pretty confident about it. I think Mad Bulls is also pretty confident about their fighting.
It kind of echoes to me like Vampire Esport kind of vibe also, in the sense they can adapt to circles really efficiently. Maybe not to the level of Vampire, because they're just the beast of a team on their own, but they're pretty decent, okay?
Pretty good.
But they do have some echoes with how they play, so I feel like they could be very effective in how they play this tournament.
Vampire's like a perfect name for them. Sometimes I feel like those guys just go straight up invisible. I mean, their timing is ridiculous, right? Being able to just go into the late circle whenever they want, but that's a team we'll see later on, right? Oh, but you know, now we got to talk about, of course, all these squads that we've been seeing here. Loops is another one that I got my eyes on. You know, another team from Brazil that I think's got a lot to prove here. But at the end of the day, we're starting off in Sandhawk, right? So when you start off at a map like that, you know, it is the least RNG, or most RNG friendly map on out of all of them here. So we're gonna see that chaos off the rip, and I think that I hope. What are you thinking about, Colors?
Well, that's the thing, right? When you think about like Loops and Sandhawk, for example, they actually have themselves quite a slight advantage in being a Painan team. Okay, so that always helps out a team try and mitigate a little bit of that. You still have the best possibility to transition, and especially if you're not in a situation where there's a hot drop in Painan that we see in our silly region, you've got yourself a decent amount of loot as well, whilst you're being able to make those moves early. And to be honest, I say early, you can make those moves whenever you want to accommodate the circles, be wherever they are. So for Loops, I mean, unfortunately, it's only one Sandhawk per day, right? So it's not quite the huge advantage that you may want from it, but it's still a nice start, a potential launching pad for a good campaign here in Group Green.
Yeah, and you're talking about actually Loops and how they're going to be able to rotate efficiently from Painan. It is a good one for it in that sense. Trifecta is pretty much open if a team wants to go for it. And because you do have some of those hot drops happening, you've got Haten, you've got Boot Camp, you've got Camp Alpha Mountain on Northwest Island. If you want, you could just drop, at least, even if you just send a player or two over there to secure that location and facilitate later rotations, Trifecta would be a really good option for these guys. I'm looking at Procedure Evo, Stalwart, Reject. Maybe one of those teams from Boot Camp can just transition there and just play a very similar game with just a little bit more options when it comes to later rotations.
There's actually so many dynamics around that, Max, though, as well, right? If you think about it, because like there was two schools of thought going on in my head. Does a boot camp team move there, because you've got Rejects, Procedure, Stalwart all trying to compete for that, like in Grims or whatever it may be and stuff. But then because the Alter Ego and Gladiators, it's not a conflict, but it's an existence on that Northwest Island, right? Does one of those flex out over towards Trifecta? So that could be an occurrence as well. That might be more hotly contested than we may think. We'll see, though.
Well, I appreciate y'all's patience, guys. About to get this show on the road. Let's head on over into Sandhawk and take it on back on over to Jackie and Blank, our casters.
Oh, hello. I can't wait for this one. We've been teasing you. We've been keeping you on the edge of your seats at home. But finally, it seems like we can start to rev this one up, put our seat belts on, and give it some gas, Blank. The opening game of Group Green, Sandhawk on the cards. This is going to be an explosive affair, to say the least.
First game of the day is where you want to make your mark. It's where you want to make your stand. I've already said that if this doesn't go well for you, you can just toss it right out the window, right? Smash it through, it's fine. But if you can get a good start here, if you can sprint out early on, get a bunch of points here on Sandhawk, you know, you're feeling pretty good about yourself because you get that momentum, you get that speed going to your first wrangle of the day. But I'm very curious to see how this one plays out because a lot of different maneuvers are required here on Sandhawk. Extremely small map. You're enclosing all these ferocious beasts of teams into a very, very small space. I don't think we are going to see these easy rotates coming through early on, Jackie, as we're going to head into our very, very first match of the day.
Like we said, the only thing that starts with E that will be on the lines here is going to be ego from some of these teams, as you will absolutely need it. Group Green is stacked to the brims. It is pound for pound, chock-a-block with talent, and we have the pleasure of opening it up here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. We can finally kick off our opening game.
Playing path in from the north side down towards Kampong here. Going to see exactly where some of these teams go. Northwest Island probably open the quickest right now as we see teams hop out, send on over, skydive down towards their positions. You also got Alter Ego jumping through towards that northwest side. They like to take control of the high ground earlier on. A very similar drop to the guys from Gladiators, so they're going to have to fight for their place here. Already off the rip, we've got a knock coming through over towards Hatin, I believe. So 2 hot drops occurring in the same place.
And this is what we were talking about. We didn't expect teams to resolve these. We thought that we'd see them putting the punches down early, and already that's coming across. A few knocks established, and this is shaky. This is the difference between establishing early points to start things off in a group versus going out with absolutely nothing to be said, Blank, and it's looking a little bit nasty already.
Absolutely is. We're getting fighting all over the place. Falak's already down, their star player on the side of IA, and it's continuing to go off here. It does finally finish. I think IA survive in this situation. We got another hot drop here between Mad Bulls and the Falcons. They love their drop here over towards the ruins, gives them a lot of options, but so many hot drops at the start of the day. Everyone's trying to claim some presence here on the short-term sprint that is this first initial stage of the league.
Oh, this could be ruined early on for Mad Bulls. It's not looking great from the start. Already looking a main man from the roster. Frozen and Zerich trying to play off each other's contact here and slow it down a little bit, keep themselves out of trouble for now and keep their noses clean, but they are being hunted. Falcons, if they were able to take Mad Bulls entirely out of this one, straight away off the back of the hot drop, it would be grotesque. It would be so damaging to the confidence of Mad Bulls to start it off. Like you're saying, that would literally be the roll up the newspaper, throw it out the window and forget about it.
I mean, for Mad Bulls as well, already been down to 2 players. It's super unideal for yourself here on Sandhawk. You're not really getting much done about it. Great molly down the stairs there from 6. He's performed very well over in PMWI, providing a lot of opportunities for this team. Another nade, banks it off the wall. That looks pretty good. There is a retreat in play.
Chasing him down now in the close quarters engagement. Zerich with 1, but the trade back is more than enough to get the job done. Getting his back on his feet. And that's the way it goes. Mad Bulls struggling to find anything on the hot drop then. So the ego challenge, that one paying off with Falcons flying ahead, already finding the 4 elims, joining IA off the back of closing things down on the initial clash.
Gladiators and Alter Ego though. Things have gone a little bit awry over towards this side. Gladiators not actually in as good of a spot as you might think here with Matic and Sixy. No meds available. Very minimal HP, so the initial shots will count for a lot here. Pajiza Evos blinks, takes down Kissu from Malise on a short rotate. He's on a very south scout at the moment for this team, but has eliminated one of the players that might have caused them a little bit of issue in the future.
It's a nice find for him. And he can keep his nose clean now. Back off a little bit. Play for the scouting mission that he wanted to be on. We've got a fight developing as well. As you can see, Loop struggling on this one. The compound control working well for Reject Tokyo as the first shots will land. Nades rolling in through the windows to at least keep them uncomfortable. But Loops, off the back of losing the first squad member, do retreat from this, realizing it's not a fight you really want to instigate.
It's going to leave. Get out of dodge. I mean, Reject still have Sour up towards Trifecta at the moment. He needs to come on down. For Loops Esports, an unideal scenario, but at least they can get into Pi 9, get situated. They can claim some of the rooftops, some of those little tricky areas to try and scout out and deal with players that do play towards Pi 9. And if you're coming in from that top side, yeah, you might even get stopped by Stalwart, who are already making their move out from boot camp, trying to flex the muscles a little bit. Funnily enough, I mean, for a Stalwart, boot camp seems to be one of the safest places, despite, as we all know, in your PUBG games at home, being very hotly contested. It's crazy. Had 3 hot drops right off the get-go.
It's kind of what I was hoping for as well. I know for the grand scheme of things, it never ends well for most teams, and it does result in you losing the chance to really get anything out of your opening game. But for the sheer level of audacity of it, and the big key word that we were talking about going into our opening game being confidence, it does so much for you. You win out on that hot drop, you got to think, Falcons right now must be feeling like $1 million, right? They're kind of sat there thinking, okay, we've been able to shut down Mad Bulls initially. Off the back of it, you can play a bit of a slower game. You've got time to ease into things, getting the nerves out the way early, Blank. And that really does help an awful lot. I think as soon as you find that first contact and walk away with a win under your belt, it just makes the rest of the day that little bit easier. You're not thinking about your first engagements. You're not thinking about the fact if we miss our shots, it can all go up in a puff of smoke right here. Now you're just thinking, okay, 4 elims in the bag. Let's coast it out, see where we can go from this, boys. We're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, for Falcons, you're 100% right. They're taking ruins off the hands of Mad Bulls on the first Sandhog is a really big deal, because this has been a place that Mad Bulls have dominated in for a long, long time. And I think that's sort of the reason why they lose this engagement. It's because no one's really challenged them for this spot. They've been too afraid to. So it's nice that the Team Falcons, they spread their wings and they just swoop on down. They take the high ground away from the Mad Bulls and quickly deal with the remaining players. So very, very unfortunate there for them. Carrillo moves up, but immediately spotted here by Shopper.
On the backup though, it's the nade that does the damage up close and personal with the DBS, trying to take pot shots as the vehicle drives on by. Not looking great for either side, but the amount of damage inflicted between them both. At least got info from the knock player. Spam back from Earths, connects on the runaway. Not looking too great now for A7, but could be a turn on the cards, Blank. At least being able to put some thunder down range from the high angle they've got, and they do connect back onto Earths.
R&J is able to get a little bit done, but I think that's about it, realistically. Both these players should get back up on their feet, but really aggressive play coming through from Alpha 7. And this is sort of what we were having a conversation about as well, Jackie, earlier on, is the fact that you get into a close quarters fight with Alpha 7, that's where their mechanical skill really starts to shine a lot. It gets difficult to deal with. The fact they just rocked up DBS out the side of the car, quickly mopped up a few players. By that point, they're totally okay with losing 2 knocks in. You know, that's sort of like their sacrifice. Next circle shift heads on over towards the western side. Bit of an awkward circle realistically, because there's not massive focal points over here just yet where it's headed. Does allow a lot more time for teams towards that northern side to actually head on down.
Large portion of it as well, obviously being the blue liquid, the H2O, that will restrict some of your space for rotations, meaning that those bridges are going to become a larger and larger focal point. Falcons having good control of one of those key rotation angles, especially with Gladiators having to make a bit of a move at some point, could be a talking point there. But already, I'm just impressed with the sheer level of aggression we've seen coming out. In the back of my mind, I was thinking, although we've seen that there should be hot drops, although we've seen that we should see clashes from the start, you wondered if, you know, collectively it would be the approach to don't make the first mistake. You know, all of the squads wanting to take a bit more of a cautious way to open up Group Green, knowing what's on the line here. But instead, it's been the opposite side of the coin. They have just been fighting into every engagement they feel comfortable in. And at the minute, it's really delivering, at least for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's called a group of death at the end of the day. I mean, we just look at the side of the screen here on a little skyscraper. The state of some of these teams is just not ideal. I mean, Malise lose a player, Lutzer lost a player, Zia down to just the one, Alter Ego's down to 2. Most of these teams have lost a player already, which is sort of crazy for the first few minutes of the map. 47 players remaining, 14 teams, already 2 teams already taken their break. We had quite a while before we started this game, and I feel bad for those 2 squads who have just immediately gone back to just sitting down and chilling out.
And that's such a good point to bring up as well, right? Because obviously the longevity and your survival time, especially into this opening game on Sandhawk, can do so much to mechanically get you honed in. Finding yourself closer towards being able to play in that sort of flow state where you can approach everything with your best ability, it's hard. If you get sapped straight out of it straight away, sat there kind of feeling a bit, disheartened by the fact that you've been knocked out immediately, it can mean that you slow roll throughout the rest of the day. So this is another one where Madballs, once we get onto those Erangals thinking towards the future, again the pressure's on. How quickly are you going to be able to activate that roster?
Yeah, and that is the big thing, right? Because you come off the back of this match, and we didn't talk about it too much because sure as you can just toss out the window. I'm going to keep saying it. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, you are losing a lot of momentum. You're losing that warm-up game, right? And I think a lot of these teams are feeling a little bit cool coming into this first match. So you're 100% right. It's a massive deal going into the rest of the day. So I do think that this is something that probably will cause problems for our 2 teams that went out early in Quest as well as Madballs. They're not going to feel too happy going to that angle, and that's where you just have to turn it online, right? You have to rev the engine, get it to sputter a bit just to get into things. You might have to damage, but if that's what it takes to get a little bit further into this tournament, that's what it takes. That's the cost at the end of the day. Western Circle still, where we look at teams start to group up a little bit more, a little less fighting going on, but it is PMGC EVOS over towards that northeast side who are moving down towards Malise Esports. Already find themselves a knock on that side too is a really big deal. We saw earlier on, Lynx even had his little South Scout, so this is definitely the anti-stratting come into play. Getting a quick, easy first pick, then going into a 4v3 later on, really sets you up for a great ideal fight.
And this is one where now, EVOS, you need to come in, mop and bucket action and really clean this one up from the reset you've been able to establish from it, right? You can't afford to lose out on this one here. We know some of the names on this roster, pound for pound, they have got big talent behind them, a lot of history here. So to go down early, it would be a struggle. Utilities being pulled out though. Pin pulled there early on for Lewis, dashes it over and it does connect. That's nice. You've now got the 2 knocks across. Redface obviously very low in terms of the ability of him even being brought back into the fight. And they can just go for the quick getaway. They've actually played this one pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's a really, really smart move coming there through Malise Esports. I mean, you know what you need to do in that situation is a case of, look, we get that first knock. We're at a disadvantage here. If we continue to fight this fight and try and move into the circle, we're constantly going to be on the lower ground. So well done to Malise Esports, immediately knowing after that knock on the nade, just get in the UAS and get gone. So very, very well done. For EVOS, though, I think that what you were talking about is kind of the story of that entire engagement, right? They had to finish it up quickly because time is not on their side. Malise Esports able to actually overtake them, leapfrog them. That north side of the circle no longer is as safe anymore to get in because you know there's going to be players in towards bootcamp. You know there's going to be players watching from the valley where currently Stalwart's playing over towards that location. So EVOS maybe taking that too slow there, not being as confident as we might like. Tiamba, on the other hand, sort of stuck on the edge of the coast over towards Trifecta. They want to move further down, but this is a difficult position to push.
Yeah, you are trapped at the beck and call of Blade, really. I mean, even if you're going to attempt to advance out from this, there's utility on either side, sure. Not looking great, though, when it comes to smokes, and defensive utility would be the one boon that you could potentially have to get out of a rough spot like this. Instead, like you were saying, you're just kind of at their mercy. You've either got to try and go for a bit of a group push on this one, swing off each other's contact and see if that'll buy you just enough time to bypass, but you are surrounded, really, and it's not looking great. At least a little bit more space taken. Some of the early scavenging paying off as well, with the stims being pulled out to top them back up. But you've got angles here, and they are just at at your mercy, Blank. Getting out of this is going to be so awkward.
Yeah, I mean, at least for Tiamba right now, they have the fair advantage. For I8, you know, they're playing with 3, but I do think they're doing an excellent job of holding down individual angles, right? Every time someone else is moving, someone's watching that peek out coming from Tiamba, because there's only one location they can really go. They know they want to get up towards their compound. They can't realistically swim it across because it doesn't lead them to too ideal ground, and most likely Alter Ego's going to take shots their way. Circle moves up towards the north, though. Really interesting circle we are seeing here. Stalwart have a massive chance into this game. I love their position here. Xavier might be a bit of a problem for them in the near future, but I think that as they leave outside of boot camp, there is some ideal angles to be taken there. But it is that south side which is massively blocked up right now, so Stalwart needs to start clearing some space.
This was the rotation we had been waiting for. Obviously, for quite a long time, EVOS had been on the back foot, and it felt like they were really uncomfortable on this one. It was the smarter play from Lewis and Co as they pushed up, took control of the compound after getting away from the fight they had inside of the blue. Now the spacing comes back. Redface was brought back into the action, and they're at least putting the pressure on. Utility is there for them, but because of how much they've had to waste to reset off the back of the previous engagement, you're looking at some dribs and drabs. It seems like across the board, really, if they do not survive off the back of this one and find a way to encroach onto that compound, you're not going to have much to work with. And there is more barrels coming over and honing in on your angles as well. This is looking like we could have a bit of an intense three-way encounter on this. Redface with a dive across, not quite bunny hopping on that one as he is sprayed down.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous shot coming there from CEO later, mid-air with the 6x as well. Not easy to pull off, so very, very good shots from CEO later. And he was a real standout for Malaysia Esports in the multitude of tournaments that they played this year. Alpha 7 also similarly moved up from that south side, looked to really choke down the guys from EVOS at the moment. Meantime, Gladiators are losing a lot of players on their side. I mean, they've been beset upon by Stalwart. Now RC's coming in, Loop's also taking shots. But again, I think they are in a position where they can maybe hold on, but with Tixi taking so much damage there, this is getting real unideal.
No, the longer this fight goes on, the worse it looks. I mean, we knew Falcons had control of the bridge from a very early moment onto this game. They felt confident with the way that the fight started. Loops right up in their grill as well, ahead of each other. So at least it's developing into a clash between 4 of the squads. Cleaning up now going to be the most important factor. Bullets going down range, connecting back onto the Mythic and keeping him in check with the space that he was able to take away. It's rough though. You look at the sort of damage we've established there. Gladiators coming into this one didn't feel like they were really able to spread their wings. Now fully taken out of the mission, so not starting it off nicely on Sandhook. And this just continues. The elimination feed is not stopping.
Yeah, it's all over the place, and it makes sense as well because so many teams now have to cross those bridges, get into very open area, and Stalwart's doing what Stalwart does best, which is hold these angles down, really take a dominant position within the circle itself. I love that Toxi's got headed up towards this compound on the eastern side, gives him a lot of safety. He's providing information back across whilst teams move in, and the rest of the boys in action, Nerzed and Icy, just maintain control of this high ground. It's fantastic play so far. Xavier is sort of forced to use this boot camp position to provide them as much sanctuary for as long as possible. What I will say though is this team that's on our screen right now, Tiamba, we have had a look at them over in a little bit of VODs here and there, and for Tiamba they're a very calculated team, right? I think the macro is very strong. They understand how to get into these games. It's not flashy, but it works, and I like the way they leapfrogged across the river, provided backstops for one another, and finally took out the remaining members from Aegon I8. So this is a good rotate from Tiamba, and surprisingly, they've got all 4 players still up. So I think this is a good game from them, from what was not an easy position.
Oh, exactly. From the point we first saw them, you know, it already looked so uncomfortable. It felt like you were kind of really staring defeat in the face from the opening moments. Instead, though, they've played out the longevity of the game, not feeling forced, not really rushing themselves into a misplay, and it's worked out. For Falcons, it was a great start, but ever since the boys have started to roll up and apply pressure onto them, they've been crumbling under it. Now quite fragmented as well. Being able to actually bypass up here and not being just absolutely annihilated from the positions that are being controlled all around you is not going to be easy. Six also taking bullets down range as that will connect onto him. just off towards the side as well. Other hyenas effectively lurking, waiting to engage on this one if they want to, because you can see how weak some of these squads are now starting to look.
Yeah, it's starting to get very, very difficult. And Stalwart has just stolen the show this game. You can see how much of a big number Nerzed's been, because he's a great addition to the squad so far. You know, he has really been putting up some massive work. He is a bit more on the chaotic side, I'd say, compared to Action and Top, who are very good in the clutch scenario. But I think that's what makes him fantastic, right? He will just hold the line for you. Currently, he's just facing off against the entirety of Falcons, whilst the rest of the boys are just dealing with all these other angles, slowly but surely clearing out these spaces. Alter Ego, obviously we saw them in their engagement between Gladiators. They got a little bit luckier. They were able to get down towards Trifecta earlier on. I think it was a smart move to make and have got towards the top 7 because of it. I think the most interesting thing, though, is the way that Icy's played from Stalwart. From compound to compound, he's constantly covering the back of the team. So the communication on these lads, oh, it's phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. From the amount of fights they're actually being thrust into here as well, the way they're being able to contain their angles is ridiculous, but you say his name and you've sprung him into effect as the pin is pulled, and he throws 2 players down to the deck instantly. DX struggling off the back of that one. That's not what you want to be in. Oh, mate, suddenly the pressure that's being applied is even more intensified as Icy, yeah, this man is ice cold. There is no sweat on his brow.
It's insanely good, but you also saw that he didn't even try and flush the eliminations. He knew his job, and he performed it perfectly, which is just to hold this position. They know DXavia's got to come out at some point, so he has absolutely rinsed them from this spot. Really, really well done. In the meantime, continues to provide information. His whole job is just to not die. And getting 2 knocks in the process, you know, holding it down, that's fantastic news for him. We'll see if the snake clips him. It does not.
Close quarters though, trying to find his way out of the doorway might be a risky maneuver. Ooh, DBS in the hand. Looking for the quick shot. Look at the bounce across. Lands it as well with a follow-up. Oh, mate. Icy. He's on one.
That was a fantastic haul from Icy, man. He's been all over the shop there. And, you know, we talked about Nerzed and Tops, but look, he had backup. He saw action, though, despite everything, running in from the end to try and help his lad. But, again, it wasn't required. Icy's got this on lock on that top side. Alpha 7, in the meantime, though, as for players, they've been very resilient here. Up to 7 eliminations. Potato, though, he's still going for Alter Ego.
Potato, can this man punish? Ooh, surrounded at this point, trying to play with the map geometry that he's got, pulling out the SMG. Will it be Sublime? Bullets down, rage quickly. Nerzed still focused on the potential getaway from the last man from Falcons. The DPS as well, looking punishing as Potato gets put back in the ground.
Dear me, right now up to 12 eliminations for Stalwart. They have been absolutely dominant in this first map. Monumental plays coming through backwards and forwards. Duello in the meantime, he's fighting the entirety of Alpha 7. The Japanese squad going hell for leather over here.
As the numbers dwindle, already this intense game leaving us now with what could be the final fight to decide which one gets to taste that chicken dinner coming into Group Green to start us off here. And you're left with a 4 versus 3 map control. It's got to be said, it is Stalwart. They're playing it to a T, living the name here.
And I mean, the way they've controlled this map as well, you saw they put a lot of emphasis towards this side. They used this outpost before, mainly as a scouting position, but they wanted the high ground when it came to that end game. So everything is part of their grand design here over on Stalwart. Senab looks to go for a peek, but in the meantime, they just realized they're scared, so they're just going to try and move further down. Action with a quick feed, and there's an immediate return from Icy again.
Oh, you can see the way they're playing it as well, trying to bait each other out, playing the numbers game, knowing they can trade for one of these players and peeking off each other's contact. Icy goes up close, shattered, as he will go down to the DBS, punishing him with a 1 punch. Low HP though, a not great positional play to work with. Got to pop those heals quick, bullet to the back, shuts down another one. Suddenly we're starting to see Stalwart coming out on top unless one man can make a difference. DBS closes the gap, keeps him in close check, looking for the finishes as well. But this is a rough position to be in, Blank. He's behind the tree and he might be barking up the wrong one.
Just Nerzed versus Mafioso now as the circle begins to close. Nerzed goes for the jump peak.
My God, there it is, coming through in the air. NZ shutting it down. And the success coming out, little bit of a celebration as well, and rightly so. I mean, the way that Stalwart played that, you've got to give them props. Individually, Blank, we were talking about confidence being such a big boon, being able to show that extra 15 to 20% that matters most on a big stage like this. I think they went above and beyond. That was maybe 30% power.
That was 30% additional power, right? It really gave it in that first map. And this is sort of an unreliable map to pick up a bunch of points as well. The fact that they're able to get 16 eliminations is absolutely disgusting. That's going to set them head and shoulders above a lot of teams, give them a great little buffer. And at the start of the day, you're going to get happy about that. If that is a thing that starts you off in towards that top 3 and at the very least keeps you in great contention to get in towards that top 11. There's that here, 1,000 damage, 7 eliminations. You know, he seemed pretty reserved here, but in the game, he was all out.
And that's what matters. If you've got the energy to be able to maintain composure off of the server and really just come out and play your absolute best, well, we can prove that with some of the numbers. The way that they were playing was incredible. Like you said, the whole time, NZ was basically the loose cannon that was able to hold down 1v2s, 1v3s, IC being the point man, defending the back line. This was insane. This was actually a really good display of teamwork and just the caliber of skill that Stalwart have to offer.
Yeah, you're looking at almost 3k damage overall. Like, that is not Sandhook numbers at all. NZ barely taking a scratch on this lad. 24 damage received total is seriously something else. But I do think Icy, at the end of the day, Jackie, that guy was the MVP of that squad that game. He took the dirty job, right, which is to hold down those angles, hold down those edges, allow the rest of his team just to frag out, but he was not stopping, and he looked frozen solid, an impossible ice wall to breach.
I mean, the nade is one thing, right? Being able to pull that off under pressure in a timing where, you know, you've got to get it just perfect, taking down both players into a knock state. But then as soon as he's pushed in a 1v1 that even felt uncomfortable watching it, the DBS flip Blank, those aren't normal. Those aren't common.
Yeah, it was seriously clean. And I think that's where it goes into that case of he knew what his job was, Jackie. He did it well. His job was not to die and just cause damage.
Was an insane first game here, and there is so much more to come, but for now we've got to pass it back over to the boys on their desk. Have a field day with our opening game of Group 3.
To say the least. Is this how we're gonna start off PMGC? What more could you ask for? I mean, Stalwart Esports just starting off so strong, looking too good here, Kalars.
Absolutely. What a win. I said it at the pre-show. Me and Max flailing blindly, saying Stalwart, they're the best. And here they are. Admittedly, it's south of boot camp, so they should be getting a big conversion off of this one. But the way in which they hold this ground is nothing short of incredible against some of the threats that were posed here, Max.
Can we talk about how 90% of the highlights were just Stalwart right, in this entire highlight section? But what a play, and especially the way they defend their position, because they go from drop-in bootcamp. By the way, very important, the hot drop didn't happen, so it's a double win. They win the game, they win bootcamp for the foreseeable future, which is a great setup entering into the league stage. And I mean, look at that, 16 eliminations. Icy is technically the support in quotation marks, and he just kept Tiamba and Xavier solo in those buildings north of that mountain. What the hell did we just witness? This is an insane opener match to have for Stalwart.
Oh my gosh, that double nade on Xavier was just disgusting. And yeah, I mean, you talk about winning that hot drop and not even having that 26 eliminations, that's going to put a stamp on it, right? I think it's fortunate for the rest of the lobby, the fact that we're only playing one Sandhawk here, right? But I mean, what more could you really ask for on a start, Cal?
No, absolutely. I think, so to go back to the Icy situation where he's holding off against the teams that were coming in from north of him, I think, and maybe this didn't happen, but this is my theory, he'd played that scenario over in his head about 10 times before it occurred. The reason I say that, whilst we see the 1,000 damage coming in from NZ here, insane stuff, is because if you're a bootcamp team, you know as the bootcamp team how to approach the compounds just outside of bootcamp. So he knows that Xavier has very limited options to approach that kind of compound. So he knew exactly what to do as they were hitting. It was brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and it's even smarter when you think about it because he knew Chamber won the Northwest, right, Kalara? So Xavier only had one specific angle they could play, which is the corner of that wall over to the northeastern edge. Pre-nade it, double nade explosion right on top of them, and it gets the double knock. It's fantastic to see. And the amount of trust, too, we need to mention this. The amount of trust and strong team communication you need to pull off a split in a final position like this and to say, I see, we're going to hold 3-4 teams on the western side, you're solo against Xavier and Chumba. Good luck. And he just comes out winning that fight is just insane when you really put it into perspective.
I mean, it's fortunate for them to be able to get this circle, right? I mean, they did, but the key is that they took advantage of it and maximized it. I mean, unbelievably so. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, just little micro plays here or there. Like, imagine, you know, Icy doesn't get that double knock. He goes down. Things could fall apart real easy, but these guys stayed true to their name, right?
Yeah.
Stalwart just being able to hold it down by themselves. And I think it kind of was really easy for Alpha 7 to just come on the east side and just pick off people on their way along and put some big points on the board as well.
I can already see where this is going to go between the three of us here throughout this group green, where we're just gushing over certain scenarios, because I think we could probably talk about the Stalwart, the kind of split and how they hold it and all of these aggressive moves or aggressive defenses that they have for ages. But you're right. I mean, it's smart of them to give up the position where Alpha 7 kind of moves in on, right? You're not going to hold that whilst your attention is being drawn elsewhere. Allow them to have that. It's downhill from where you can hold up the hill. I mean, it does come down to a 1-1v1 at the end. So Alpha 7 played it great, but Stalwart understands that in the final circle, you have to trade resources, and your resources are your players in order to be able to get the victory. As long as we're getting a 1-for-1 knock, a 1-for-1 trade here or there, we can still win out these fights.
Look, we love Top, okay? Is he going to 1v4 Alpha 7? Probably not,
Probably
right?
not.
But even if, the thing is, it's a really strong approach too, because you mentioned it's a great strategic approach because you're not taking that risk. Even if, imagine Alpha 7 win that game, they steal the chicken dinner away from Stalwart, they still get 15 plus eliminations that match. That alone is a massive win for them to kickstart their adventure into the league stage. So, like, I was like, okay, they might not get the win, it might be Alpha 7, but even then, it is the best opener match you would get for your confidence and overall your points in the ranking. So, we could nerd about them for ages. It's just Stalwart, okay, whatever.
The funny thing is, it overshadows how ridiculous the start of this game is, Hot Juke, with the 3 hot drops.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was ridiculous. And you know what? Got to give a big shout out to Falcons taking out Mad Bulls. But you know what? We're getting this show on the road, baby. It's time for match number 2. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Oh, if the first game didn't set you in the right mindset for what is about to unfold over the course of the next few hours, oh man, I don't know what we can do for you. The hot drops, the clutches, the insane defensive plays. Oh, it was all there, Blank. It was a treat. We're seeing the best from some of our squads already. And now we get into the more consistent portion. This is what we were teasing, right? The back-to-back Erangels.
Yeah, the back-to-back Aaron goals are a really big deal. I'm loving this. What we're seeing on the screen right now is that all the boys from Stalwart after that last game all been brought back down to earth by their coach there, you know, just talking them down, like saying, look guys, that was a fantastic first game, but you can't let it get to your heads now. It's probably going to be one of our harder maps to play. Starting Novo, it's not always the ideal position in terms of circles. I hope they continue from what I was talking about earlier, which is a case of their fast rotates off Novo, the circle heads up towards that northern side. Very important. Quest, on the other hand, looking a little bit more downtrodden. They went off versus Aegon I8 early on in that Sandhawk over towards Hatin, lost out the fight. It looked like it could have gone either way realistically, but got very scrappy towards the end, and I8's able to just pull it out the bag. But Quest, yeah, not ideal. For Zerich and the boys over at Mad Bulls, again, another team very similar to Quest there, Jackie. Losing out almost immediately over towards Ruins feels extremely bad.
You can see with the body language as well, it's vastly different from what we had been seeing from them. You know, obviously when the pressure was off, when they were being able to show sort of that personality that we know they have, all being quite large characters inside and outside of the game, you notice how much that one's affected them. Because like we were saying, it's not just physically knowing, okay, we get nothing from Sandhawk, whatever, put it to one side. It's not having really more than maybe 2 minutes of survival time over the course of that one, right? The fact that you're struggling to get into it, that really can slow you down over the whole day. So for Mad Bulls, for some of our other squads here as well, like you were saying with Quest, you've got to reset that immediately. You can't afford to especially have back-to-back slow starts, Blank. I think that's one where you're looking at it and the scale is getting tipped far too to one side to start things off for the day.
Yeah, you get really down in the mud at that point over on the first day as well, because you can just go from bad to worse every single time, where you're just slowly falling off the cliff. And when you get to the end of the day, you're down towards 16th place. It's incredibly hard to drag yourself out. You have to grab a winch, tie it around a tree, and just hope to God that you can get that truck out of the mud, honestly. But you get to second day, the tires are spinning, nothing's happening, and that's where you just see a team just give up day 2. So I think some of these squads have to understand that, you know, they are fantastic. There's a reason why this is called the Group of Death, because we have such insane teams here with us. So we need these teams to all be on a playing level field. And to be honest with you, I reckon by the end of the day, we'll have a very equal in terms of standings. If we have one team that heads all the way to the top and strikes out, it will be a rare occurrence, but one that I'll love to see here. And they'll have proved just how good they are at PUBG Mobile.
Oh yeah, well, this is the creme de la creme, right? You know, this is the top of the crop from all of our regions, and especially the fact that we've got so unlucky for them really in terms of the group draws. It puts us in a position where you can kind of see the best of the best going head to head early. Oh, the body language from Mad Balls, man. You know you've got to reset that mental instantly. It's hard. It really is hard to deal with something like that into your first game. That's one way to do it.
That is one way to do it, you know? Whack the mic in your mouth, you're good to go. Yeah, no, it's nice to see the Zerich still feel a little bit like he can pop off a bit. It's not quite like yesterday. He's wearing some absolutely mega sunglasses, which I hope come out today as well. Maybe spoilers for you guys, but we'll never know. Maybe we won't see them, and this is the only time you hear about them. They'll be mythical objects ever since. But it looks like we are getting into our second match of the day here over in Orangel. Some of these teams looking for a bit of a better match start. But if there's anything to go by off that Sandhawk, Jackie, I think there's going to be more hot drops coming through.
It seems that way. It does really seem that way. It's very hard to call because obviously, you know, you take practice as practice, it's one thing. But when you get into these games where really everything is on the line, going for hot drops, we couldn't stress enough how ridiculous it is as a concept, right? The fact that you're basically throwing everything into a bit of a gamble from those opening moments. And we saw there, everyone was up for it. Everyone's willing to take those hot drops. With 3 Erangels being played out back to back as well, you've got to set your ego aside in some of those situations. If it starts to go wrong, you've got to have the backup drops. You've got to have something on the tip of your tongues really to be able to react off the back of it. It really could be one of those, Blank, where we just see these hot drops all day. And honestly, I wouldn't be complaining.
No, I wouldn't either. It's non-stop action, which is great to see. And we see these teams where, you know, a lot of these hot drops, you know, 2 of them at least ended up where it was a 4 limmer, where we had all 4 players in the other team just go down and knocked out. But there was a few of them as well where, you know, 1 or 2 players got knocked. So it does show resilience from these squads that even in a hot drop, they have that idea to set aside whatever it is about that drop that's so important and be like, look, it's not worth it for us anymore. We'll go trash loot. We'll try to get further into this match, try and get some more eliminations. That's what Loops tried to do. They had a good chance towards that south side. Unfortunately, Stalwart were way too clean on that hold. It was very difficult to get through, but if that wasn't the case, Loops might have been able to have a better chance into that match, all off the back of deciding, you know, it's not worth it for us to deal with reject here. We're just going to leave and let's get out of Dodge.
And it was quite a fragmented fight from Loops as well. You know, we only caught sort of the tail end of it, you could see, but the way that they had approached that one, relatively kind of solo oriented, which at times, yeah, it can pay off massively if you're being able to burn really bright and hit all of your shots. But they were a little bit stuck in the mud, kind of overwhelmed by the positions that Falcons had. You're then at the mercy of the fact there's multiple other teams also that were locked into a bout with Falcons at that point in time. So for Loops, any grasp they had on the situation started to crumble away quite quickly. But that was our first game. This is game 2 as we start to kick things off here. The first of 3 Erangels in a row. An awful lot on the line, so you have to reset the mental and come out swinging as Group Green go at it again.
We're going south to north here on the plane path directly down the middle, so really not that bad at all in terms of being able to get to your ideal drop spots right off the bat here on the first game. So we're not going to see too many backup drops here, I don't think. I think everyone can move out towards their relative positions on the map. Stalwart already dropping out over towards Nova. We already discussed this. We've got I8 down here as well. Vegeta Evos in the plane. I think this time around they're fielding both the twins. Last time we only saw Zuxi. Luxi was not in the mix there. I don't think they had a great idea over towards our eastern side of the map, so it just went all a little bit wrong as soon as that nade knock came through. I think this might just be another hot drop on their hands, and IA once again having to deal with loops in another hot drop scenario. See if they win it for the second time.
Oh, keeping the spice coming. The Cayenne instantly sprinkled into the cooking pot here for our second game. We'll see where this goes. In terms of the split already, you've got a bit of a 3-1 grouping, so a little bit fragmented depending on the peaks. High ground also taken. Ground loot being hoovered up as quick as possible to establish themselves something to actually battle back with, as this is going to be uncomfortable. Obviously, IA, they had a good go of it into the previous game. We saw when they had a bit more control on their hands, they were able to approach it very nicely. Here, it will be a lot more chaotic, and that's not the only hot drop we've had. Okay, Blank, this is pretty tasty, actually. I'm glad we're still getting these.
It's Bra Esport coming up against
yeah.
DX Xavier. And I think the thing is with this one, this is the drop that we were the most worried about. Not for Bra, but for DX Xavier. This is not an easy team to go up against here in Pochinki. And in all honesty, if I'd have watched any of the games from Bra Esports and I was DX Xavier, I'd be thinking, I don't know if it's worth it, us dropping as Pochinki. I know it's a central position, but versus Bra Esport, who kind of send caution to the wind a lot of times and will just fight you tooth and nail for a position on their side of the map. This might be a position where we see DX Xavier move away from, and if they don't, I think it will be very detrimental to their overall game.
Feels like at times, Bra Esport really can be renamed to the Pochinki Punishers. As
Yeah, man, yeah, 100%.
So confident, man. Like, the way they play around it, you can see, like, they go straight into it, honed in, getting into the flow state instantly. Even with the split, you can see it's calculated with how they've set this one up in terms of the control you've got. A lot of high ground, a lot of back entrances being covered, so you can sort of have the overall lay of the land. Yeah, when this one kicks off, definitely want to keep our eyes locked.
Yeah, I really do like the way they play it out as well, because this is sort of posturing as well at the same time, because they took that central, they forced DX Xavier out to the outer edges of Pochinki, almost offering them that escape plan, right? You know, they're like, look, there's a way out of here. You just have to take it. But if you want to come closer into the central area of Pochinki, we will have to go into a little bit of a cage match of our own. So I do like the way that Bra Esports does set this one up, and potentially this could be DX Xavier losing 1 or 2 players. If it goes the other way around, though, you know, Bra Esports, their confidence might just be knocked a little bit here. Smoke's already being deployed. And nades ever important in this scenario, trying to clear the top side of buildings and the bottom side. You have to be a little bit lucky, but just one lucky grenade can lead to an easy topple of all these players.
That first domino is always the hardest to get falling, but if you can pull it off, like you're saying, well-placed timing, good contact off one another, it can make the difference. Getting a little bit more confident here as well as they do roam. They've been able to find some defensive utility along their path, and they've been using these smokes to bypass their way through. Nate goes in through the window as well. Close, but no connection on that one. Couple more in the back pockets, and it seems like the double will actually work out perfectly. Clean knock.
Yeah, that's fantastic coming from DX Xavier. You got to give them that. They were looking for the nade. They quite quickly scouted out the position. Top 6 on top, and Kane has to hit a nasty nade here over towards Parajin.
Looks like Parajin might have sniffed him out as well off the back of the peak, looking in through the windowsill. So now it's so much harder for Kane in this sort of angle. Ooh, right ahead of him, straight down the pathway. Could get a little bit awkward. Trying to peek off the back of the timing. Spams down, clean connection on the end. Able to finish it. Follow up though, Blank. Surviving it and absolutely decimating the HP.
Yeah, Kane is not one to be trifled with here on Bra. And maybe we underestimated DX Xavier just a little bit. The double nade follow-up was extremely nice. I don't think Tospic was sort of ready for it, but those shots coming through from Kane were disgusting. Coursera looking to finish off that down player. Not finding much luck so far, though. And Chua, from the side, does find himself another knock.
He's taking a big bite out of him. Coursera going to be struggling off the back of this one. Now you're down at an uncomfortable angle. and the pressure keeps on getting applied. We were saying just how lethal Bra Esport are in this sort of situation going into a Pachinki hot drop, but the longer it goes on, it feels like DX, they're going through the motions with very methodical play. The double nade was on point. They were smart with the read off the back of getting the opening tag. It came in swiftly. Since then, you've seen the peek back from Kane. Now the pressure's on for him to stay alive. But meanwhile, we get a bit of a fight kicking off here as we switch on over and see just what's going down on the hill. Clean connection onto Raging Ocio. He's already knocked.
Yeah, looks like we are seeing Reject just on the retreat right now, trying to run away as fast as possible. The lads on Malice Esports, not an ideal scenario for them, not able to get out there as quickly as possible. You know, you play towards very Pier anyway. You know, the pass outwards, not easy. And look at that. Bra Esport down and out, 16th place. And I think, yeah, it's safe to say we underestimated Dig Xavier.
Oh, yeah. One thing we certainly underestimated from them was just how methodical it was with those nades, mate. I think that's 2 of the 4 eliminations just raw off the back of utility damage with the double HEs they were able to pull out on that one. So grenades looking lethal in their hands. And you know how much of a boon that could be as well if they're finding their footing with it early on. So they survived the hot drop. They take up Bra Esports, the first full squad to fall. Other than that, I mean, everyone's looking pretty good. Everyone's been able to find their way through this one quite easily, apart from Reject Tokyo, of course, already looking green around the gills with just 2 players alive.
Yeah, it's bad news for Reject. How they get too far. I mean, they got a member towards, I think, very much the end game on that Sandhawk. And again, this is somewhat more of survival mode coming through for Reject so far. Gonna have to just try and salvage this game, get as many placement points as possible. But we'll see what happens. See what happens in the future. In the meantime, I'm looking over towards Gladiators, who have made a bit of a quicker rotation. Now, the last game was not ideal for them whatsoever, Jackie. Let's put it that way, right? You know, versus Alter Ego, going down to just 3 players, then trying to make a faster rotation, which I respected over on Sandhawk, only to met with overwhelming force from the side of Stalwart and Loops, who cut in from the side. I think there's potential here for Gladiators. They're just not showing us it yet. The question is when it will happen, if it ever does happen, because that sort of is becoming the main concern for Gladiators at the moment.
It's scary, isn't it, as well? Because it does feel like at times Mad Balls and Gladiators both suffer from the same formula that is that slow start. It bleeds over, it lingers onto them, and sometimes not having that extra sort of confidence to instantly go in, to instantly kick off those kind of maneuvers can make all the difference when it comes down to gun skill. And as we've already seen here today, some of the gun skill that's on display is already on another level. You've got that clash of metas, that clash of regions. There's so much that's in the back of your mind. And if you can't just focus on your crosshair, you can't just focus on your plays, it makes a world of difference. You can certainly focus on the steering wheel, though. As for Icy, he has been bonneted and crumbled like a snow cone.
Yeah, he doesn't go down without at least the last hurrah and tries to take out the vehicle underneath. But I respect that he got out of the vehicle, tried to stand his ground, but versus the bonnet of a UA doesn't always go well. Here's Mad Balls versus Alpha 7. Zerich is down, likely to be flushed away there. It's just Fleek remaining. The solo god from the team, but versus Alpha 7, I just don't know how likely he's going to be able to pull this off.
Oh, first connection's clean. Trying to hit the drive, but can't quite do it. Good moves. Look at the way that he's playing around this. Hitting the crouch at perfect timing. Good for 2, but not enough to close it out. So Mad Balls again being picked to pieces there, even with Fleek showing some fantastic footwork towards the end. And A7, you can reset from this. Yeah, it might take a sec, but you're going to be content.
Yeah, you can get back up from this. Another 2 eliminations in the back pocket for them is absolutely ideal as well. Looking over towards the map as the moment, it's heading up towards Rozhok, and at the moment PMGC Evos have a really strong position over towards there. They're currently holding down the warehouse on the top side towards that hill. They've also got a couple of outposts down towards that south edge too, so they're maintaining the information coming through on that side of the map, and it does look like it is going to start to center towards that position too. So a bit of an urban finish would be a nice one for the first angle of the day, so we'll see what happens here. Again, that is just going to be a massive mass migration from a lot of teams trying to fit their way in towards that spot of the map. But again, we still got a couple more stages before we can be absolutely certain.
Falcons on a rotate back round, trying to save their mate. And they put the foot down, pedal to the metal as the pain will come out off the front of the car. Inflicted damage back on the Quest and making their lives even harder today. It was a rough start in the opening game for them. And it seems like that could follow on here again into our opening Erangel, struggling to close down off the one knock they found on the Falcons and having to give up a lot of space. DX as well starting to move back on in, catching contact and potentially thinking they can do something about this. Two compounds close next to each other being taken by Falcons, but they've got to use a lot of the utility they've been able to scavenge to patch themselves up off the back of that opening fight, and you are already down a man.
Yeah, I do like this from DX, actually, to be honest with you. The fact is that they took out Bra very early, and also the circle being down towards that side of the map on the northeast edge means that they have a lot of time to work with here. And a lot of times, if the circle's over towards Pachinki, you want to sort of huddle up, get some better positions, maybe all head over towards Church itself. But with this spot, it does mean they can start to sweep a lot easier down towards the south side because teams aren't particularly looking at them all that much, and they have a lot of high ground to play around with. So I do think that DX is most likely going to remain in this area for a little while longer, try and get some more eliminations in the back pocket. With that circle, it's not likely they're going to have a winning position towards the end game. Oh my god, Red! What? Off the back as well!
Oh my, the turn on that was unbelievable. The fact that he's been able to punish so cleanly. Ooh, won't matter even if he does get tapped with a DMR, they'll be able to get him back up and into things here, and they need him right now. Looking quite devilish with how he's playing. The compound clash continues though. 3 squads all in close proximity to one another, and there's more roaming in. The vultures circling them, seeing that there's an opportunity to strike on this one. So bullets from all angles as everyone's taking damage blank. This is going to be a big fight.
Yeah, Zuxy's struggling now, just the twins remaining on low HP, playing around one another. There's a couple of smokes been sent down. 2 players down already for Gladiators, but they're able to get towards that south side of Rozhok. It's not ideal positioning for them, but it's likely a position that can keep them in the game for a while. They don't want to stay on the outer edges, though, because that's likely to be the first spot to be crashed in the future. We are looking like a Rozhok finish right now, but still not definite until stage 4. In the meantime, Alter Ego taking down a couple of players of their own. They've got a nice setup down towards this south side. And Stalwart keeping it very chilled out over towards the eastern gas station, waiting to make their move.
Content with the points they were able to piece together off the back of the opening game. They know it's just about survival of the fittest and seeing how far they can take it before they focus on adding to that total tally. Gladiators finally starting to show a bit of the prowess we know they have underneath the hood. Been a slow start for them into the opening day of Group Green. Already lost 2 players before the first clash went their way, and they've been able to rack up at least a couple of elimination points under the belt and got a little bit more space to breathe now. It was uncomfortable with how close they were. Now you can at least slow it down a little bit, and you're looking at very fragmented squads as well in terms of what's left. It's dribs and drabs ahead of you, so having a 2 versus 1 in a situation like this can make the difference.
There's definitely a sacrifice that has to be made here, right, when you get towards this position. I think Gladiators realise that too. They're like, look, we most likely are going to have to give a couple of our players to even attempt to gain a spot towards Rozhok itself. But you're right, it is dribs and drabs of players around this area. So for Gladiators, technically not in the worst position right now. They're not down to 1 player. They still can push off of one another in the future. DX, on the other hand, they'll have to make their maneuver. But this is a cruel pop on the circle. Down towards this south side, on towards School, and Alter Ego, they took a chance on this position. They took an absolute chance on it. They realized it was way too late to get into Rozhok. There was too many teams here. They lost a player to Stalwart, able to pick him back up again, and they opted to go for School. Now, if this continues to center down towards this area, they've got a lot of opportunity to pick up a huge amount of eliminations here for Indonesia.
You could see as well, Alter Ego, even with the body language, they were looking relatively confident. They were calm. There wasn't too much energy displayed early. They were able to take the punches that came their way in the first game. And having a setup like this later on could be a big boon for them. It's where you'll finally have an opportunity to play from a level playing field and see what you can get done with it. High ground, control, given up as well as DX have a little bit of room to breathe on this one. Levis taking the lay of the land, Lamborghini off towards the far right as well. Two players in close proximity to one another, at least for the trade potential, but they've got eagle eyes from this position. You're going to get contact first.
Yeah, it's a good spot to play around with. And they'll be able to just sort of understand exactly what's coming at them, which allows you to use your utility way more efficiently, right? At the end of the day, that is the most important thing for you, because when you're stuck in a position like this, where you know you're not going to be moving for quite some time, you can't really bust out all that utility too early on. You want at least like 2 or 3 grenades for that end game. You know, any free picks is fantastic. Levi's in the watchtower, getting some good damage done over towards the guys on Alpha 7. In the meantime, Parajin suffering badly. Lamborghini tosses a nade, but it's not on target here, Jackie.
Oh, it's close, but not quite the belter that he was hoping for. Even with the support from the high ground, they're taking so much damage across the board that the edge that they had coming into this one, it's starting to be dulled. The blade diluted, not as crisp as they'd want in a sort of situation like this. And you've got to make a risky maneuver. Jumping in a vehicle, looking for a quick getaway. Levi's takes a bullet straight up towards the upper body. He'll be knocked down, not looking too good there. Rest of the team struggling to make it out as well. Lamborghini hopping in a vehicle and bypassing them. Even though he's surviving, the rest of his squad won't have the same benefit. Close and personal for A7 as they reposition. Got to do some field work as medics here.
You know, I really do like this play from Alpha 7 so far. Parajin finally down. They'll be able to pick themselves up another elimination off the back of that. And honestly, the setup that DX had here should have been pretty good for taking down A7. It just shows you how good of a team these guys are from the Americas. The fact that they can hold on in this type of spot, you know, set up a really rudimentary crossfire to keep themselves as safe as possible for as long as possible, super important. But they're losing their vehicles now. There's really an opportunity to start getting quickly into the circle. They don't have the momentum to make it happen. So they need to get a couple of knocks here, open things up. Because at the moment, Shopper and RNJ down towards that south side are being really problematic from that little ridge. We are getting our next circle shift over towards stage 5 now. The question is, where does it go? And it is over towards school and apartments.
Oh, Alter Ego, the early rotation paying off more and more the longer this one goes on. Sharing it with 2 other teams at this point, though, as they start to make their move on over. For Loops, this could be another situation where we need to see them showing that they can go toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell in a sort of situation like this, as it won't get any easier. Mass migration coming in as everyone's on a rotate. Less of a fun run, more of a sprint on this one. You've got to get there quickly.
Absolutely. There's really not a lot of space to play here, and I think one of the biggest plays you could go for is to try and get over towards the side, the edges of school itself, because Alter Ego surely at some point will start to really group up, you know, come back together, stick as a tight unit, because you know teams are going to be getting over towards the walls of school, and it's difficult when to make that move, when to make that play, because you don't want to get shot at by players that are still on the outside edge of the circle. I think one team that's definitely done that is Stalwart, you know. They've just allowed all these teams to make these wild maneuvers. And right now, it looks like they're going to clean up the remainder of the teams coming out from the side of Rozhok, which is a really interesting play.
Worst case scenario here for Reject Tokyo, really. The 2 surviving players had been playing so fragmented and so quiet, just trying to keep themselves alive inside of the early compounds they established with a building each. But off the back of the peak, DX strike back. You find a pivotal knock, now effectively forcing them to play it out like a solo from this point forward, as you're not easily going to find any room to rotate. Going down to the low ground, you would be taken out of commission very quickly. Although DX, potentially, there's room to breathe. Right now, though, it looks like Nurzed's on our screens, and he is displeased with the fight that's ahead of him. A couple bullets downrange, tags onto the first, takes a few back, and that is an understatement. With how many players that are all around you in this sort of situation, firing the first shot is effectively ringing the dinner bell.
Yeah, I think for Stalwart, they've taken a very aggressive maneuver, right? You know, there's a chance for them to slowly eke it down on the eastern side, but this is a position where they're looking to pick up some more placement points, more elimination points. So I think for them getting caught up now between Tiamba and Falcons, I do like this split, this play from Tiamba, sorry, which is over towards that southeast edge. You know, this is not as risky because they've got 4 players. They can confirm the edge side of Rozhok. You don't want to head center because it makes leaving extremely difficult. For Gladiators, on the other hand, that's a bit more of a risk, but one that's paid off this time around because they play on the edge. There is an escape route, but if they got crashed as 2 players, wasn't likely going to go too well at all. I think Kitsune is just being sent forward to try and get some more points on this game with Meku being left behind.
Yeah, he's the point man right now. Take all the attention in a vehicle, try and keep yourself alive for as long as possible, and wait for the push in your teammate from Meku, who wants to kind of flank up the bank. And like you're saying, just see if you can get a couple more points out of this one, knowing that the chances right now for Gladiators is getting less and less the longer it goes on. Kitsune finally falling as he seems to have taken a shot towards the back. Meku, he's revealed himself, but he's repositioning out of it. You're going to be swung on by a full squad as well, and they've got nades for days, chucking them downhill straight onto his location. Not going to get any easier for Gladiators here. Seems like them are mad balls. They've been hit with the unlucky stick coming into the first 2 games.
Yeah, look at this though. Tiamba actually sort of protecting Meku in this situation as he just slowly creeps away, tiptoeing down the bank. He has a bit of position here in terms of the smokes where it's cutting off the sightlines from Tiamba, who send Alpha 7 back. So, you know, this might be a case of Meku being able to hold on just that amount of time to maybe getting towards the top 8, but it's really not looking likely here, Jackie. And for Gladiators, they're going to be going down this match probably with just the 4 points from the eliminations alone. Alter Ego, though, chiming up towards Tiamba as they also attempt to make their exit. Circle heads over towards apartments, and you can see teams rushing in, looking for a building of their own.
Oh, the close quarters engagement working well as the first kiss. Oh, pain will be delivered. Quick medkit in close quarters combat, not looking too good. Tried to reset off the back of it, and his teammate at least saving the bacon somewhat there as well as they swing round a corner, come peeking out through the doorway, and buy enough time, jumping straight back in onto the res as well to get them all back up on their feet. And these are clashes across the board. I'm surprised at this point Falcons were even able to stay alive. They were eating nades for days. They found themselves effectively with a shed to stay alive in, and a Molotov might cook them. Got a run on out through the doorway, straight into the barrel of the shotty, blown to bits. Oh, the trade back as well, not looking too good as the vehicle detonates, and consistently this chaos continues.
Goodness me, he's just basically looking for breadcrumbs at this point in time at the end game. Meku actually getting a little bit further into this match is super surprising. He's in the points position now where he starts to accrue some of those placement points, so good for Gladiators, but again, it's that classic salvage game for them, which is not what we want to see. Alter Ego, they do take a knock, and once again, it's Alpha 7 just pushing their way through difficult scenarios time and time again. And I think that, you know, looking at this team and some of our comments from earlier, some of that macro has certainly been improved. It is definitely being band-aided by the fact that they are so sick at the game. But again, I think there's been some serious improvements happening from this team all the way through.
It feels that way. Hitting their shots at the minute. Good maneuvers, good reads on the game. Ooh. Being able to stay alive in a situation like this, though, is going to be so tricky. You're on your last legs. Sure, you've got the meds to work with, but everyone is right under your nose. Bit of a backstab as well, potentially for Meku. It depends how the cards want to be dealt on this one. Smoke wall in front. Alter Ego's attention firmly given up towards Alpha 7. Meku with a timing on a read, still just crawling down on his belly, waiting to strike at the right time. 2 players on low HP now as well. Jump shot with a DBS. First one misses, second one pelts, but it will be the backup of Rosemary to take him out of commission.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have to get involved then. You know, you'll take a safe 6th place, right? That is what's ideal for you at this point in time. Teams move down towards the southeast side. This has not been an easy game. Circle's been all over the place. I mean, the way we've seen it, you know, it moved north, and then it slowly moved up towards that northeast on Rozhok, and then it's just edged its way back down towards apartments. So no one's really been able to make a very good call, which is why a lot of teams are down on players to 3 or 2, because they've had to scrap for position here. The only team that currently has 4 players in their squads is Loops Esports, who's one of the earliest teams to get into towards apartments early on, every single other team has suffered. And they'll suffer again, Jackie, because look at this circle. It is mean.
It's absolutely obscene. Good luck getting in. The bouncer will only allow a few people inside at a time, and it doesn't look like everyone's ready for this one. It won't be a bit of a dance to the death, it seems. Ooh, close quarters engagement again, though. Nurzed, we know that he's a bit of a solo dolo, but he's got to be a big don in a situation like this. SMG in close quarters engagement being run down 1 versus 3 effectively as space is being taken off him. Backs off through the window. Keeping a UMP in his hands as well. Had some nades to work with, but that's not the way you want it to go. Instantly struck upon as he hits the deck and should be down for good.
Yeah, I mean, CEO Layers, which has been playing a marvelous game so far throughout this entire thing. They send Nurzed down towards a position to give them at least a little bit of an anchor point to play around with going forward. That's Meku down. Tops will spot him out there, but a 6th place, you'll take it. With 5 eliminations, it's at least some points going forwards. Now, Stalwart technically have a really strong spot. He is out on the edge at the moment, but he has great sight lines. They can control a lot of these teams that likely will have to battle off against one another as they leave. But in future, there's really not many areas for Stalwart to head to. And I think that their vehicle's completely burnt out. So the game would have to end right now if Stalwart wanted a chance. Either way, they've accrued some elimination points, a top 5 position. It is good consistency from them.
It is. It's still rolling with the punches, right? Even if overall the situation with the team doesn't work out perfectly, still being able to hit their shots and looking warm with the DMRs as well. It's not as easy as it looks. Some of the pot shots we're seeing come out with that mini 14, making it look like a major 14, and it continues again here as the misery continues. Another shot back over. Rosemary feeling the pressure now.
That's a really good shot coming through there. It was just almost instantaneous. Mythic, very low. There's a couple of meds still remaining. Tempting to use him at this point in time. Just going to try and let his stims pick him up a bit more whilst he knows he's still in a fairly safe position. The circle's going to move in now, and this is where Stalwart will have to leave. Good opening from Chua, and he's waited for this moment too. Understands that now things start to get to a point where Loops have to leave this building. So getting a knock as the circle starts to close really does hamper them quite a bit.
It's the nades as well from DX that have been so impressive to watch. Even there, you could see the calculated effort of using the opening grenade into the top floor, establishing damage, molotoving down onto the lower level where you know they're going to try and resituate themselves. Really clever stuff, Blank. The lineups have been on point for them. This isn't looking ideal, though. Got to be quick to get back in. You've got a thin smoke wall ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they can do is to set up the smoke wall to try and get further inwards. Still taking shots back at them, though. Tops does get knocked. I think that'll be action out as well. They tried to get that smoke train working, and I think it could have been better if it was a case that that vehicle was not unassailable. Dude, it was so slippy. Someone had absolutely buttered that thing to run around the thing at the end.
Covered it in grease, and they couldn't get a grab on it. Didn't bode well, so it means that we tick down into the final 4 squads. Some of them looking chunkier than others when it comes to the HP across the board. A lot of damage done in the battle of attrition. Only 2 of the 4 squads looking like they've really got a lot of longevity left on this one. Close quarters engagement as well here with Loops sharing the compound with DX. Man's up top. They've got control at the bottom. Rosemary with a wide swing, hitting the shot and going for the quick get-up on his teammate.
Yeah, this will be a serious haul coming through from Chua, and he has to do a lot here. 3rd place is a big jump up in points, but it is a 1v3 he's looking for. He's in the perfect building, the perfect room to make it happen. Spraying players down as they come through that smoke. More nades coming through, and they're just sliding through the windows here, Jackie. They just cannot get them on target, and he's still looking for some more.
This is madness. It's all about playing the angle and the timing on this one. Every pot shot he takes here is audio for them to know that he's still in position. Smart play, drop the nade in, go in off the back of the timing from it whilst he's popping a heal, clean up onto that man, shut down DX, and stop their reign of terror right here, right now. For Loops, the benefit to that is also the fact you now have control of this compound. One of the last buildings that really have much of a defense left for them, but shots are still landing. Alter Ego taking the pace from the back pocket. We see the peek in that's actually ruined Loops on this one.
barely any utility for Loops remaining, but look at all this coming from Alter Ego. 4 mollies, 6 grenades. Those mollies are going to be the things that really cause the most amount of hurt here. Getting out of this building whilst it's all set on fire, it's horrible, but Ayala, he does find one. Only one player remaining. It looks like Alter Ego is going to finish this one off for Indonesia, but Ayala refuses to give up, but neither do Alter Ego as they take the chicken dinner in our second game. And it's high fives all around.
Oh man, that's an intense final fight. The way he was playing it, you could see he was still confident they could squeeze out a win on that one in the closing moments of it. But Alter Ego in the end taking the second chicken dinner of the day and playing a blinder to a degree. Some of the nades we saw coming out from were really crisp. And the moments of the final fight there as well, being able to prioritize getting your teammates up, playing off each other, but still finding shots whilst they're being absolutely belted with bullets, it is insane. Alter Ego looking really crisp on that one.
Yeah, I think it's a split-second decision at the end there, because we were talking about the utility they had on board. They had a lot of mollies to throw down, but I think because that building was going to be in for so long on stage 9, the blue zone would have been the real killer. So I think that what they decided to do is that, look, we just have to push this pretty much raw at this point in time. In which case, Ayala with that shotgun, he gets a lot done with it, right? But in the end, it's Alter Ego with those overwhelming numbers that get it done properly. They don't all flood through one door. They move to all sides of the buildings, move through the windows as well, and that's what will lock it down. And this is what we're looking for from this team as well, is Rosemary. This is one of the biggest additions to Alter Ego in a long time as well. For Indonesia, this guy is a real standout player. 1,137 damage is pretty much what they're requesting from this guy majority of the time, and it's nice to see the rest of the team stepping up as well. Octa particularly had some great wide swings.
Oh yeah, he was giving it the big one on some of the contacts he was taking. But you're absolutely right, man. I mean, the whole squad again there, pulling no punches in situations where they need to play smart. Look at the difference as well. Actually getting the recap on some of the stats here. When it goes into the nades that we used, they had an abundance of them. 14 grenades, 29 smokes, so defensive and offensive being played to a T. DX as well. I think we got to give them props there for the double nade lineups they have. The way I think they had 3 or 4 knocks just off the back of double nades, that's hard to choreograph, but it looked so clinical.
Yeah, but as well, look, them taking down Bra Esports is a really, really big statement, right? That's a stamp on the first game, where Bra Esports now, look, you come into a PMGC tournament like this, where you're saying that you're the big dog, you're the big gorilla in the lobby that no one wants to fend off against, you lose your first hot drop, it's not ideal.
Right, well, Alter Ego taking the second chicken dinner, so let's get back to our Alter Egos on the desk. Take it away, boys.
Let's go. Alter Ego clutching that one up, man. This zone was going all over the place here in this match, and they were able to secure School and held it down really well against so many different opposing teams. And their rotations, their timing was so on point to finish things out here, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely. This game exemplifies, yes, you can choose where to go, but it's important when you go in a game like this, right? If you're thinking about Alter Ego holding off School, you've got teams like Gladiators and Alpha 7 eventually trying to crash into this position on the walls, which is technically a smart place to try and crash into, but Alter Ego knows you need to take them out to then be able to transition away from School effectively. And they knew exactly when they had to move away from School as well. Just wait until Star Wars is gone. Then you have perfect opportunity to move into the north side of those final circles.
21 points here for this match over to Alter Ego. I mean, the game plan too, you saw 29 smokes used right for the side of Alter Ego. Just outlive the entirety of Star Wars Esports, then you can send Octa to that rock. You can send the other players to those little strong positions in the circle, and you can just pick up the players. And absolutely overkill play, by the way, Kalaris. You do have to say, them sending it in the building to chase down loops. Unnecessary, but I live for those moments. They're like, you know what? We want an extra bunch of eliminations. How about we full send it? And it actually works out. It was a bit risky, but it worked out.
It makes me scared when an S12K beats a DBS, but you know, I'm not sweating anymore, Hot Jukes. I'm fine. It's okay.
Good. I mean, when I saw Rosemary pushing, I was like, what is he doing? What is he doing? Wait for your team. Wait for your team.
Calm down.
Ayala, I mean, almost clutched it there. And that's the thing is that, you know, at this stage, you can't give any player, not even a single one, room to breathe, or they'll take advantage of it. Just like we saw when one of the Stalwart esports players do in that Sandhawk we just saw. And speaking of Stalwart, they still got 6 points here, right? And that's what we like to see. You know, when they don't have a particularly good rotation, they're able to still put points on the board, and they were able to, you know, evict Falcons from that shack and did the best with that position. Overall, I mean, this competition is heating up more and more as we take a look at the head-to-head here, Max.
I mean, I love the fact that the 2 players that get 1,000 damage first on these first 2 matches, you've got, of course, Nazerd from Stalwart, and now you have Rosemary of Alter Ego Ares. 2, I would say, MVP contenders for not just this group, but like the entire tournament. We are looking at those 2 players as potential MVPs for the future. So Rosemary's been doing so good and playing around his teammates too. And very important fight actually was them being able to clear Alpha 7 on that pivot. You clear your backside, then you can start to play that Gitun northeast of school and transition from there. So Rosemary was putting in so much work this match to keep teams at bay.
I have to re-emphasize that. Like, there's too many teams that take school and allow teams to coexist with them on that wall. If you do allow that for too long, again, how do you transition away? It delays your transition, then you end up being pressed by the blue, then you're maybe a little bit dubious about when you're going to move out into those more open areas, like with smokes and things like that, and then you allow those potential teams over in apartments to have a bit more liberal free reign over you. So I think very great awareness coming out from Alter Ego here about also not only when to move, but also when to deal with threats around them here in this game.
And it's not just awareness, it's the confidence, right? I mean, you talked about it because it makes so much sense. You know, you have teams that have such a great spot and they refuse to leave it, right? They're just like, oh, we're comfortable here, right? We don't want to move. But sometimes you got to take out those threats if you want to be able to secure that side of the map. Just like we saw in the last map with Stalwart, right? They pushed south, they took out Falcons, they prioritized them first. And that just left that entire side of the map open for them. And again, we see here with Alter Ego, right? They could have just chilled in school, waited for the next zone to see what happens. But they said, no, I want this clear, and I don't got to worry about them later on.
Yeah, I think when you look at that as well, I mean, we're, you know, saying that Alter Ego dealt with Alpha 7 very well. I will say props to Alpha 7 for moving to the wall when they did, because they're constantly having to think about the threats in Rozhok. They're not only making sure that they're not rotating into them, they're kind of funneling them east of Rozhok, making sure they're not going to breach over the hills, and that puts all of those teams going east in absolute jeopardy. There's no way to play east side of that down into those fields north of apartments. So they did a great job of being able to shuffle the lobby around for themselves and then make the move that they had to, which again was cleaned up by Alpha.
It's not even just about timing for me for Alpha 7, is they go to that position on south of Rozhok on the mountains to make sure that the backside is cleared, then you can start transitioning to the wall. So it was a tough transition regardless, because Alter Ego just fully stacked in school, so making it to the walls is very nadeable, you're very predictable, just going to be hugging the side of the wall, which Rosemary, again, to his credit, was holding that position so efficiently, so good job on that. But Alpha 7, it was a tough game, they still made the most out of it. Just like Loops, the 2 Brazilian teams, like, what a match. Like, they had a tough game in terms of how to rotate, and yet they were able to weather the storm to some extent. So I'm proud of Brazil this tournament.
Speaking of proud, right, we got to give a big shout out, of course, to the official smartphone here at PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro. It was bred for professional esports players, guys. So if you want to go ahead and outplay everybody at PUBG Mobile, take a look, of course, at that GT10 Pro. And as well, guys, make sure that you're going ahead and searching us on TikTok, right? PMGC 2023, see all the newest stuff that's going on behind the scenes with the players. And then right after that, make sure you hit subscribe to all the channels. You know, hit that red button. You guys know what to do, because man, this thing is heating up here. It's so crazy to see the level that we're playing with, right? And that's the name of the game, is that you can't always win each one, especially when we're getting PMGC circles like this. The point is to be able to put points up on the board when you can't get that win, but if you do get that circle, right, you have to dominate. And I think we've seen that here so far in the first 2 matches here, Cal.
Yeah, and actually, you said talking about it starting hot. It really started hot in this game, right? And thinking about the fact that we got 3 Erangels, so teams can adapt. So let's talk about this here briefly. Agon I8 going military C block, which was surprising to me considering that their drop of what is usually Ferry Pier is open and in close range. I was surprised that occurred. Luke managed it perfectly, because obviously they get themselves to apartments a little bit later on, but in quicker pace, being able to enter from the south side. I was surprised to see Agon I8 take that location. I think maybe we'll see adaptations in these next games.
And actually looking at Bootcamp 2, right, Deek Xavier fighting the side of Brat Esport, and they just lost so quickly. Parajin had one of the most amazing nades in that fight, so I do wonder, maybe Brad is going to hurt their confidence a bit in this match, and maybe want to try and change it up a bit in Pachinki.
Well, you know what? Speaking of changing it up, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break. We got to cool off, and we'll be right back. And we're back here, guys. Welcome back here to the PMGC 2023. Now, we were talking about some of the teams that performed really well, and we're starting to see those names, right, really start off strong here. But you know what? I think there's some other teams that we saw, you know, really do a pretty good performance here. And we were talking about it in the back. Melise, Maxman, I know you had a lot to talk about them.
I mean, we didn't expect them to win Turkey, right? And doing so well in the the Championship of Europe just a few weeks ago now, and being able to transition their way they have done it in this match on the eastern side into Apartment was impressive. It was just very reserved, and as we know, Kalaris, about this team, they like to be aggressive when it makes sense. You know, they just tone it down until the moment they really need to start going all out in those fights. But Kisyu in particular, what a fight. And Reject, what a flex from Sarah. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
He's been going to the gym. Woo!
He has been flexing all yesterday in rehearsals. He's flexing here now as well. He loves it. He loves it.
Them gains. Gains, baby. You gotta be able to flex on the squad when you can. And that's that confidence, right? But hopefully we can see that reflected here on the leaderboards. That's the one thing that we gotta see here from Rejects. But you know what? I'll tell you what, I love the fact that we're gonna be playing another Aaron Gale match. And it's about to get underway in the next couple of minutes, guys. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
Oh, that's right. Back to back to back. The second of the three. This one's the sequel blank. Sequels, do they normally deliver or do they leave a little bit to be desired? What do you reckon?
I think this one, I don't know if it can top that last game, to be honest with you, because it was so rough in terms of the macro, in terms of the rotations you had to make. I think it was real scrappy. What it might deliver is one team that actually makes the best rotations in this map and probably should deserve a chicken dinner off the back of it, because I think that last game was very random and you had to fight tooth and nail. If you made the wrong play early on, like going into Rozok, you just lost. If you made the crazy play of playing an apartment because you thought to yourself, you know what, we got here way too late, you got yourself a decent game off the back of it. So it really wasn't your typical Erangel there, and a lot of our better teams were just sort of looking for some of those survival plays at the end of it where they were heading towards the side. We saw Stalwart, you know, they headed towards that shack. it was likely that they never were going to leave from there, so they tried to get as many points as possible, get as high up into the tables as they could.
It is quite good as well. I know we've been joking about it a little bit, but Reject Tokyo, man, seeing them dropping some big flexes, showing off the biceps. I'm right there with you boys. I want to see them pulling some of that out on the map, right? Dealing a bit of damage on Eren Girl. It felt like some of the plays we'd seen from so far today, it's been a little bit underconfident in some of the situations they've been in. Need to rep themselves a little bit more, especially now, because you've kind of got the shaky ones out the way, Blank. You know, Sandhawk, we take that for what it was. First Eren Girl, it was chaotic and absolute carnage for a lot of our teams. This is where from this point forward, now really you're getting to the halfway point of the day. You've got to talk about consistency. You've got to talk about being able to maximize how many points you end day one with from this point. I think no more room for error. I'm looking at Mad Balls in that sense as well. They've had two very unlucky starts that have resulted in them kind of crumbling away a little bit too early. All of those squads have to reset now, even for Gladiators as well, right? At least there you had a few more elimination points to squirrel away, but that's all it was, squirreling away the odd nut for Winter.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, despite everything, right, you know, getting towards that position in Rozhok, getting two players towards there, and at least getting Meku out as the lone survivor, to get themselves, I think it was a 5th or a 6th place, it's not bad. It's not bad by any stretch of the word, but we do want to see a bigger game from them. But Reject, yeah, more flexing in the game, please. I think it's safe to say that, like, the technical ability, it certainly isn't up there with some of the other teams we have in this lobby, and that's fine. That's fine. I think that this is a great learning ground for them every single time they make it to this position in the global tournament of the year, right? And I think that the main thing we see from Reject every time they get to this global tournament is they're happy to be here. You know, we see some of these teams that look a little bit downtrodden, they look a little bit nervous, but even on not the greatest of games, you're seeing Reject keep that mentality high, and I think that's really important, because you will see some teams that technically, once again, are better than Reject, just do so much worse than them because they don't keep that mentality on board, right? They crack early on.
Yeah, you've got to be able to just take everything that comes your way one step at a time. And hang on a minute, I think we can take a step back into building the narrative that seems to continue as once again the Pachinki Punishers going head-to-head versus DX that might actually lay more of a claim to the name off the back of the way the hot drop went last time, Blank, as it was explosive. Big nades, big plays, they picked up all the pieces they needed and owned Pachinki. They were the landlords.
They were the landlords. There was a slow start to it though, right? And I think that's what we're seeing the difference maker here is that Bra Esports taking a bit more of an aggressive role within this engagement, right? You know, they're peeking, they're making sure they've got the weapons to go close range early on, they're smoking out, trying to gain some more ground. They didn't want to let DX get too much control early on to start just filtering out these positions where they could be and then go from there. So I do really like this from Bra Esports. They're switching things up. It's not a case of just doing the same thing again and losing to DX off the same play style. They want to try and psych this team out. So again, this could go either way. I like the initial playstyle from Bar Esports, but I do think that DX has once again slowed things all the way back down, which is exactly what they want. With Chua just handling this nade on the side here could be deadly.
Yeah, that's what my eyes were already honed in on as well. The second you see him being able to find a little bit of utility, same could be said for the other side. Is Bra Esports bouncing that back up? That's a lot of information, Blank. Now you know they're a little bit more fragmented, and they're starting to turn up the tempo with it. Might have actually caught him under contact, doesn't get close towards the door, playing on a windowsill himself, so he can drop off if he pushes in. Weaponry-wise, it's the SMG versus the Shotty as well. He might be introducing them to his friend Big Papa Pump, but he misses the first shot, hits it on the follow-up, but it's too little too late. The trade game works out well for Bra.
Immediately looking for the refrag there is Kakali. I like that from him. You know, spots out these players. Lamborghini's got a long nade, so they get themselves down the stairs. This is so well done coming through from Bra Esport there. They even go for the refrag. They know they don't want to peek it on their lonesome. As soon as they got that information, off the back of that nade, Jackie. They knew there was a player up there. They isolated him. It wasn't quite the double nade over the top side to blow him out of the water, but it still did the trick. So I really do like that coming from Bra. And this is what makes you a good team that can make it to the PMGC. It's been able to switch things up on the fly, right, with a snap of your finger. If you desperately want Pachinki, you want to hold this spot, you can't show DX the exact same thing as last time.
You've got to show that you are not human in that sort of situation where you do have the fallbacks to go to. You're not instantly just going to have the previous emotions from last time clouding your thought process. So you're right. The adaptations, really quite nice to see. Loop's here. Hello. He's in the field and he's found himself some Rosemary he wants to pick. Very rude blank, stealing it away.
Yeah, it's a cheeky pickup there over towards Rosemary. Pretty evil pick as well, but that's a nice play coming from Loops. I think they knew the general area that these guys were going to be in. Cardozo just stepping up for one easy elimination. You will take that. That's going to send you a little bit further up the leaderboard for practically free as well. Also means that rotate coming in from the eastern side, way less dangerous now, because you aren't going to have to jostle elbows with Alter Ego as you make your way over towards the western side, which is where the circle has gone, very far over towards the western side on the north edge. I think this is the first time in a long time as well, Jackie, that we see Gladiators get themselves a central position at the circle at the start of the game. Over in their region, they did not see a lot of these types of circles. A lot of them heading down towards the south side, towards Millie, down towards the southeast. I think that some of their games are excusable because of that. Some of them just absolutely weren't. But this is an opportunity now to really show up and perform. This is a fantastic gift you've been given. If Gladiators can't perform on this match, I think we have to write them off until they start bringing something to the table, because it's been too long now where we've said, just wait till the end of the tournament. They'll pop off then. It never happens these days.
No, yeah, you can't subscribe to that kind of mantra anymore. You know, it feels like something sort of changed for the squad, really, where if they start to snowball in a negative manner where they're not picking up the early points, they're not being able to get themselves honed in early, it's not going to change easily. So at least here, having the blessing of the circle on your side, it can make the difference for them. They're not fighting from the back foot, which we've seen twice in a row now, where the rotations have been a little bit uncomfortable for them. Honing back in on here for a sec, though. Bright Esports, obviously, after they were able to pick up the opening knock, since then, they've just been taking it as a pack, suited and booted, looting, ground level to ground level. Whereas DX, they haven't really budged an inch. They've been playing far slower, looking almost timid off the back of the first engagement. And that sort of body language does always worry me. I think with the way DX played into the last game, you could see, even if they were struggling, even if they're forced into a situation where they don't feel quite as confident, they were still taking their approach to it with that air of arrogance. Here, it's very much kind of waiting it out and hoping there'll be some scraps left towards the end. But for Bra, are they content to even give them the scraps?
Yeah, I think this is the smart move as well from Bra Esports as well. What you want to do in this situation where you've got the enemy team with a player down, they're likely going to buckle up, turtle up, lock themselves away. And for you, that moment just is a time to go loot every single building of every little bit of loot, every little bit of utility you can get. If you get level 2 vest, level 2 helmet, you get a lot of utility, a lot of meds, you can extend that engagement. Even just finding a DBS in that situation is absolutely fantastic. You've got more ammo to play around with. So for Bra, slowly but surely, they're kind of cementing their spot over there. And when that team fight does break out, should it break out, they'll have a significant advantage. It doesn't mean that DX can't win that fight still. Paragin had 5 nades, I think it was. A couple of those placed well. Could be the difference maker between Bra Esport losing that fight and winning that fight. But I think they are making all the right moves at the moment. And DX does look a little bit frightened. You're not wrong.
We'll see if they can turn it around. Ooh. Talking of turning around here, top and tail with the vehicles in close proximity as information goes either ways. Megamind catching whiff of what exactly is happening here on a rotation. Is they're starting to get themselves into a bit of a better spot. Actually, getting himself out of the vehicle, going for a quick lay of the land on this one, but seeing they're backing themselves quite far off. Taking the pot shot onto the last man in the pack might work out for him, but being able to hit those shots from such a distance is never going to be easy, and that info goes both ways. They'll know about his position in future. Circle starting to reposition again here as when we move our way into stage 2.
Gladiators taking a pretty dominant position over towards Everest side, but they need to move further north. They have already cleared out Kratos, so they can slip back down towards that position of the map, but a lot of space now taken up towards shooting range, and where currently Alpha 7 is playing, who has pretty good control over the bridge side. So Gladiators might think about getting a move on, heading up towards that north side, picking themselves up a decent position to play in. EVOS is already in box compounds. They've got that locked down over towards that eastern side, not getting past them too easily as they set up the barricade. Tiamba, on the other hand, just taking it slow. And I think that's what they do most games right now. It's what they did over in their region as well. Just kept things nice and slow. Play for these wide rotates. Play for these safe rotates as well. Get themselves into the end game. And I think that's where they start to thrive a lot more. Playing off one another is kind of their MO.
You see with the utility, they've already been able to piece together as well, that at least in terms of being equipped for a bit of a later play into this one, it's looking pretty good. Nice amount of nades distributed between the squad. Big bit of spacing as well taken. Oh, Tixie. He thought he had contact on that one and was able to just keep his eyes on them. Instead, he's lucky he's still alive. Big tag. Knocks his confidence a bit, goes back into the building to bandage himself back up. And this is where it all started over in Pochinki, obviously with Bra Esports being able to pick their way through DX. Now again, hot on their tails, using the extra loot they've been able to establish to fully pick Pochinki dry and be able to have that control, forcing DX basically into one compound, leaving them looking so uncomfortable. Big change in the way that they've been setting up. The posturing does not look anywhere near the same as it was in the first game for DX. You can see already losing one man has been enough to make them feel like they're in a bit of a downward spiral.
Yeah, I mean, it broke them immediately. It's kind of sad because I think Chua kind of plays at that off angle as well. So as soon as they lost him, they were like, oh, what do? I'm not sure anymore. And I did like the way that Bra Esports goes for it as well, because what they do is they take out all the buildings close to them in terms of the loot. Then they fan out, take the outer edges. So even if DX wanted to leave whilst they were clearing those outer edges of Pochinki, there was no loot remaining in that area. You can see they still have the double pump shotgun on board. Really not a lot to work with. Lamborghini does find himself a DBS though, which is fairly ideal.
Always handy. If you can pack a punch with a weapon, it can be the difference maker in scenarios like this. The added utility always a benefit though. Kane walking out with the nade in his hand, expecting to be able to bounce it off the window ledge and find a bit of a pickup. Not got his wits about him. Exposed on the contact, Lamborghini putting bullets down range and connecting with a backup with the rest of the squad. And now things are a little bit more fragmented. Effectively going from looking like they're out of sorts to playing like a tripwire here. The early warning system getting the contact, and Bra, you're going to be a bit uncomfortable with this. Heals having to come in, zone nipping at you as well. Very light damage, so not enough to write home about, but uncomfortable from either side.
I think they're sort of relying on the fact that they don't think that DX has picked up too much meds off of a lot of these buildings, because Bra's the one that's been cleaning them out from top to bottom. But I do think it's a cute little bait that comes through from Lamborghini on the upstairs. Makes it very difficult to push over towards him. Carly finds him in the window. Now just Levi's remaining, as well as Paragin off in the distance.
Thing is, you're surrounded though. For Paragin, yeah, he's far enough back that maybe he can make a bit of a getaway on it, but even then, you're just playing off the back of committing that both of your teammates are going to be left. You'll have to bail and see what you can do in terms of the longevity of the game. He's got a lot of confidence, though, lurking his way around. Doesn't want to give up the rest of the squad for free, as he'll still bide some time and wait out for long on this one. Rest of DX going down the longer the clock ticks on, as Lamborghini is trapped. Levi's eating the nade as well, and Paragin probably realizing this one's cooked.
Yeah, toss pick. Carves him up as well. I think Levi's just went down to the play zone, in fact, sadly. And Paragin, again, is what I was talking about. They've just got no meds on board whatsoever. And Paragin, the only one with one first aid kit, that's it. No stims, no nothing. Just a bunch of nades he was able to gobble up on his journeys through Pochinki. And for Bra, I think they should be fine for a little while longer, but this doesn't feel like they're playing the game, right? They're not playing the overall game. They are playing for Pochinki. And this is the type of team that is scary. And we're going to kind of come back to those points we made on the last game, is the fact that you don't want to go versus Bra in Pochinki, because they will firm on this spot no matter what. They will make your lives hell to play. So for them, it doesn't matter about this game right now. They want to secure this position on the map. They don't want anyone going for it. If they do make it through to the Grand Finals, they want teams to know that it's not a good idea to go up against this team on a hot drop.
Yeah, it's really taking it as far as you can with proving a point on that
Yeah.
one, right? I mean, fair play. It is one of those where I'd say maybe DX will think twice about going for it again, but there is another Eren girl after this, so who knows? Maybe at this point, third time's the charm. Both of them winning 1-1 apiece in terms of who came out on top with a hot drop, but no real winners here between either of the squads in the grand scheme of the game, right? You get those 4 elims, that's it. Outside of that, I mean, Bra basically giving up the goose very early into this one.
Yeah, they've got no mares. They're just slowly dying out there to the blue zone as well. Take a look at the next circle coming through stage 4, where we're going to get a really big shrink on board. And it could go either way, because it could head over towards that north side or down towards the south. And it looks like we're locking in over towards North George a little bit on that western edge. But this is not a comfortable area to play in, I would say. And I think that teams that were able to hover around on this western side towards North George will have a bit of sanctuary for quite a while going forward. That's Stalwart as well as Alpha 7 who drop in this position. Gladiators are on the outer side of things though, so they'll have to battle through Mad Bulls, maybe take some pot shots towards a lot of these teams coming through on that western side. In the meantime, Falcons try and cross the bridge, and STE shut that down immediately.
The land to water ratio on this one not going to be too favorable if you're a little bit slow with your rotations. Getting ahead of the punches would have been the best cause for it, so positions are going to be absolutely everything. Evos have been spotted as well on a rotate here from Loops, as Mythic was able to do a substantial amount of damage but not quite finish things off. Talking about the H2O pounding up and out of the river here and taking the fight towards AA as the shots are coming across. Everyone's taking a bit of a hefty hit though. And you've got the flank potentially from Icy and Co. But they've got a compound to work with. Should keep their noses clean, at least hold what they've got here. But this just looks so uncomfortable. Meanwhile, one of the few times we've had an opportunity to really say much about the Mad Bulls, as they're also thrown into the thick of it just along the coastline. Oh, it's all looking a bit iffy.
It's actually not a bad position for Mad Bulls, right? You get to control the bridge side. They can play underneath the bridge, play just to the edge of it around the rocks. So it's a good spot to hold out a lot of teams. But again, it's not exactly a water gun in terms of a spray coming towards you. This is a flood of players on the way from that south side. It is a super, what was the Super Soaker? There we go.
Super Soaker.
This is a Super Soaker in terms of what's coming at you for the Mad Bulls that they're going to have to deal with. So I hope they don't mind getting their clothes wet a little bit, because it's going to be difficult to hold on to this position. But this is where they get some of that confidence back on board. And I appreciate they put themselves in a spot where it's not a case of, right, let's play this one safe. It's a case of, we're going to have to fight for our lives here.
Oh, you're talking about playing it safe. The biceps are out for Reject Tokyo as they go driving straight in over the hill and eating bullets because of it. None of this is looking favorable as each and every one of them are being absolutely pounded. Radiocio, the only one that could potentially make a bit of a maneuver from this, got so far back with the extra lift the vehicle had on the drive in, basically just game-ending himself and all of Mad Bulls on the way out. Even if you survive this, you're going to be thrown into such a rough position now. Fleek unleashing with a nades back, playing around the smoke. Frozen's on his last legs. OCO trying to go for the res on his teammate, seeing if he can at least salvage something from this one. But this is nasty. That was a confident play and a half.
Yeah, I mean, for the guys on Reject, they knew they had to do something and do it fast. They assumed there'd be players down towards that region. If they send all the vehicles in, maybe they catch someone on the bumper. They do, in terms of the front line over towards Naomi. It gets a lot easier from there forward. And I think Mad Bulls just weren't expecting such significant force coming their way. In the meantime, Gladiators lose 3 of their players. And I think that comes down to them trying to go for the safe. You know, they go to the compound, which is in the dead middle of nowhere. You're essentially hoping for a circle shift at that point. They do a little bit of scouting Everest, but nothing too intense. So when they end up having to leave, a lot of these spots are already taken. So for Gladiators, again, it's one of those positions on the map where it didn't have a lot of longevity. It was just a lasting spot.
Yeah, for Kitsune there, proving that the nine-tailed fox does not enjoy submersing himself into water, goes down and out, and Gladiators, again, wipes off the chalkboard, losing a lot of teams over the course of this one. But more importantly, if you look at the battle of attrition towards the right-hand side of your screens, you can see just how many squads are down on numbers. That's been a consistent trend throughout the day, where even if you're finding a little bit of survivability, everyone's being picked off blank. We're not seeing much in terms of the overall teamwork because the numbers are dwindling so early that the longer these fights go on, especially now into the 5th circle, it's so hard to play off each other. Hero plays have to win and lose you battles.
Yeah, it's been a pretty horrible circle, honestly. And I think that we said that they couldn't really top the chaotic nature of that last game, and this certainly kind of has. The way that it was sort of positioned down towards that south side made a lot of teams assume that taking control of Everest, South Crates, would be a great idea. In the end, it just constantly moves further and further up north, in which case that early rotate coming from Stalwart, the hold from Alpha 7 being very cautious of where they want to play outside of their initial drop spot in North George has been fantastic. But I think the one team that surprised me the most is Alter Ego. They have had a long journey from Lipovia to get here, which just goes to show teams that were dropping over towards the western side, Gladiators, had a chance to get here. They lost a player early, did Alter Ego, and they still fought for their position inside the circle.
Let's hone in on this for a second, the action that's going on in front of our eyes right here, because again, Nerdhead is proving just how lethal he is. As a bit of a solo, whilst his teammates are patching themselves back up, he instigates a 1 versus 3, buys his time to wait for a rotate in to even have a 2 versus 1 fight to work with, and even then, he's just content to put bullets down range, keep advancing, taking map control off them, now looking for the last knock as he goes in with a bonnet, trying to just absolutely roam his way through them. It'll be Icy that shuts it down as Shopper is slain. But man, Stalwart, they're looking so aggressive. And that's 5 more elims to the total tally of points they've already been able to establish. Lest we forget they took the first chicken dinner of Group Green as well to start today. They are looking so good when it comes to individual confidence. Nerzed, I can't wait to see his stats towards the end of today.
It just makes their life so much easier, right? When you've got players on this team, it's what we're talking right at the beginning of the day on the show, right? Is that Action Top, great players, but they needed more support. Nerzed and Icy, 2 fantastic additions to the team. Icy being this player that's going to lock down spots for you, and Nerzed, who is happy to take the initial engagement whilst waiting for backup coming through from Action and Top so they don't get split off together. It's so good. Now they have complete control over the north side. Is this going to be a second chicken dinner on the day? Alpha 7 doing their best to hold their spot. Circle moves down towards the south. Looks like Alter Ego and Alpha 7 will be battling out for these 2 compounds.
And that was Loops getting a blessing in disguise as well, because Madballs, or at least what remained of them, was so heavily focused on dealing with a last remaining solo that they eat so much damage. Loops just roam on in, couple bullets into the back, tidy up on that one. We've seen Loops having smart plays. They thrive in these ones, Blank. When they're able to just take the space that's created for them by Stalwart, they absolutely live for it. And we're getting closer towards that being the potential storyline once again. This time we do have all of Quest alive as well. Quest, it's been a bit hit or miss with their placements in terms of the way they've been able to start this. It feels like it's been a bit shaky towards the start. Having all 4 players here could be a bit of a boon for them. But again, you look at the spacing, you look at how far they've got to move, especially with the zone starting to nip at their heels when things tick away a little bit longer, and you have no clean map control. You've just got grass and trees in front of you, and then 4 players in 2 separate compounds that have their eyes honed in. One of them being Alter Ego, that have proven, even as a duo, can be absolutely devilish when it comes to the firepower.
Yeah, man, I mean, for most of these teams right now, you know that this ridge side still in play, right? So, like you say, all eyes towards this position. Quest, all credit to them. You know, 8 eliminations, Al Haji leading the charge for them. So I think that they've done well here. It's just taken a while to pull on that ripcord and start getting that engine moving, getting it growling into this PMGC. But not an easy position to play from, have Quest had. And getting through this with 4 players is really big. The nice initial nade into a secondary knock from Revo. That is gorgeous. Ayala, though, spots out Icy coming through from Stalwart as he tries to get some scouting done. Luckily, sets himself in a spot where he is safe.
Man, all eyes on Ayala as well. Some of the shots that he's been hitting, be it DMR or shotgun, he is always up for the task and has been so good in terms of his tracing and his flicking. And it's quite impressive. Normally you see those sort of aim styles not really, translating too well for some of our players. You either excel in one and struggle a little bit on the others. He's an all-rounder, content to pick up whatever's in front of him and really find some good shots with it. So still being able to third party at the prime opportunities, adding a little bit more each time towards the Loops dominoes as they move on up to 6 eliminations from this. And this has caused issues for Stalwart, a side that looked like they were really the driving force behind the game, now being absolutely peppered, closing the gap in as they start to advance deeper towards this compound as well. Again, Loops unload onto them.
Oh, it's all going wrong for them. They had so much control over that northern side, and I think they tried to claim too much space. This is a fairly open area. Cardozen, though, gets absolutely mowed down by a couple of mini 14s. And we're talking about Ayala, how good he was with them. But look at the control coming through from Mafioso and Carrillo from this building at the moment. It's given a bit of a lifeline for the guys on Stalwart.
Might have given them just what they need to potentially still be able to make something out of this. Leaving us now into the final four as our squads have been whittled down. You're looking at manpower. The only side that actually has 4 players alive and kicking on this one is going to be Alpha 7. In terms of the spacing as well, at least they can play off each other. You've got cover, you've got map geometry that will be favoring you. That's not really the same sort of situation for Stalwart now. It gets a lot harder. The vehicle being the only boom, potentially going for a bit of a 2-1 split, using the car to draw attention, whilst the other 2 players make a bit of a move to keep themselves in it and getting a lay of the land. Compound control still firmly in the hands of Alpha 7, though they're content with this one. Quest, there where we left them, down towards the ridge side. Huge smoke wall up ahead, pushing in for the 2v2. The only fair fight they might be able to find on this one, but that's up against Alter Ego. They've got nades to work with. The shotgun to bait out the first nade takes a little bit of damage, Blank, but at least got spacing.
Could be a good nade coming through from Fnatic, but he peaks a little bit too wide here. This second nade coming through from Octa has to be good. Has to prime it just right. Alpha 7 sends in over towards his position to finish off this engagement. Good nade from Easy that might just finish it off, and it does. But this was a smart play coming through from Alpha 7, honestly. They realize that there's still 2 players coming from Quest. They're over towards the western side. They allow them to head over towards Alter Ego. That fight's going to conclude on its own, with at least it being a 2-player being left standing in the end game. But really fast rotations here from Alpha 7, getting into position as fast as possible to try and get this game sped up for them, whilst they know that STE is still currently licking their wounds over towards this northern edge.
It is a mean core that remains alive for Stalwart, though, with both Icy and Nerzad alive and kicking on this one. Utility-wise, it's there. They've got the nades they'll need to work with, and a few meds sprinkled in. The nades being pulled out here again, though, is Easy. Makes the life hard for A7. Doesn't want to give them an easy chicken dinner on this one. Closing the gap between the compounds. Teammates been revived as well. Shotgun blast through the window. Tags up on a windowsill. Sanab having to back off from the commotion caused. Nades whizzing by him as well. This is an angle where the DBS can still be so lethal. It's all about just hitting the shot first. He's got to play this one perfectly to buy his teammates time to work with. Big damage back over as well onto the rest of them. Wide swing around the corner, Blank. Cleaves his way through him like a butcher knife.
Senab is doing so well here because the rest of the team is dealing with STE, preventing him getting any closer. The fact that he holds that down on his lonesome is so important. Unluckily, though, during all the chaos, Action and Nerza gets in. This is what I was so happy about earlier on, is they spot this commotion. They see the fight's taking too long. They take the opportunity to get up towards Wizard Tower and this. And with that, they get the circle too, Jackie. Couple of nades remaining. They have to be big. They want to cause chaos in the backlines here for Alpha 7.
Has to be clean connection. Nades are worth their weight in gold in a situation like this. Last of the stims being used as well. 2 remaining in the back pocket for Nerzad. Tops himself up, gets the heart pumping. Action on the reposition. Has nades to play with. Molotov can be primed if the push comes in. Nade a little bit late on the timing. They've got their way up the stairs, taking a 1v1. They can't quite find him though. What?
Hello?
He's able to step his way around him. Eventually strikes back with a shotgun. Action. What is going on? The numbers now dropping. Nerzad taking a close quarters engagement, diving up on top. Here's the one pump onto Cernab. They're turning this around, Blank. He's aggressive to try and close it.
Is this going to be the second time Nerzek closes down a game, spots a player, flushes him out? The upstairs is amok with chaos for Alpha 7 at the moment, but this Molotov's been passed through from Icy as he starts to join the fight now, Jackie.
Icy, he's going to turn the heat up on this one. Molly to keep him trapped in, dive out the window through the backline, quick peek onto Icy, trying to connect the shots, but it's too little, too late. Icy pumps away, they will fall down, and in the end, finally securing that one again. It's Stalwart with their second chicken dinner of the day as the celebrations come out, and damn right, Blank, they deserve that one.
This team is absolutely crushing it right now in the PMGC League stage. It's unbelievable. And you look the way these two players move off the back of one another, just completely outclassing Alpha 7, the team that's kind of known to be absolutely horrendous to go up against when it's close and there's DBSs involved. But Icy on the back line drops the Molotovs through, threatens with the presence of that utility. Nerzed steps close up to the wall. They're not sure when he's going to peek out. Doesn't even peek out after Icy takes a couple of hits from the DBS and then comes out of the way. And I think that's what really throws Alpha 7 off, because they just don't know where to peak on that side. Do we peak close or do we peak far? And playing on a mobile format like that, it's not easy. So completely manipulating how Alpha 7 is playing that endgame, what a game there from Stalwart. Realistically, should have been in the bag there for Alpha 7, but they dropped the ball right at the end.
I know with so much commotion, you're thinking towards the Wizard Tower, right? Someone disappeared, someone was doing magic trick. The fact that they weren't able to catch each other coming up the stairs in the close quarters engagement, buying more time for the re-aggression. And then again, the nades proving just how much worth they have. The Molotov to isolate the fight. You force A7 to make a decision between, do we split one of us out the window? Do we just hold the line, potentially eat a nade? So many small moments. The devil really was in the details on that one, but Stalwart, wow. The longer this day goes on, they're starting to prove that they can thrive on the back foot. They can thrive when it comes to instigating fights. It doesn't matter what they're left with, Blank. 3v2s, 2-on-2s, they're happy to take it on the chin.
I mean, this is the second time Ners has clutched it up with the DBS as well. So, again, this guy is an unbelievably brilliant addition to the team. He's performed so well in the past as well for them. It's unsurprising why they decide to pick him up for the Mongolian team, right? It's just such a good player, and he is performing here on the highest of levels, mate.
Well, I think there's only one thing to do off the back of that. Let's get back to the Stalwart fan club and see what they think of that one.
Hey, and the rich get richer. Goodness gracious, Stalwart with 2 chicken dinners already on the day. I mean, real fortunate zone for them, and they take it to the bank there. Yeah. Alpha 7 gave them a run for their money, and it was a pretty close one there towards the end, Max.
Hot tricks. Stalwart, boys, yes. Now, sure, the circle was very much in their favor, but before they can see on the replays here, they clear Falcons. They after that clear the entirety of Zerja, and the moment they have all of that space created for themselves, they can easily keep transitioning from POI to POI and get those angles. Especially Icy was getting many strong angles, but nice attempt, Kalaris, from Alpha 7 to try and use the best sniper in the game, the S12K. What a great weapon out of range.
Well, you say great effort. I'm not convinced.
it was supposed to be ironic, but cool. Okay.
Ultimately, you got to say Alpha 7 holding down the compound for as long as they did and being able to transition to where I thought was going to be the best place for them was fine. Like, that's great stuff from them. I think that Stalwart got a little bit fortunate about having these circles slightly favor them towards the end, but regardless, I mean, it's Stalwart, man. As Jackie says, the fan club's here. The fan club's in full action, full swing. I mean, that's 2 wins out of 3 games. They're looking phenomenal to start off the tournament.
I love it for Stalwart to try and transition, and Icy is just trying to get those nades in. He's just thrown everything in a kitchen sink to Alpha 7. Why is it not connecting? It just keeps dodging my utility. But it's still Alpha 7, despite not getting the win. It is, again, a second place with a bunch of eliminations. So clearly, like, we're looking at 3 teams that are pretty consistent. You got Alpha 7, you got Stalwart, and you have Alter Ego.
Look at that damage. Oh my goodness. Revo just popping off that Revo with 1,200 damage. I mean, this squad's coming out to play. I mean, we kind of were talking about it in the back, right? Just that how dominant we're seeing Brazil here at the start, right? Loops had a great performance here as well, Kolars.
Yeah, they've been really strong about their transitions, and we saw an adaptation slightly from them regarding their drop, right? Usually I would expect them to be that military island team. They didn't go there. They went for that kind of, I think it was the shelter split that they actually had available to them, which afforded them a decent enough transition point here to be able to make things happen for loops. But just coming back to what we were seeing, there is a bit of dominance occurring here, right? From Stalwart, Alpha 7, Alter Ego, looking excellent to start off the day. And considering we've seen back-to-back-to-back 1,000 damage kind of output from some of their players in 3 games alone, that's very rare. You don't see that too often here. So they are donking the lobby right now in 3 games.
There's already a little bit of a cushion created in only 3 matches, which they are speed running the group stage, it seems, right now. And as we said, it's top 3 teams that directly qualifying to the Grand Finals. So these 3 teams know what's on the board, what this is actually going to be worth it in the long run. So glad to see it. But yeah, Loops, as you said, also Kalaris, good adaptation to this side of IA and making sure that they just can play a smooth early game. And then actually, after that, they do enter the northwestern side of the circle and just start clearing Procedure Evos and then playing that ridge, which is really, really strong. Unfortunately, Stalwart do have really strong angles north of the road, so that transition is going to be made tough. Also because you're getting third-partied by Alter Ego, by also Alpha 7. But despite being a tough circle for them, they made the most out of it. So Loops definitely could be also a contender for top 3 spot.
Top 3 is definitely what's on everybody's mind. But you know, another thing is bottom 5. That is the place you do not want to be. You know, I want to definitely err on the side of positivity. I know we only had 3 matches here so far, but I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for some of these squads. You know, I mean, one in particular, you look at Mad Wolves, right? Haven't been able to really get a start here that they're looking for. I mean, they're already, 46 points behind first place. That is wild to think about here, Kalaris.
They've had some fluctuating performances in the past, and they are not infallible. There have been times where they've started hot and then petered out. There's times where they've had a slow start, but then really ramped things up. Again, I think for a lobby like this, it is very different to what they're used to going up against. Sometimes teams get in this rut where it's like, okay, we're so used to playing against these similar 16 teams over and over and over, and we look great in our region because we know them so well. I think for Mad Bulls, there's still a little bit of learning to do here.
Yeah, it seemed like in their home region of Europe, it was a bit lenient. They could allow themselves to be a bit slower and maybe regroup a bit slower too. But now, like, teams are just rushing their position. Here was Reject. They just gun it, and the fight just ends pretty much instantly on their position too. So it seemed like they're just getting a little bit overwhelmed, but that's fine. It's only the first day. We're going to have 4 days total, so there's still time to bring those changes to the table, but it is definitely not the hot start that I think people might have been expecting for Mad Bulls.
Yeah, and plus, not to mention, they're having to deal with some hot drops as well. But you know what is crazy at the end of the day is that we've been dealing with some hot zones here. That's what I love to see. You know, of course, it's not PMGC without seeing some crazy shifts. And that zone just kept on heading towards that North George area. I was surprised, you know, to not see really gladiators there towards the end, Max.
Yeah, it's really weird to me because they drop normally in Southern George Pole. This was like their circle, technically, when you think about it. And I liked how they played the early stage in Phase 1, Phase 2. Send Kitsune over to Everest, hold the 2-2 split, regroup afterwards when you see us going north. But then pretty much the entirety of the lobby leapfrogs their position. I would have liked to see maybe then trying to go north of the river a little bit earlier. And because of that, you saw it right there. They're just getting gate-kept the entirety of this match. So it's good to see that they've tried to do those splits a little bit earlier. It's good, but it's just moving into those mid-game positions. I would like to see maybe a little bit more speed, but that's just being very nitpicky.
I mean, as you say, they've taken spots like a 2-2 split across Everest and then the compound, and I get that in Circle 1, that actually is really good for scouting, great for scouting. But then they suffer from what we envisaged this lobby would be, which is a lot of center play, and then it's even a heightened level of center play in a circle like this where you want to control the river. So you get teams like Alpha 7 taking that compound fast, being able to hold that position. And then when those compounds are held, there's not a whole lot you can do. Like, you could try and move towards the river quickly, but then you're thinking to yourself, oh, these teams are just going to blast us from compounds, right? So it's even more of an accelerated game state for that center play when you have a circle like this, where it is that divide, that 50-50 across the river.
Yeah, and one thing I love to see is, you know, teams to really have that IQ, right? Playing that edge, knowing when to fight. That's what it's all about. We got another Erangel match on our way. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
Oh man, this is exciting stuff. Look, actually, hang on. Max, if you open your mouth at the same time as I'm talking, we can make it look like it's one thing. Here we go. Hi there, guys. It's me, Max Man, #1 gamer. That's right. Have you seen how good I am at video games? Yeah, baby.
Wow, that was good.
That was good. That was good. I like that.
He was
All
on
right.
point with it. You can tell this guy uses TikTok Live.
We're synergized. We're synergized. We've got it down. Oh, blank. The games have been delivering today, man. I think that's the most exciting bit, right? Because obviously, you've got everyone here. The stage is set, right? The Clash of Nations has been something we've been talking about the entire time. But actually having these real high-octane moments where you see the difference between regions going the whole way. You're seeing squads that are building storylines and probably getting some new fans under their belt as well. It is so exciting to see. This has been a real treat, and we're only halfway through.
Absolutely, man. It's been so intense so far in terms of the performances from a lot of these teams. Stalwart absolutely killing it right now over towards the top side of the lobby. I do enjoy the old peek through the window at Alpha 7. See, like they've been caged in. They're not allowed to leave because they'll start causing a ruckus like they have been over in the lobby as well. They've been doing fantastically well for themselves. I think some of their plays have been phenomenal. I do really enjoy the way that Stalwart that last game did force the hand though a little bit, because it sort of feels like to me that Alpha 7 is extremely good at one play style in that end game, which is getting up close and personal, dealing the damage, and just living their best life in the most chaotic situations, right? But you set a player all the way back, and like Kale was saying, using the S12K as a sniper rifle doesn't work, but they're forced in a situation where they're needing to use these shotguns. It's what they feel comfortable with. It's how they're going to deal with Nerzed, but the true threat is Icy off in the distance.
It's just so exciting as well to see really just the Mongolian Massive absolutely giving it, man. The way they're playing it, you're right, because it's one of those where that roster feels like every time they have to react off the back of a play, fall back into a plan B, fall back into the back foot, it's still choreographed. It feels like there's a lot of reliance on everyone having trust in Nerzed wanting to shot call for a second and go for the aggressive plays. In Icy saying, I'm going to hang back, I'm going to play that more defensive style, I'll clean up if I need to. And everyone seems to be very trustworthy of one another. And you can't buy that. You know what I mean? You can't buy that for love nor money, Blank. Having that much faith in all of your teammates is something that can only be cultivated over time playing together. And you can see how much that's done from 2 chicken dinners in one day in the space of the first 3 games. Already they are feeling like a raging inferno, and they have got to be petered out by some of these other squads, because at the minute there's a few of them that feel like they haven't even turned on the Bunsen burners. Mad Balls right now, they've not seen red blank. No one is waving a flag in front of them that is going to get those balls stampeding. I don't know what's happening, but they need to get into this one early. Gladiators as well. It's another one where it feels like at the minute some of the things we've seen from them in the past are just not coming out. You're seeing some of the other names being able to excel, but at this point in the day, halfway, going into your 4th and final matchup on Erangel as the 3rd of 3, having any mistakes here is going to be costly. After this, it's all Miramar the whole way through till we close it down, so you've got to stand tall now, Blank.
Absolutely do, because look, like you were saying, some of these teams just haven't turned on the Bunsen burner. At this point in time, not only are they going to fail in biology class, they're also going to be failing and going home if they get down towards that bottom 5, as Hot Jukes was saying on the desk. And right now, Mad Bull 0 points. Yes, summer has to change, and soon. For the Mongolian Massive, on the other hand, just keep doing what you're doing. This region, though, does produce some absolute brilliance in terms of talent. Even Icy, right, is another team that we got to talk about, which is IHC. Unfortunately, aren't with us here, but he was a player on that team. Obviously, the guys from STE were like, look, he's good. Let's pick him up. Let's get him on the team. He plays fantastically, and he has slipped into the roster extremely well. Sort of taking up that role that we saw Scry have in the past, but just feels a lot more confident on it. And I think that the word that you use, which is faith in your teammates, That is probably the best phrase to put for it, right? Because they are so confident in Nerza to hold an angle, so confident in leaving Icy behind, and knowing that place between them and Icy is just completely safeguarded. So it's a really nice thing, and I think that getting that started off at the very first day is just going to be moves after moves coming through for Stalwart going forward. Again, we're having some more of these hot drops. Bra Esports versus DX. It's getting a little bit more hairy this time. Overall, it's DX who's taking the task over towards Bra. And honestly, at this point, DX is just doing it a lot better.
Yeah, I think this is one where we saw DX playing a slow, methodical, engage off the back of nades, creep around the back alleys and look a little bit nasty at midnight, to then changing into playing very slow, very kind of fragmented after being basically manhandled by Bra. Bra, of course, giving up any real chance in Erangel overall on that one by going down because of it, just really ego challenging to the maximum. To here, where I suppose if you're DX, you thought, well, look, it can't get any worse. Let's just swing on them and see how it goes.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, that last game, it's not technically a win for Bra Esports because they sacrificed the whole game to win the hot drop. DX isn't happy with that. They're like, look, if you want to do that and get 4 points every single game and that's it and have no chance at the end game, that's fine. We'll keep dropping here. We'll keep changing strategies up. Because I think that their win over Erangel was at least a confident one, right? At the end of the day, they got further into the match off the back of it. So for Bra, someone might need to change. And at the moment, I do think DX is looking like they probably will just win this engagement off the back of it. In the meantime, looking at the map itself, very hard northwest circle up towards shooting range, very similar to what we saw last time. Gladiators, they take a little bit of a secondary drop spot over towards the top side of Sosnovka, pick up some vehicles in the meantime. I think they would much rather be over towards South George at this point in time, towards crates, but I think even they understand that something needs to be changed up here. They need to get out of their own heads, and maybe breath of fresh air in a different location is what they need.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. We're at the minute for Gladiators. It's the difference of you need Meku, you need Tixi to get a few frags under your belt. Get a couple of eliminations, warm up a little bit and start having a bit more confidence in your plays. Here, though, it's Blade that's going to have to try and slay from far away, it seems. Pressure applied onto him, gives up the top floor of the building, makes the noise with the footsteps. Teammates eating nades for breakfast. That's not a very well-rounded breakfast, Blank. It does a lot of damage to your teeth.
Well, I mean, the grenade is well-rounded, but yeah, not a well-rounded breakfast whatsoever. But yeah, Falak going down is not a good thing, considering Falak is kind of the star player of the team. There's certainly great players on this squad, IQ and Blade doing some fantastic things in the past, but yeah, without Falak providing that high ground support, it's sort of donezo. They even take control of that high ground at the back of it, so Loops just know exactly how they want to play this one now, and it's super clean cut after that. 4 eliminations go through to Loops, and they're happy with that one.
Yeah, a little bit of celebration there.
See ya.
Man's dropping the body hurts and the wave goodbye. All right, Loops. Man, I will give it to them. They've had a lot of style outside of the server. You've seen they've been looking pretty confident the way they're playing it. And right now, encroaching into the top 4 spots overall, halfway through the games played on our opening day of games here, in what is easily one of the most intense groups we're seeing. You got to give it to them. Little bit of flair can go a long way to keep the mental game high.
You need it sometimes as well. And particularly from Sosnovka, getting that quick wipe is going to be really beneficial going forward for them. A lot of teams now start to make their way into the circle itself. Pajiza, Evos have Yaz and Aya all to their own. Kind of surprising for me, honestly, that Yaz is just completely clean. And we're having these hot drops happen all over the place. This is a place that could easily hold 2 teams. Yeah, everyone seems to be very hell-bent on holding their spots. And that's where ego comes in, right? And I think at this point, it's okay to have an ego. You're in PMGC. If you want that position on the map, you fight for it. The question is, does fighting for that spot put you in the bottom 5 and send you home? Does it send you to the survival stage? Are you okay with that? Because there are other teams in the lobby who are just living their best life in a location that has no hot drop, accruing points, looking like they're going to end up in the top 3 and just get sent directly through to PMGC.
And that's one of the biggest things with a format like this, where effectively it feels like you're running the gauntlet game in, game out. Leaving your fate up to another team it just feels so soul-crushing. It's one of those where you want to set things by your own hand. You want to be the ones that are making the plays. If it's ever up to another team to decide whether or not you're actually going to make it through or have to fight it from that survivor stage, really struggle to get back into things, it just does so much to, you know, slowing down the confidence, slowing down sort of that aggression that you can have that can be the difference in some of those situations. So for now, at least that's a little while away. So we've still got a good few days ahead of us, and we've got a good few games left to give it. For Alpha 7, giving it is what they're going to be doing here with a DBS. Shotgun primed and ready, lurking round the corners. Strikes first onto Falcons that felt like they spread their wings very early into the day, but since then, they've had them clipped.
Yeah, for some reason, Mafioso's bullets feel like they're just larger than everyone else's. When he crunches on someone like DBS, feels like it's always an instantaneous wipe on it. Back and forth there, we get the double knockdown. Carrillo takes down Axa, but really no one is around to support. And Carrillo just healing up, and will go for the res shortly afterwards. But a nade from up on high could be dangerous, could be dastardly. Never mind.
Ooh, the shotty though, it might make the difference. DBS for Mafioso was able to spot that one out, and it seems like the pain train that pulled up towards Falcons is continuing to deliver station after station as the shots are connecting onto them relatively low in terms of what you've got left to work with now. It's just 6 on a high ground. Up top, trying to play for peaks, or big dash on a nade, nearly, a little bit too much of an arc on that one.
I love that he's just sticking it as well, not moving. If he gets that to pop right, just a little bit higher, it would have been perfect. But and after 6 realizes, not a good idea to stay up here for too much longer. Just sends back downstairs. Last player remaining. Cardozin will run himself down. That's okay. He can get back on his bike, get moving. That's down over towards Sosnovka. They have not moved very quickly. Stalwart similarly still on their way out from military base over at Novo. They've got a long way to go, but that's fine. Malise Esports, quick rotate up towards that north side as we're going to hit into our stage 2 very soon.
Nade still just being pelted through the windows here as well. 6 made the decision to make a quick switch on his rifle, I believe, for a shotty in the back pocket. So it looks like double shotguns for the engagement. Unloads with the semi, switches to the pump, seeing if he can blow them to bits. Here's the first. Nice tag on the second as well. Actually making this one look relatively uncomfortable. The choke point on the stairs really causing issues for them. They've got to back off because of it and create space. They hold on the off angles. Blank. He's trying to make a play on this one. Taking each fight very confidently into this. Going down towards the last of the utilities he's really got though. Got to primarily just stick to his guns in a situation like this, but they give him timing for the double reload, and he has 1 smoke, 2 stims left.
I mean, this is the pumpy as well he's using, but Senab will find the grenade. Head up towards that top side. Keeps it safe. Realizes that is not a lad to be messed around with. 6 is just a very good player on the side of Falcons. Really, really sick with it. But unfortunately, versus 4 players from Alpha 7 who have had a really good time so far in this tournament. It's just too much. 5 eliminations right off the get-go. Beautiful stuff for them. They'll be pleased with that one. Getting them a little bit closer towards that #1 spot, which is currently held by Stalwart. You know what? Despite everything, 2 chicken dinners and still being very, very close behind them for Alpha 7. It's been a great run from them so far. Gladiators make a very quick rotation. A rotation that I'm fairly pleased with, honestly. They were over towards the top side of Sosnovka. It's the fastest rotation we've seen from this team in a long time. Question is, can they win a team fight?
It's a big question. It would be in bold and potentially italics.
Yeah.
It's one they need to kind of give us a good answer to, right? Again, we've been saying just how rough these games have been for them so far today. At least here, you've tried to make the best of the situation starting off on this one. This is the last outing on Erangel we're going to have as well. So if there is anything for Gladiators to be found here in the green pastures, they need to pick it up soon. Hello. That's a big name player for Loops, taking damage down range as Levi's is able to find the angle into him. Wow, and they're really engaging on this. Just peppering the vehicle. Mythic can do absolutely nothing from this. You're just taking clean fights. The rotation there completely ripped to shreds, not able to close any space between them. So DX getting away from the early fight versus Bra after picking up 1 elim, now clean up again.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of a gorgeous setup as well on the cleanup, because they had players all over the place just ready to step up. So no matter where they went through those headshot hills, they were gonna get cleaned up by someone. So a really, really nice play there from DX to try and hold from behind. Bra already left, so they just decided, look, let's just take down any team that does move out from Sosnovka. We know IA and Loops dropping that location, so either one team or both of those teams going to be coming through this spot soon anyway. So the more teams they can clean up as they move into the circle, the easier it's going to be to make their rotation up towards that northern side. But another circle shift again, fairly central, cuts out a lot of that water, so a little bit fairer to play now. With Gladiators up towards that northern side, Reject currently very much in the center, looking for a bit of a bigger game here.
Scary as well in a way that we're seeing Bra rotate into this one. Something about it screams that they're eventually going to be turned into Alpha 7 Chow, as they've got good advanced angles to work with. You get contact onto them, they've been looking mean in some of these fights. Meanwhile though, we'll hone in on what's going on here. Rosemary and co of Alter Ego taking shots back. This is the big squad of Stalwart, the Mongolians that have been playing pound for pound some great PUBG Mobile today. At the minute, fragmented with the setup 3 players on the top of the hills. One of them down towards the close proximity of Alter Ego. Bites the bullet a bit too literally and is taken out of commission early on this one. The rest of the squad looking to give up the space that was taken from Icy. Just try grab their teammate to get out of here. Vehicles being absolutely peppered, bullet holes all around, the drinks holder in the middle spilling liquid.
Yeah, it's not a good time. You've got sticky seats on your hands at this point, and honestly, it feels a bit sticky in this situation too, as Stalwart finally get themselves unstuck up towards that top side. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with the Indonesian squad coming through from Alter Ego Eras. And it's been a long time coming, right? You know, BTR, they had their heyday in the past with Zuxi and Luxi just really being the golden twins back in the day. And since then, we just really haven't had that unbelievably good Indonesian squad. Alter Ego, though, has been on the rise for a while, and their macro has been fairly decent. Technical ability, not quite there yet, but I think this PMGC, they are really showing improvements in leaps and bounds at the moment. That shouldn't happen.
No, probably not. It is a bit worrying that that's gone down the way it has, especially in a game where we were kind of alluding to the fact that maybe it'll be a bit different here. You know, maybe turn a page for Gladiators. That's a rough one. Already being thrown into just a triple threat rather than the full 4. And losing Meku as well, which someone who can really come alive for this team. It feels like at times Meku plays some great PUBG and really does an awful lot for the squad. So losing him could be a bit of a backhander. Matic as well might be suffering the same fate, overwhelmed as they just buckle down. That's Alpha 7. Man, it feels like Alpha 7 really do just sort of follow in the slipstream of other teams and then absolutely thrive in those moments of picking off the isolated players. They do such a good job of playing really an annoying play style.
Yeah, I mean, but they're playing together, right? Which is the direct opposite of what we're seeing from Gladiators. The fact that one lone player can crash into a building and knock and execute one of your squad mates with no recourse whatsoever is really concerning. And I think this split mentality coming through from Gladiators is in a position that, honestly, you don't need to split in. You could be playing further in, group up, wait for the next circle to pop and go from there. It's just awkward. So Tixie, last player remaining with Kane up on that top side as well, looking to hold him out. It is unideal going forward. Tiamba need to leave from this eastern side. This is very open outside of shooting range. Luckily for them, there's not too many teams around them other than Alter Ego down towards that southeast side.
Rotate along the coastline. Everyone in their vehicles sitting pretty as they make their move. Got a bit of a clash on the road potentially could be coming their way. Plus you've got to deal with Bra that are set up just ahead of you. A little bit of control towards the ridge, at least getting the information as they hear the engines going on by. Alpha 7 off towards the wayside as well. Single building, basically just a shed to try and tuck yourselves into. Thin walls on that bad boy. Bullets whizzing by from either side as well. Ooh, but this is the trade back. This is the clash that they were waiting for. Turning onto Bra, assisted by another set of assailants as well, as another squad gets stuck into the action. And now you're relatively trapped here, down ground as well, with a lot of high elevated angles to get a line of sight onto this. It's not going to be too nice to make a play from this one, especially when Tiamba are coming over for their piece of the pie.
Yeah, Tiamba looking to move in as well on that northern edge. Tixie goes down to the play zone. Could have easily left over towards that coastal edge. I think it's something iffy going on with the Gladiators at the moment. Something's not gelling. Something's not right. That's just a straight give up.
It's a weird one, man. It feels like that. Ooh, hello. Speedy car there, like the world's fastest pastry coming by, but it's Levi's in the driving seat. He'll hit that one, take the man out of commission. Quick trade back. And this fight's going to go on for a little while now. You're looking at the spacing that we've got between them. Alter Ego, trap back again in a bit of a rough angle. Nade detonating in the face. DX pull up close. Chow goes out with a shot. He jump shot through the window. No clean connection, but backed up by Parajin. And the secondary shot, he will deal the damage instead. So they are able to find that one. You've got Quest just down towards the hills there as well. So another squad close by. Quest, it feels like they've been having to fight from the back foot all damn day today. So there'll be no strangers to this situation, barely dodging the bonnets.
Yeah, easy. Trying to get himself out of this situation at the moment with the team just encircling him. Fortunately for Alter Ego, they just get caught up in a haphazard rotation there. Fnatic trying to get back down again to cause a little bit of damage. Knows he needs a few more eliminations to make this sort of worth it. Only got 3 eliminations at the moment. It's not likely that they're going to go out in that top 8 at this point in time, so you can sort of understand why he comes down here just to fight the good fight. PMGC EVOS, though, they're looking down towards this engagement next. They want to hold out all the teams down towards the southeast side. In the meantime, Stalwart's trying to slip their way in up towards Reject.
Lay of the land, you can see it's looking quite scary with the spacing between teams. A hot commodity that's only going to get harder to keep a grasp on, as that zone will get even smaller, even less space to work with, and your blood's going to be boiling with this one. A lot more favored around Tiamba, as they've actually gotten quite lucky with this one. The plays have looked good from them as well. And we get a little bit of limelight back on over to the side from Japan, Reject Tokyo, that have had some risky plays throughout the day. I think it's a fair word to describe it as, Blank. But maybe in this one, with all 4 still alive, they'll be able to show us something a little bit better.
Yeah, they're just giving it, and I like it. I respect it. It's good to see coming through from Reject overall. This circle just sending everyone up the top side of the hill, so we're going to have a plateau in terms of the end game. But first, you've got to fight through this gauntlet, which is the outer edges of the hillside itself, moving up the slopes, see who you can get to. Sort of feels like Takeshi's Castle at this point in time, where you've got to battle through a lot of those annoying foes before you get to face against that final boss. At the moment, that's looking like PMGC EVOS as well as Tiamba combined.
EVO's kicking in the Nitros as they want to close the gap between the two teams, but they're taking damage. Parajin, he's got to go off. Man's got to go full Paragon in a situation like this, trying to punish with a shotty. Clean connections as he cuts his way through easy, looking to stay alive, but the bullets are being battered down onto him from all the way up on the hill, though. That'll be the backup from Redface that does actually save the bacon on the close quarters engagement versus Quest. Lamborghini's gone for good as he's taken out, and Luxy traded it back again onto Stalwart. So Stalwart down to 3 now.
Yeah, cheeky peek there from Stalwart. I actually like this position that Stalwart's picked up. Pretty safe in terms of angles. You're not likely to get really hurt from Reject looking down your way, so they can hide within the tree line, but all the while deal a lot of damage over towards the airplane that's crashed down here. Currently, PMGC EVOS is playing. They do lose a player in the process, but that will slow down EVOS tremendously, allowing now Mad Balls to move further up. They've got 1 elimination, made it towards the top 9. This is looking fairly decent for the EU squad.
Something about it, though, doesn't look right to me. Looking at Mad Balls with the way they've been playing, the body language, the way they've been positioning themselves into these games, it always feels a little bit scary. Here, Frozen at least with a tracing, detonating the car and taking out Parajin to stop the EX on that one. Slow them down, removing them from the course of action. But the fight won't end here. You're in close proximity, surrounded by squads that have got a good understanding of where they are positionally. So if Mad Balls want to keep this one up, it has got to get even better the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, man, I mean, like, right now, the squads that are in the lobby, you know, Tiamba, Malise Esports, Ali7, Stalwart, Evos, these are all tough teams, but I think this might be a game where Mad Balls might just be able to pull themselves out of the water, cough up whatever that's been hurting them, hampering them, try and get on with it here in the PMGC. They're stuck a little bit on the edge now, but a lot of angles towards them. They might start sweeping up towards that western side, ideally. Alpha 7 spotted their position earlier because Mad Balls took one of their players. That's their one elimination that they have on this game. The circle moving over towards that eastern side does make anyone on this western edge a little bit queasy now.
That seasickness going to be kicking in as they have been shaken from game to game, thrown around all over the place. PK trying his best again here to strike, says goodnight to Chopper as he will take him out of commission. Good understanding at least positionally where they can be peaked from on this one. Got their back towards the blue as well, so they know there's no flanking action that's going to come their way. And a little bit of utility across the board as well. Few nades, probably want a little bit more to work with, but they've got some to try and make a maneuver. Few smokes pulled out, closing their distance behind the tree line. Going to push up with Zerich being able to provide overwatch as well. This is your one big grenade in the back pocket, so it's got to land on target. Little bit of damage tagged out from it, but not enough for what you wanted.
Smokes are down though, and I think Frozen knows that they're practically locked in at this point in time. Keeping them held down to the ground. So Zia not likely to get out of here anytime soon. Mad Balls still on that top side. They still have to face off against the Indonesian giants of Zuxi and Luxi and the rest of Evos over towards that eastern side at some point.
And that's a fight that will decide so much in terms of the final standing of the squads we have remaining here at the minute in the 6th stage. Evos have looked really quite strong to some of the encounters they've had, and you've got to prove that now against Mad Balls. Both squads in very similar positionings in the overall standings at the minute, being 12th and 13th place respectively with how it's been going. Mad Balls are just finding a few more eliminations as they're cleaning up onto the damage they did.
They've got absolutely no bullets left over in the back chamber. I think Zerich just ran out of everything on that PP Bison. So really looking dry in terms of what they're bringing to these final fights. They sort of have to go down towards R&J and sort of pick up on some of those death crates. Misery holding them back now. Nice smokes unleashed, allowing them to get further up. Tulika has to hit some big nades. I think that's really mostly what they're rocking with right now.
It's pretty much all you've got to be your boon in a situation like this. Unless they can scavenge a little bit to build themselves back into it, you're not going to be too well armed the longer this one goes on. Same can't be said for some of the other teams that definitely have more reserves than they can really find time to do much with. A little bit outclassed in terms of some of the weaponry that's on display as well, but FleeK still trying his best. Pot shots across, nice connection in the end.
Yeah, it's a decent little tap spray there with the Scar. Good shots from Luxi though. This is getting cruel. And nades down the hill are a little bit easier. The nades upwards though towards Pajisa Evos, just not ideal. And I think the Mad Balls just have to leave, but it's all terrifying. It's all gone to pot here as well, as they're losing players left, right and center. It was only so long they could hold in this position, and they just did not clear out enough space, even after they got that circle as well. So unfortunate.
It's rough for them, but the Bulls have been subdued and taken out of commission on this one. Not going to have a chance to have any surprises here. At least finding a few more points than we had seen into the previous games, though, ending that one with 8 eliminations. But the overall battle here does continue. A lot of big names still left in commission for this. And some of the squads we haven't seen making it this late, now starting to get a little bit more longevity out of their survival time as well. So we'll see for Evos as well as Reject Tokyo just what they can do with this, being the two squads that do still have all 4 players left alive. Evos, look, they were pretty red hot coming into this one with some of the adjustments we've seen from them. Redface has been hitting some good shots. Stalwart still in it to win it as well. No elims here on the final Erengao yet, but still chock-a-block when it comes to points off the back of the 2 chicken dinners they've already taken. So anything extra here is going to be a blessing for them.
Yeah, they're just churning out ranking points at the moment, which is the big difficulty for a lot of these teams. It sort of feels like STE, A7, 2 heavily armoured guardsmen holding on to that 3rd place spot. Just don't know how it's going to be possible to catch these teams up. I say that, it's only day 1, so things can still change, but I just do feel like the consistency is going to keep coming through. STE, Nerzed has to send away. Not likely they'll get away from that one, though, and I think that's their final player now out in 5th place. But like you say, that's good points. That's good points still been accrued.
That's what matters at the minute, especially with a big buffer they built themselves. They're allowed to let the odd chicken dinner fall through the fingertips here and there. Already having 2 under the belt, the belly's definitely going to be full at the minute. But now it's up to the squads that are hungry. Alpha 7 famished off the back of what happened into the previous game. Probably somewhat frustrated at the mistakes made in the 2v2s. They want to secure a win on this one, but it is just 2 players. Being able to find it over the finish line will be a tall task, especially with both Evos and Reject having a lot more manpower to work with. A bit of a slower affair then from this one. Mistakes on this blank are going to be costly. Not too much map geometry to work with. All goes down to your util and your communications on your peaks.
I mean, Malise Esports, for 2 players, 17 nades is a massive amount they've still got remaining. So if they can get themselves towards the end game, towards that Zone 9, they can unleash an absolute hellstorm over towards some of these teams. They've got no smokes, though, and that's going to make their rotate up the hill very, very difficult. So they need to be ideally putting these nades out now, make the best use of them. Lewis already pulls one out the pocket. Doesn't send it yet, though. Evos have the circle. And again, for this Indonesian team, they've come along leaps and bounds over in their region. Looking much more like a unit as Lewis is fully unloaded on by the guys on Reject. Regiocio finds the last player from Lee's Esports. They make it up to a top 3.
Pushing further into the placements on this one. So what you needed, at least being able to close things down before they got out of hand. It looked like it was going to be a bit risky with some of the shots that were coming back towards them, but they piece it together, although it's not going to end there. Still just eating bullets again. Misery really living up to his name as he loves company. In this situation, it will be the Rejects that are forced to hang out with him. Bullet after bullet putting them in. Alpha 7 as well, suffering as they're gone for good. We get left with the final 2 squads that are duking it out for this one. Evos, they've looked confident, Blank, but can they close it?
They need to get it done now. Ragey, the rest of his team on Reject can't get too high up this hill, and at the moment, honestly, Evos is just holding them back marvelously. Misery goes down, though. There is another one from Sarah, flexing those guns earlier, now flexing it in-game, looking to take down a couple more players. This takes it up to a 2v3, 2v2 now. It's just Duello off in the distance. Has a nade, it could be dangerous.
Duello, he's got to win his duels on this one.
Ooh, what?
Oh, the flick back across is absolute insanity from Luxy. That wasn't lucky, that was skill, as the man makes a maneuver that would make you feel ill, dropping it down to just 1 man left. The Japanese side not able to keep the dream alive, as they will be rejected on the chicken dinner. It will be a pickup for Evos as they secure the chicken dinner.
That felt like a return to pass there from Luxy with that luxurious shot that came through from him off to the side. I don't even know how he spotted him there. I mean, he's wearing his glasses, so maybe that's how. But what a game from Evos. Really good control from up on that top side. And I think we haven't talked too much about this team so far. And again, it's a case that they've got a lot of subs on this side. They're bringing players in and out. You can see Zuxi coming into the room now to celebrate with his brother. But the thing is that this feels like a well-oiled team. And honestly, Zuxi and Luxy aren't even the main focal point of this team anymore either. Yes, they're playing way better, way more to the level that we expected from them in the past, but it's Misery and Redface. Redface with some really nice off angles, and Misery just with these long pot shots being seriously effective at causing some chaos and some serious pain off in the distance. It's nice to see.
You can see why they have so much confidence in being able to rotate around the roster in terms of the substitutes they have, right? Knowing that everyone that seems to be listed on this squad is there for a reason. They can fill those big boots, they're confident in different scenarios, and everyone was hitting some mean shots. That was really the key difference. Even in the instigated fight they had versus Mad Balls, it just felt like they were that much quicker to the draw, that much more sort of honed in on the play they're making, whereas Mad Balls seem to be fragmented between two minds of decision making. EVOS really showing their blank. I think individually, when it comes down to just hitting those shots, they're on the money. And that can win you some games, and it's proven it here.
Yeah, it was incredibly clean, honestly. But someone else is incredibly clean is Arcaster and Desk over on the side with Hot Jukes, Maxman, and Kalaris. We'll send it back over to them now.
Gracious Luxy popping off there. I mean, we just heard it and we saw it live. Those shots were insane. He busted out that AK and he couldn't miss here, Maxman.
Yeah, I mean, Luxy had some sick plays, and then Zuxi came in at the end, and a great high five to his bro.
Big play.
Great play there coming out from him. But what a position. I mean, we were talking about it, the Kalaris during this game, talking about their spot. Playing Crash Site and holding that 2-2 split, really zoning teams away from the southern edge makes that transition later on so good. But if I have to highlight one play in particular that really stood out to me, despite the eliminations of Luxy this match, it really has to be Redface. He was keeping Stalwart at bay.
Yes.
He was making sure they could keep even more pressure applied onto Reject. The entirety of that late game, he was making sure that game was in the bag.
Yeah, it's a super defendable location that they identified super early in this game, which is very important, as you say. I mean, even if you want to push it and try and get into nade range, which you need usually a lot of utility to dislodge someone from there, you're still putting yourself in an extremely vulnerable spot anyway. So nobody really wants to breach into the space that they control here. So PMGC Evo being able to take 20 points away, it's a very deserved one here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, it's something that we've been needing to see from these boys here. That's going to do huge for their confidence, right? Being able to get a chicken dinner, especially here in day one, they have got to be pumped up. Alpha 7 continue to put points on the board with a nice little baker's dozen right there. And it's good to see Reject get some points as well, Kalars.
Yeah, not bad. Obviously, they kind of hold that record that we were mentioning before with the 20 limbs, but to what you said in the prior here with Alpha 7, once again looking unbelievable, holding down that west side and being able to take on all comers, all contenders. Alpha 7, you mentioned it at the top of the show, they want the world championship. Fourth place isn't enough, fifth place isn't enough, third place isn't enough. They want number one.
It's tied.
Damn.
Oh my word, a tie, and that's without chicken dinners actually, which is even more impressive. The fact that they bank in on the elimination so heavily. Alpha 7, I don't know how you guys feel in particular about it, but I did feel like in the championship they were like a kind of stop and go team. They would stop in positions, keep rotating, and be a bit slow off the back of this. I have not really seen that today so far. Like, it seemed like they find a good position, they gun it for that spot, and they just hold it down so efficiently. Sure, they can't quite lock down the win, but when it comes to being quick on the pivot and holding down those forts, Alpha 7 have just had an amazing start here this tournament. Wow.
So good. I mean, it's so crazy to see their IQ as well. I mean, just think about the last game when we saw them in that nice little split on the south side of that last, I think it was zone number 6, and they were working almost together there with AE as well. You know, they decided, hey, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and hold this side of the map. You know, we're not going to go ahead and fight you until we have to. And, you know, that's why we saw them just dominate there with Alter Ego Colors.
The scary and worrying thing about results like that so far for the rest of the lobby is it is only a matter of time before Alpha 7 converts to chicken dinner with that kind of power. That being said, I mean, when we look at the top 3 right now, I mean, we were saying it in the back, right? I wouldn't mind it at all if our top 3 by the end of this is Stalwart, Alpha 7, and Alter Ego, who is a little bit behind, of course, but that's because the other 2 have just shone so brightly. But the 2 at the top have looked unbelievable here in our first 4 games.
36 eliminations on the side of Alpha 7. That's ridiculous, you know, and teams are going to have to catch up quick, and they're going to have to move quickly. And one team in particular, Max, that you were really happy with on that rotation was Melise.
Yeah, I'm so stoked because they actually reached a really far point in this match, and they were one of the teams that drop in the southern edge of the map, in the southern hemisphere, and they just go for that wide rotate before phase 1 even begins to close. Hot Juke, they're already on that move, knowing it's a very similar circle to the previous game. Because of the plane path, not many teams are going to be in that location, so if we just gun north right away, it's insane. I was like, oh cool, they're going for Everest. Oh wait, no, they're going to Cube. Oh, wait, they're going to shooting right, like on phase 1 circle, and it's not even begin to close. It's such a massive gamble, but ended up paying off so heavily, and that's some good points that Melise desperately needed at the start of the day.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of fast, right? Of course, we got to talk about the official smartphone of PMGC here, the Infinix GT10 Pro. It was created for professional esports players, and if you guys want to outplay everybody in PUBG Mobile, go check out that GT10 Pro. Wow, I mean, it's so crazy to see that now our Aaron Gales are finished today, Calaris. Now we're going to start heading into Miramar, and things are going to definitely start heating up.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think the inevitability of hot drops don't stop in Erangel as well, right? When we think about the potential of conflict. Now, of course, everyone's probably turning their attention to Picardo and how things go there with BRA and even Producer here, who just got themselves a great spot. But, you know, maybe El Pozo's a little bit hot as well. Hopefully not for Mad Bulls, because they're not doing so great just yet.
Well, hopefully they can start turning things up right here and right now. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
Oh man, okay, here we go, Blank. We've moved on from the Erangels, we get into the Miramars, the two treats, really, that are going to be squeezed in towards the end. I really hope it continues on. I'm on the same train as everyone else. We get more of these hot drops, it's going to be turning up the tempo.
I mean, it's a big map as well, so if we get more hot drops, you know that they're targeted. People are unhappy with other players in this lobby, and that's fair play. I like to see it, I respect it as well, but yeah, there should be so much space to play here on Miramar. We're going to see some more of those Mini 14s, some more of those DMRs. I know you like it, Jackie. So I'm excited for this matchup here. I'm excited for Miramar 2 to finish off the day. And can Alpha 7 and Stalwart stay on top? Probably, is the answer.
Yeah, probably. I think for Alpha 7 as well, man. It's crazy just how close in some of these games now they've come to actually, you know, getting the fork in the chicken and just not quite being able to secure it. Maybe they need longer utensils, Blank.
Yeah. Real long fork over there. I mean, that'd be nice. You know, I probably need something like that as well, because, you know, any white t-shirt I wear is just always covered in pasta by the time I'm finished with it. So yeah, me and Alpha 7 both, we need the long fork invented ASAP, please. But, you know, for them, I don't think they're too unhappy with how things have gone so far. They're getting over towards second places, third places. Like you say, they probably would want that chicken dinner, but a lot of their playstyle kind of leans into picking up a lot of eliminations on their way in and then getting a fairly decent amount of placement points off the back of it. So if that's the way you want to play, that's totally acceptable, and it's kept them caught up to a team like Stalwart, who currently has 2 chicken dinners already. You can see Mad Bulls over there really doing some serious prep on their side. I think they know that they need to get back into the game. Luckily for them, with that point sponge at the top between Stalwart and Alpha 7, there is opportunity to move up quite a bit in the standings at the moment.
There is. And I think even from where they were, off the back of that last outing on Erangel, it's a damn sight better, right? You're at least finding some eliminations, you're at least moving further up the rankings, and I think getting yourself more so at least into an area where you feel a little bit more confident. You know, it's not sort of sitting there thinking, okay, we're literally dead last, or, you know, we're 15th place. Okay, guys, maybe if we get out of the bottom 30 and I'll feel a little bit more warm. Now it's one where you're just thinking, okay, look, you know, take it for what it is. First 3 games out of the way. Last Erangel was a little bit better. 2 Miramars back to back now. Just give it your absolute all. Come out swinging. Be that, you know, off the back of confident plays where you're actually contending for a chicken dinner. Be that the idea that you're saying, obviously, with Alpha 7, where they've subscribed to the mentality of, look, if we're winning our tussles and we're being able to take fights all over the shop, basically just following as a bit of a war path of picking off lesser teams after they get stuck engaged through a fight, and that's working for you, do that. But they've got to do something, because that was the one problem. It felt like Gladiators as well as Mad Bulls, Blank, there was just no drive, you know, no gas in the tank. They're trying to turn the car on, but it's electric and they've not charged the battery.
Yeah, mate, and there's no charging station around either, apparently. So I think when they get home, it is going to be a case of reset, sleep, think about what you can do better here, try get towards that survival stage. I think after this initial day, I don't really see much changing too much at all for Gladiators. I think we're going to see the same kind of players going into these last 2 games. Maybe when we go over towards a bit more of a DMR meta, a bit more of a long rotate, a bit more macro focused on Miramar, maybe some of these EU teams can pick it up just a little bit. But it remains to be seen, because Stalwart is very consistent. Alpha 7 have done very well on Miramar in the past as well. So I'm super curious to see what does occur on these final 2 matches. But I think the main takeaway from this is that on this first day, the overall rankings aren't as bad as they seem. Nothing has quite set yet on the concrete side of things, right? You know, DX 9th place, 21 points. That's a chicken dinner. That's all it is. You're looking at 5th place, 27 points. That's a chicken dinner, 17 elims. Also, very doable, not as easy here in PMGC, but we're talking if you had 0 points down in 16th place, one massive game would jump you to 5th place after the end of this match. So I think some of these teams need to realize that going forward, that it's not as bad as it seems.
No, it can still be remedied. It can still be resolved. You just rather get that ball rolling in day 1 rather than waiting till you're laying in the hotel bed all night thinking about it, wondering
crying.
What could have been, right? What could have been. But I tell you what will be, as we start to kick off another game here, moving into another battleground, this time switching things up as we move into our first of 2 Miramars. Back to back, bit of a change of scenery, change of play style, and potentially a change of the teams that will go head to head in the hot drops. A lot of storylines that will be developing over the course of this one, so let's ease into it.
Over from that southwest side up towards the northeast, and yeah, we'll see where these teams do end up dropping. Is there any hot drops to be seen here? Second to last game to play today. So for some of these teams, I think for them it feels like, God, we're finally getting towards the end of what has been a hellish day for us. Let's just finish it out as strong as possible, get some more points on the board, reset coming to tomorrow. Stalwart on A7 on the other hand, they want to maintain this momentum as long as possible today, whilst they're feeling hot, whilst they're feeling warm, and try and get as many points as possible to create that buffer for themselves, which honestly has already started to appear for both these teams.
Oh, it really has. The difference we're seeing already is huge for you. You know, even if you had a bit of a slow start first game tomorrow, you can think about it, compartmentalize it and say, well, we racked up a lot of points yesterday with the plays. Let's now ease back into it. There's a lot for the mental game. Makes your life a little bit easier. And that's one of the factors that can do a lot of damage to you in a game like PUBG Mobile. If you can't keep your head clean, keep the bad thoughts out in terms of downplaying your own achievements, it makes it so much harder to come out swinging into day 2, into day 3. The more and more it compounds, knowing how much those points matter and knowing you've got less and less chances to secure them. But overall, a little bit cleaner on the drops, at least to a degree.
Yeah, but it's Alpha 7 and Mad Bulls all both dropping over towards here in El Pozo. And again, we've already seen today that Mad Bulls has just not dealt with these hot drops the way that they would have liked. Honestly, I don't think Mad Bulls are a bad hot drop team. I just think they get too caught up in the commotion. They lose players in the process when it might have been best just to split the loot evenly and then just leave with all 4 players still intact, right? So I think for Mad Bulls, this is very doable. They feel a little bit more confident after that last match, after holding on in what was a pretty difficult situation, a pretty difficult side of the circle as well. So this might be a good chance for them to carry things forward and not get too involved in this engagement between them as well as Alpha 7 in the future. In the meantime, we've got towards the central side. It's Stalwart in Hacienda del Patron, just the north edge of Power Grid. Next to them is Loops, but a great place to start for Stalwart.
And that sentence could probably end there. You know, Stalwart themselves have just been great over the course of the day. So if they're feeling confident with their drop early, ease into it, grinning, they're probably going to have a good run of things. For Bra, this is probably the nicest start to a game they've had all day. This is one of the few times where they haven't had to just duke it out from the minute the starting pistol goes off, right? Them versus DX became a very obvious clash of confidence again and again, basically ending, I think, in a final scoreline of 2-1. But there were no real winners for the most part. Brad definitely coming out on the worst side of it with some of the plays that were made in the Battle of Pachinki that went on back over on Erangel. At least here you get a moment to ease in, breathe that fresh, sandy air, and fill your lungs with a day of games.
For them, this is nice. They have been pretty overzealous with it, right? They take Pachinki, central place of the map. They take Picardo, central place of the map. It is slightly greedy in that sense, and I think that if you have Picardo to yourself, maybe you can think about giving up Pachinki and Erangel. But I do also see the side of it that you play 3 Erangels every day as opposed to just 2 Miramars. So for Bra, it's kind of a case of, look, that Pachinki slot is actually so important to us. But today, really, nothing's been resolved over in that spot. If it's been a case of 3 for 3 on the side of Bra Esport, if I was DX, I'd just go home. I'd send somewhere else. DX have gone 3 for 3. Bra Esport, I think they still would have gone there, which is the real issue from this team, is that they are just massively pushing this narrative of that they belong in Pachinki. I think at some point you just got to think to yourself whether it's worth it or not. And I think we will see that tomorrow. If something doesn't change, I'm not going to be too happy about Bra's performance, because I really thought that they would be shooting up the rankings. Currently, only 6 points.
Yeah, it's just rough, man, right? Because obviously we kind of, laid out the story on the second Erangel, where you saw that even when they were able to win control of Pachinki, it took far too much time because DX were willing to just play defensive angles that you have nothing to work with. You're not walking away with an opportunity to have 4 limbs, maybe get a high placement out of it, keep the good times rolling. You're limping out of there with a fewer limbs under the belt and not much to show for it. And you can't do that, 2 days running, especially blank. You just can't do it. It's not worth the risk for the amount of points choreographed over the amount of days of play you actually have for this group. And like we said, right, this is one of our more competitive groups in terms of all of the teams here. Realistically, some slightly more than others can definitely take chicken dinners on any given day. So to throw away those opportunities when they're given to you is not worth it. But we'll come back to that. We'll see what it looks like tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe with the downtime, they'll be able to change face. You can see already a lot of the footnotes are being pulled out for different teams. We saw with Mad Balls, very drilled in terms of going over what they know, reviewing the facts with coach. Mr. BTR was pulling out all the info, and they were going through those sheets upon sheets of anti-strats, it felt like. So maybe that will be enough of a game changer for a team like Mad Balls. Maybe that's something we'll see in the downtime between tomorrow and when the games kick off again, if there is adjustments. Because being balls that are just clashing head-to-head with the horns over and over again, it feels like in this sort of situation, it's a bit frivolous, right? It's a little bit silly this late into a competition.
I did enjoy the fact that when they pulled out those notes for Mad Balls, it was literally just reams upon reams of paper. I don't know how they even get through it all in the 7 minutes that they had between each match, but I at least respect that there's some serious note-taking going on the side for the Mad Balls. And they do look like they're here to really put on a big performance. Obviously only 15 points now, easily remedied in this game. Currently on the western side as Falcons approach them. They're coming up from La Driera and Valle de Mar at the moment, with our circle kind of centering over towards water treatment. So a lot of different positions this could end up, and I think a lot of them, most teams would be happy to see at this point in time.
Okay, so Bra here having a little bit of the lay of the land. They've spotted some commotion from a few of the Evos players and at least caught wind of them. Aren't over-egging the pudding, though, in terms of the spacing. Playing inside the compound, keeping their noses clean to a degree. Few bullets going to be spat towards them from Misery as he peeks up from the ledge and inflicts a little bit of damage. So they do scuttle further back, turtle up a bit and play on the compound that they've got. And this is a bit of a split that you've got to work with for Evos as well. Basically a 2-1 in terms of the angles they're watching towards the compound.
Yeah, I think for Evos, they're actually pretty used to moving through this area with relative ease, honestly, because a lot of times we see them over towards the eastern side of the map, passing through El Azahar. So for Evos, this is a bit of a change of pace for them coming from their region. They've got teams behind that they need to worry about, and this is a lot of times what most teams make a mistake of when you do play this spot, is that, yes, you want to push through this chokehold, which is up towards this north side of them, but you've also got to be very concerned about teams coming out from Puerto Paraíso, coming out from Los Leones, and over towards Minas Generales. So I think for a lot of these teams, there comes a point where you just have to shake hands and realize, look, we need to move to a better position. We can both just make our way forward and call this quits for now, at least.
Don't tunnel vision too much in a situation like this, because you can see already everyone's got their eyes on the prize, which is getting yourself into center zone as quick as possible and playing with space that you're going to be happy with. So everyone's on the move. Straight looking like Mad Max at this point as the convoys are on the road. You've got the setup here again from Reject Tokyo, catching a whiff for the drive-by as DX will give them a little bit of info. They've spotted them on the way in, fire off warning shots, but that seems to be all they are. The Quest, though, it's not been a warning, it's just an engagement. They're taking shots from Alter Ego. 2 connections, it seems there. Tiamba as well on the hill. Just looking to just bullet down range on this one. And not really having too much contest back from it, relatively unscathed in the encounter and just able to cause a little bit of commotion and weave their way around, potentially chasing down here. You've got good high ground as well, so they're aware of the situation in terms of the spacing. Shopper fired a single bullet back there, it looked like, as at least they will be able to get a bit more of a read on this.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot for Tiamba, but they have to leave at some point, right? At the moment, this is sort of just gaining information, giving themselves a nice position to play with going forward, but eventually they will have to slide on in towards a circle, just taking a shot at a couple of these players roaming through. On the other hand, this Alter Ego has been signing a lot of boxing contracts over towards the central side of the circle, taking shots to lots of teams and flushing players in the process, so not bad at all. One of the players is very low, though. Will have to be brought back up to full HP sooner or later. You can see that's Fnatic, who's been the one taking a few pot shots over towards Loops, as well as I believe it was Quest, as Al-Haji got taken down. Their best player, mind you.
He's been looking all right coming into today's games. You know, we've really seen him kind of being the opener for the team into a lot of those fights where he takes quite confident engagements and did do a good job of finding the odd elim here and there. So struggling to have him alive into this one might make it even harder for Quest. Quest have felt like consistently, though, in terms of the team play, they've been really unlucky in terms of some of the rotates. They've been leaving themselves in positions where you don't have a clear path ahead of you, and you do have to fight tooth and nail to get much out of it. So it's been a bit unlucky for them, especially here, down to a triple threat already. We'll see what they can do. It's only a couple points between 6th and 4th place at the minute. The difference of 2 points between Evos and Quest with the placements we've seen from either side.
Yeah, proper grim march coming through for the guys on Quest. Absolutely agree with you 100% there. It's like just not a good time for them whatsoever. The map's gone wrong. It looked like it was only 2 miles. Turns out it was 10 on most of their rotations. They're just feeling tired and sore by the end of it. Gladiators, on the other hand, up towards that northern edge, start to move down towards Quest position. They're still on the outside of the circle as it heads over towards that western side, looking at San Martin, Hacienda del Patron too. So a lot of buildings in this area, in fact. So kind of less of this gameplay we see on Miramar, where it's very open, a lot of ridges, a lot of little defiles that are set up with vehicles as well. But this is a bit more of those urban finishes, playing around the buildings, playing around these wall sets. But getting in here is a difficult part because there is still a lot of those ridges, those horrible hills that you've got to get through. So you need those vehicles to move on over, set yourself in a position where you can just inject inwards towards a good position in the circle. Right now, Falcons feeling fairly happy with their spot, leaving it to get through towards that east side. It'll be pretty restrictive though.
Loops again here as well, finding opportunities to strike at the right moments. A bit of damage being established across. They're actually really hard committing onto this one, even finding shots up on towards Stour as Action takes a hit from the side. So Loops coming alive again. They have thrived whenever it goes into aggressive situations. You can see they're very confident in their individual gun skill and a lot of the quick decision-making sort of plays. Very confident to hit their marks. And it's paid off now and then for them. It's just about trying to get it a little bit deeper in terms of the placement, see if they can thrust themselves a bit further up the standings. Rotates for a few of the teams coming in now as well, but you're breathing down each other's necks. You can see here with a compound control that's set up with the 2 buildings, barrages towards the back line, man. There's a lot on the line on this one.
Cardozen actually just almost fell. And if he went down on the rooftops there, it might give it a big opportunity for Tiamba to maybe move a little bit further forward. Instead, they just take this long house. They're going to play around it, see if they can get some pot shots over towards loops. But with a position over towards Hacienda, you can play a lot of those rooftops. You can play a lot of these walls as well. Makes it difficult to get in towards you. The real difficulty is when you start to get a lot of teams in this location. There's only so many spots you can hold down. There's only so many of these rooftops you can play as well without being spotted out by maybe a different angle. So we'll see if the circle does move further over towards that eastern side. I haven't seen a Hacienda del Patron finish in some time, and I'd be pleased to see it here. Mad Bulls did lose a player though, Jackie, to Gladiators no less, over on this northwest edge as they've slowly trundled around trying to find some kind of position in the circle where there is maybe just a little crevice to squeeze on through.
It's a scary thing for me as well, because I feel like for both of those sides, we know they've got pedigree even, for the games that we've seen them play over the regular season, Blank. But at the minute, coming into making quick decisions and having the confidence to back it up, it feels like it's not there. And I just don't quite get it as well. For Mad Bulls especially, a lot of the time, even in situations where you can see they're in a spot where they've got control, when they actually have bullets, they should be able to do a nice amount of damage. But it's not quite as quick as you used to. It's not as snappy. And a lot of our other squads we're seeing from other regions here are just being able to thrive in the awkward combat where they have to go for a rapid crash, where they have to go for a quick adjustment. You're fighting on bad map geometry. You don't have many nades, but they still look confident. They still look willing to make those over rotates, those risky plays. For Mad Bulls, it almost feels like they back themselves into a corner, giving way too much respect that isn't going both ways. Here, at least they get into more of a fight that they're a little bit more familiar with as they go up versus the Gladiators. The clash is coming out as they're pounding their chests inside of the building. Battle back goes to either side as they're losing numbers across the board, and this might just cripple both of the squads on the outcome of this one. Nades being thrown, but the pin isn't going to be enough to stop Zerich as he unloads, and he does stop Gladiators in their tracks. So they survive this clash, but even then, you're still going to have to rebuild, re-get that health into a position where you can actually work off the back of it and fight down numbers with a triple threat squad.
Mate, going up a 3v4 versus the Gladiators, not easy at the end of the day for the Mad Bulls. And well played to him, but yeah, just lukewarm on that push coming through from the Gladiators, absolutely. The speed at which they took that fight as well with the Gladiators gave them so much time to reassess the scenario that they were in, because Alpha 7 looked dangerously close to going for a third party in that situation. But clean pickups from Zerich, as always, on the flank. Just ruins the day from Gladiators. And again, it reads back into what you were saying before, Jackie, about the speed at which these teams switch gears. And they had that knockover towards Mad Bulls. And there just seems to be a bit of a communication error coming through over towards Gladiators, because the amount of time it took for them to just go, let's push that. They'd already got the res. Someone needs to call, we have to push now. You push in whilst the res is still going off. You're into a 4v2, way more manageable to deal with. But if it takes you that long to decide you're going to push a compound, don't push the compound.
It's weird, man. It's one of those where almost you sort of call it the old boy effect, where it feels like sometimes you just need one guy in the squad that is just giving it the big one, giving it some welly and saying, look, we need to dive on this. We need to commit to this. And at the minute, that killer instinct, it feels like it's lacking. It really does. Whereas a lot of our other squads, they're proving that in every single battle they're going into. The posturing looks like they're ready to pounce at any given moment. It's very aggressive, but it's smart decision making. It's a worrying sign. I know it's day one. I know it's still early doors for the group overall, but it's something that you have to fix over the course of these games, and it doesn't feel like it's changed. From game one to where we are now, Mad Bulls out with 3 limbs. That's all you get. It's still a little bit better than the tiny pieces of pie they were squirreling away with the first games, but we are in game 4. We are in a risky predicament now. It's the 5th game of the day even as well, so it's so much harder for you to accumulate those points. And as the battle continues, you're looking at DX trying to survive the all-out clash they've been thrown into. Bra Esports just swooping down and putting bullet straight into them. Falcons with a rotate, looking to try and get out of there as well, playing up close and personal. 1 DBS versus 4 men. Yeah, we've seen this work sometimes, but you've really got to make misplays to give him a chance to survive on it. Tucks into the corner, dipping from the nade, dive round on the peak, trying to draw his crosshair off the angle, and they just overwhelm him.
There's 3 players jumping up and down behind the wooden wall, just spraying. I don't think anyone survives that situation. So I had to hit that first initial shot to even have a chance there. But happy days for DX. They get in. I'm pleased with that one. PMGC Evos over towards that eastern side. Do take a knock from Alter Ego, who just picked up a pretty open compound off on the eastern side. But it is looking sort of like a Hacienda del Patron finish, and Loops is chuffed to bits about this one. Practically no one playing on this northern edge either over the Malise esports, so they're comfortably just laying down the law on this south side, pulling out the revolver, holding people back. It's great news to see. BRA still struggling to push their way through, but this is interesting. Evos taking the fight to Alter Ego.
Okay, a battle of 2 squads that have had some big plays today. Let's see how far they can take it. And actually now onto Stalwart as well, as it seems like attention is split into 2 different directions for that one, as there will be a bit of a tag across. Zuxi firing bullets down range as well, seeing if they can tag up on, well, knowing they're close in the smoke. Luxy, he's got nades to play with. Dash is one close, little bit of HP, wiped off for Rosemary. He's got smoke still surrounding him, but he begins to back off. Tries to get out of there, at least for now. But actually, it's another third party entering into this one. So any chance of changing your direction, turning tail and ducking out of there gets a whole lot harder. And they're very fragmented. Look at Origo's positions now. Basically playing all individual spots with not much map geometry to give them any cover for a rotate.
There's a nice molly coming through from Luxy as well. Forces Rosemary off that position. He gets picked up as he tries to retreat. Alpha 7, Senab less remaining. And it really does feel like Stalwart too big to handle here for Alpha 7. They push in, and this is 2 for 2 now. Alpha 7 versus Stalwart just getting ripped to pieces. That is sad to see. You just cannot deal with a Mongolian massive over on Stalwart so far. Zia tries to get out with their team. It is Ursu's down, RNJ and Shop are still alive, trying to deal with the team of Aegon I8, who is quite literally trying to crawl away from this one.
It feels like Stalwart just never miss a nade. When it matters so much, they hit them every time. Molly's prime position, grenades right on your lips. They just do not stop, man. And even the gun skill. Some of these situations, we've seen them making some real big plays. Good understanding of where they could be pushed from at a spot like this as well. A little bit of map control for them to work with in terms of the spacing between the other sides. Quest way off towards the backside there. You've got the big clash with the close grouping of a magnitude of teams as well, all up against one another. Remember, this fight started with Alter Ego taking on Evos. Since then, everyone's been taking a jab at each other.
Again, it's only going to get harder now with the circle moving further towards that north side. And all that sanctuary that can be found on the south edge of Hacienda del Patron, it's just gone. And it's only really Loops who's going to be reaping the benefits off the back of that, just holding teams out. So DX, Tiamba, Bra, as well as PMGC Evos are all going to struggle going forward. Down to 2 players as well at Evos, still trying to deal with the remaining members from Alter Ego as they were pushed back time and time again. It's Zuxi and Misery to try and finish this one out. No util remaining, just a Molotov here for Zuxi.
Really limited on that utility that can be a bit of a backbone for them. Again though, finding pickups and really taking it to new heights when it comes to eliminations, as they've already racked up 8 in this one. It's Stalwart. As the Mongolia Mandem, they are winning every fight they're thrown into. It's insane how confident they look into a lot of these. And you can see the distance they're taking it to other teams from as well. They feel like they've got breathing room, so they're just putting bullets down range, softening up everyone, making everyone's lives a little bit more awkward here. For Zuxi, he's the human embodiment of that. There is nothing more rough than this situation. Nade after nade, he's being battled down upon. He's basically trapped on his last legs blank, probably hoping that this one ends soon.
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's likely an idea of try to get towards top 8, but looking more and more unlikely as he does huddle himself up into the shack. BRA getting taken down by DX. Damn, that's gotta hurt, man. That's a stinger right there. Not only over on Erangel are they dealing with you, over here on Miramar, you don't even drop close to them. They're still hampering you down. And I think as soon as they tried to paint a target on the back of DX, it was all over from there. Vendetta was formed from this team.
And you're so right. Those are the sort of plays that get to you. Even if you think you've got a strong mental game as a squad, they get under your skin. Especially when we run it all back tomorrow and they've got to go head to head. If there's a hot drop in play between those two, it is going to get nasty. The brass knuckles will be being pulled out, but right now the punches are still being thrown all around. It's also nades that are being dashed, explosions all over the gaff, trying to close the distance here. High ground control for Loops. They want to close the spacing on this one though. Look at the confidence for the push up, playing on the edge of the smoke, the lip there with the Molotovs to support, nades on top of it. None of these quite connecting onto the Loops players, so they're still able to hold, whereas the situation is getting worse the longer it goes on for Tiamba.
Yeah, some of these nades have been somewhat on target here. It's another good one coming through from Cheap, but majority of the util's gone at the moment. QZZ still taking some decent shots, but not enough. That's going to be a massive nade. Puts them down, out of the light, just like that. And now Loops, this is where things start to count a whole lot, because they've held on to Hacienda del Padron for a while and just been waiting for the ruckus to start coming through to deal with a lot of these teams. In the meantime, though, DX has played a marvelous game. They slowly encroach into Hacienda del Patron whilst they realize the guys from Loops are occupied on that eastern edge, and now they have control. This is fantastic.
Elimination leaders at the minute here as well, with 9 besting the total tally that Stalwart had of 8 at the minute over the course of our opening Miramar. Late into the day, but still giving it their all. Easy, lurking, waiting for a chance to strike. If they don't find him on this and give up a little bit too much space, encroaching down, using a vehicle as cover, he could wide swing on it, has a DBS to work with as well. Here comes the peak. First contact works well. Double pump into him. Hard committing for the first onto the knock player rather than prioritating tops. Gonna swing again. Tries to get it done. Low HP, but still punishing Blank. He's ruining their lives at this point, especially with the amount of damage done on the end of that one. Oh, that's gonna be painful.
Mate, problematic coming through from Easy. He really waited for his moment there, and I just don't think the guys from Stalwart were ready for it. Maybe because they're all holding Mini 14s in hand. Looks like that's the case. DMR's a claw. So realistically, they had nothing to deal with him when they got close quarters like that. They do switch out as the DBS now just because it's going to be more essential for them in this late game than a DMR when they know it's pretty open ground ahead of them. Really smart stuff. Nerzed, though, again, nades over the top towards DX, who I think have had a really good shot in this match, a really good run. But Stalwart, is it a question of whether they can win this game now? Because I think it's pretty significant if they can.
It would be unbelievable, especially from kind of the sheer back and forth we've seen, where it feels like they're riding the high and then suddenly brought back down to earth. For Nerzed to come off the back of his team nearly being completely severed in half by a DBS, to reinstigating the fight, getting good contact into a knock onto another squad ahead of him, and that's DX no doubt as well, who have been proving how good they can be into this one. It's crazy that he's able to slip straight back into flow state, go back into playing point man, and keeping the pressure on. He's doing so much for creating space. It feels like he's 2 players in one, Blank, just with how much map control he commands.
He's got 2 faces, this lad, you know. He's playing all the cards at the moment. If STE do win this game, though, it is a winner chicken dinner record on the day for PMGC, broken in the first bloody day. It's insanity. And right now, it's looking more and more likely that Stalwart can pull this off.
The history is in their hands at the minute. Just don't fumble the bag. Don't make a misplay. Nerzed, he's been giving it his all, man, with some of the maneuvers, but it's not just him. Like we've been saying, this squad has so much talent. Right now, Loops are just playing into them, Blank. They look scared. They're trapped in a box like a moth in a bathtub. They can't find their way out, and they are just being decimated. Bullets downrange again and again. The Mongolian side keeping the dream of a third chicken dinner alive on this one, as they are showing up on Miramar.
This is ridiculous so far. Mate, just the fact that like Nerzed go deal with the guys over towards DX. You just deal with that. You go for the 1v3. Tops will go for the 1v3 over towards Loot. And Icy will deal with Malice Esports. They're single-handedly, each player, taking down one team one at a time. This does not happen ever in PMGC.
This is incredible. The fact that this is happening right now, right here in front of us, everyone on land sitting in awe, feeling the sheer level of lethality that is being shown by Stalwart. It's like you're saying, one man's all it takes. One divided between the three squads that were alive, and they're holding down the line, hitting pot shots from a distance, picking themselves back up from what felt like a misplay. When they got swung on up close with the DBS, it felt like the goodnight kiss, but instead they're still in it to win it on this one. Now closing the gap. You can see the rotate coming in. Low HP on some of the players. The nade game dwindling down to an all-time low, but Smoke's there. Stalwart have time to play with on this one. They can make it uncomfortable for the remaining squads. They've got numbers, Blank, and if they continue to hit shots like they have been, they could write the history books here.
It's the Disciples in DX and Malice Esports trapped in a room with a Grandmaster so far as Icy looks to finish off the remaining members from Malice. His target, his assassination coming through here over towards his team. Kisyu goes around the side and Icy still playing him for a fool at the moment. Peeks out, good shots, a lot of damage done. Might go down here but needs to at least take down CEO later. Finds one, gonna continue to go here, Jackie.
How on earth has he been able to outplay them in a situation like this? They had the timing on the spacing. When he went for the first shot with the AR, you should have been able to swing onto him. Instead, he strikes with the DBS from a distance, throws him into this position where Nurzed, the hero, the man of the moment, wants to close in the gap with a DBS. Buckshot goes out, shuts it down, and closes things. History in the making for Stalwart. They can celebrate that one as they deserve it. A third chicken dinner on the day. Tremendous plays, Blank.
This team takes no chances either, and right now it feels like there's no chance for any other team in the lobby to take this first place spot. Even that end game there, did you see that Nurzed, the cheeky look away? Because his teammate threw a stun grenade. The poor lad was completely blind on Levi's. This is unbelievable play. It is to a textbook, and again, you got to appreciate the discipline from this team. Coach comes in, tells them all to calm it down. Let's just keep this momentum running. Let's just get our PMGC placement secured right now. I love this so much from this team. A true professional squad.
They really are embodying it. You can see right now they are drilled coming into the event. They look like a team, and that does so much for you. The way that they're being told to slow it down, the way they're being told to hone back in, because you would have your minds blown. Look at the damage. Look at the eliminations. Look at the fact that it's 3 chicken dinners already on the space of the opening day, Blank. Mandem's dropping bullets all over the shop. This is like 4k damage between them. 2k damage just on top alone. We were highlighting Nurzed. We were highlighting your boy Icy. Top man is on top.
This is insane, 2k damage. You never see this. This is what happens when each team is a squad into themselves. A record broken on this game for winner chicken dinners, and a whole lobby emotionally broken too.
Absolute insanity. That's one for the history books, and I don't even know if it's going to stop there. I might be getting ahead of myself, but honestly, watching Stalwart approach these games, watching them individually, Blank, it's that moment where we saw them fragment into a 3-pronged attack. They're handling one squad each. Like you said, even in that instant, this does not happen, but they made it happen.
It is some crazy stuff coming through at the moment. We thought this would be the group of death, and it certainly is for a lot of these teams, but not Stalwart. These guys are like the Reaper, Jackie. It is unbelievable. We're going to send this one back over to the desk right now, because they're going to break down something insane, and I don't know how to.
Woo! Feast your eyes, folks, on PUBG Mobile history. A record that has been held for 3 years. It previously was an 8-way tie. 2 chicken dinners in a day on the biggest stage has now been broken in the first day. Stalwart, I mean, and done in style. 18 eliminations? Are you kidding me, Cars?
I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. What do you say about this? The gunplay, the wherewithal, the awareness in general. I was speaking earlier on Erangel about it's not where you go, it's when you go. They understand, even on individual level, not just kind of as a team, like where to take as individuals to be able to hold out scenarios. Holding out the entirety of Hacienda here, as soon as they get rid of what is effectively Quest Max, they're just playing it perfectly. 3 on the day out of 5 is nuts. And 2,000 damage on top.
Insane.
I don't think we've ever seen it.
You do noise for over 1,000 damage. I don't know what you do to celebrate over 2,000 damage.
I can't do it.
It never happens. 18 eliminations on the game. Like, they have already, as you said already, Hot Jukes, made history here, beating a 3-year held down record between 8 teams, getting 3 wins on the day. And man, especially the amount of trust, and we were talking about this, Kalaris, during this game, the amount of trust and confidence you must have and the gusto you have to send Nazed to take care of all the teams trying to exit outside Hacienda. You're talking about D. Xavier, you're talking about Loops, and he just holds them down, giving them no opportunity to even have a glimmer of hope to leave that position, while Top is just dishing out the damage every single second of that match. I'm telling you, this is a team that's going to go already to Turkey. Okay, just give them the ticket, okay? They're going.
Do you want to hear my 2K noise, Hot Jukes? Do you want to hear it?
Let's go.
I had to censor it. It was important, all right? Like, that's how ridiculous we just went, and that was insane.
Wow.
Oh, wait. There you go.
Unreal.
There you go.
Yep.
You can do it too. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah. That's fantastic.
all around. 82 points so far, and we're not even done yet. That's crazy. And if it isn't even a bigger slap in the face of this lobby, they did it while taking out Alpha 7 early. So that lead just got even bigger.
With 0 chicken dinners to Alpha 7, still, like, respect to them, they're doing good, but, like, they just got wrecked this game. They lost that fight 4-0. They were not even given the slightest opportunity by Stalwart to have a chance to come back in that fight. They just got wrecked in a matter of, like, 10 to 15 seconds. That was such a quick fight. So, Stalwart, man, they've been doing better every single PMGC class when you look at their past results, right? And we were questioning again the roster, addition of Nazed and Icy. Man, I didn't think the team could get better looking back at last year. They just keep improving. Like, what the hell is happening with this team? They're great.
So yeah, you bring a point to them. Again, maybe we had a few question marks here and there about how they were going to incorporate in. But again, what it's coming back to in terms of that individual presence and wherewithal and how to position themselves and make the plays happen. Nuzhead and Icy have looked excellent in separate occasions. And then Top here has been enabled. That's a really important emphasis on that point. He's been enabled to just shoot at everything, and very clearly it translates here into 2,000 damage.
I want to highlight also a very small portion of that game. What was happened, very interesting, is Icy with Top, also the unsung heroes of that game, like in a really finishing moment, is that Icy was getting pushed up around the rock by Melise, and he understood, okay, I'm getting pushed by 2 separate angles. I'm going to take care of one of the players on the right. I'm not even going to check my backside because I know Top has got my back. He's going to clear that angle of Melise. And because of that, was not even threatened in the first place. So the communication and trust this team has is second to none. Like, they're just miles ahead in that sense.
It's unreal. I mean, he just used that right-hand priority, got that knock, and like you mentioned, he didn't even have to look back. No concern at all. And it's so crazy how they just dominate a lobby. I mean, we saw them, you know, just holding those angles, laying down, shooting at anything that moves, loops, right? I mean, they didn't have the opportunity to use any utility. They couldn't stand up at all. They just instantly got taken out. And even when they did, they got beamed through the smoke as well. Yeah. And, you know, speaking of smokes, they win that game with a ridiculous amount in their hand, Kalaris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of, actually, a big fan of seeing the utility at the very end of the game as well, right? Like, so as always, in late game scenarios, utility is king for the most part. It wasn't really here because they didn't really need to use a whole lot of it. They just had so much control anyway. But seeing those numbers, super important for us in the late game, and being able to kind of mull through that to see how it finishes up.
I don't want to send it to casters. I want to keep talking. Oh, okay, we've got to do it.
I know. Well, you know what, guys? Welcome to the Stalwart Show. We got one more for y'all. Let's take it to the casters.
It's been so exciting. I'm right there with you, lads. It was just one of those where, like, we kind of sat there after the game thinking, what have we just seen? Like, what is going on, man? This has been wild, Blank. From the start of the day, it's one thing. But where we are now going into the last battleground of the day, the second Miramar in a row, everything said and done up to this point,
nothing has seemed right. Nothing has seemed predictable. Everything that we thought might happen has gone out the window. It's just been carnage and confidence from so many squads that have been playing unbelievably well today.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting so far, and I think that you look at some of these boys in this group, and again, they're still performing fairly decently well, but still, Stalwart is just so wrong in this lobby. I feel like they should be in a lobby of their own, right? Or just get sent straight through the PMGC now. Give everybody else a chance, just a little bit, because with this points lead, it's going to make things so volatile towards that center side of the lobby, right? Third place, second place is going to be so up for grabs all the time. So your second and third place spots to go through to PMGC Grand Finals are never going to be consistent all the way until that end day if this carries on the way it is doing. And I'm scared for some of these teams, man, because it could be a real tearjerker if it's a case of a team in 11th place is like 1 point behind, or they were in 11th place for a long time and just get shunted out right at the end. It's a terrifying prospect for a lot of these teams, not only for the fact that Stalwart won't let them win, but also for that Stalwart is causing absolute carnage just in the overall standings.
That's the big part about it, right? Is that not only are they basically securing, on day one, we want to rack up enough points that we're confident the coast here at the top spot, that we know we can maintain this level of play, but we'll do everything we can to give us our biggest odds here on the first day. But then you look at other teams that are getting caught in the crossfire. Some good squads that are just getting eaten alive by them as they're going through to get those chicken dinners. The difference that, you could be coming top 3, top 2. Instead, you run into them on your warpath, you run into them close off the back of a drop blank, and suddenly you're thinking, really? Do we have to take on Stalwart? Oh, we're back to the lobby.
I mean, it's not even taking on Stalwart at this point in time. It's like, do we have to take on one player from Stalwart? Do we have to take on Nurse then? It is crazy. It's just disgusting behavior from this team. I can't wait to see what else they bring out. Pretty awkward playing path. We didn't get to talk too much about it, but this is very far down towards the south side. Makes heading up towards the northern edge a little bit more difficult. Luckily, the circle isn't too horrendous. Will force most teams to spread out along this northern edge. It's not going to get too claustrophobic on the south side of the map, at least. For Mad Bulls and Impala, Tiamba down to Puerto Paraíso. These are two decent positions to rotate out from. They get a lot of loot early on from these large settlements around the map. So happy days for them. See how far they can go, but I'm just not even looking at EU anymore. They're just not performing the way we want them to. 11th place for Mad Bulls, 13th place for Gladiators, 18 points, 11 points. Just not good enough. Right now, it's the Indonesian squad Alter Ego, Brazil from Alpha 7, as well as Stalwart coming through from Mongolia, are absolutely clapping the competition.
It's wild, man. It's so cool to see the sheer caliber of talent that we have spread across so many different regions, all culminating on LAN here now, with just everyone playing to their strengths. And that level of aggression, I think, is something we really hadn't seen. How quick the decision-making is, like they were saying on the desk as well, just the cleanness of the comms, being able to get that information across so quickly, but having full faith in your teammate that you can rely on their comms without even having to think about it. Just focus on your crosshair, focus on you, and then play off of their info. That's not something that comes easy. But with a lot of our teams here, we're seeing how drilled they are, how much faith they have in one another. And I think that's a big element of it, because you see sometimes teams that don't really look like teams playing. They look like a bunch of individuals playing together, and sure, they have talent, and sometimes they get them far enough. But here, you're seeing the teams playing amazing team PUBG, and that is the biggest backbone of it.
That's exactly what you're going to see a lot of the times anyway. Here's some teams for you on your screen. We'll get back to the match very shortly, but we thought we'd bring them up for you just in the meantime. Show you where they're playing, how they're doing. We do dim everything just a little bit, but I think it's going to come back to us for just a short while as we get a bit of a rehost going here. Don't worry about it. Won't take too long, I don't imagine. We're just going to get straight back into the game. But again, some of these teams so far are really struggling. Some teams are just absolutely not. But I think one team in particular that I do want to see a bit of a change from is Bra Esport. And I don't think it's going to happen today either, mate, because the way that DX have been playing, just completely humiliating them both on Erangel as well as Miramar. This is a true hurt to the soul. It really hurts the soul, I imagine.
Yeah, well, it's one of those, right? When you kind of poke the beehive one too many times, you're just going to keep on getting stung. And I think that's sort of what we resulted in, where they couldn't find a way to resolve that conflict other than keep on hot dropping and keep on scrapping till one of us gives up. But neither of them are going to give that up. You can see that by the body language already, right? DX are going to go for it every time. And when they're not on a map where they have to hot drop for control, if they find an opportunity to third party, or they find an opportunity to catch you off, catch any whiff of you near DX territory, they're going to run you down.
Yeah.
And you've basically caused the feud there between the two teams, which is really not going to help Bra Esports at this point, because at least DX squirreled away a couple of points. You can keep your feet off the ground a bit. For Bra, they never found any to begin with.
No, not at all. It kind of reminds me when I was hanging out at my mate's place when I was younger, and we found a bee's nest. I decided to hit it with a stick, and the bees forever hated me. That singular spot, I could never go there again. I was chased down, so I was the Bra to the bees DX. It was very, very bad. Pretty much of a depressing time for me overall, but I think this is the same thing for Bra Esports. It's going to continue mentally wise. They're going to have a big reset tomorrow. Maybe avoid DX entirely. Don't even go near their rotational pass because they hate him. They absolutely hate him. I think for some of these other teams in the lobby though, there is a few things that are occurring that I'm liking a lot. Is the fact that EVOS as well as Alter Ego performing quite well, and that's two teams coming through from Indonesia who are having a massive step up performance, which is great to see, because I think this region suffered a lot in the past where they just could not field a good roster, and it is very surprising, and I'm very impressed by it that they have now fielded two fantastic rosters coming into PMGC so far, who are doing quite well in a really difficult group.
Oh yeah, they're thriving with it, and I think that's the best thing you can take away from this as well, right? Is just how quickly the teams have adapted and kind of found a way to play their own play style versus that overlap of where you give teams too much respect. Because it's very easy to sit there and anti-strat and say, okay, we know how this team plays, we got to give them respect on the drop, we got to give them respect when we play against them. But the downside to that is you stop playing your own game. And that feels like the big ringer of the alarm bell in my mind for both Gladiators and Mapples, where they're not playing their own game. They're coming into this playing what they think is the correct counter to a lot of the regional differences they're going up against. Thing is though, Blank, they're not giving them the same time of day. They're sticking to their guns. They're playing the way they want to, and they're thriving with it. So something's got to change. But I think at this point, you're right in the sense that those adaptations, they're not going to happen today. They're not going to happen on your last game of Miramar. That's something you've got to talk about over the team dinner. Talk about once you're in the hotel room. Reset mentally for game one of tomorrow. Or face potentially leaving yourself in a situation where where's the time to climb the rankings going to come from?
Yeah, you're sort of fortunate actually. We do have 4 days, right, and 6 matches per day to get this done. In the past, you get 5 days, 5 matches, 3 days, which obviously is just one hell of a sprint, and that's the type of thing where like it doesn't even really feel fair to it. So this, it's still fast and it goes by real quick, but there's still a chance on that last day to bring things up. I think it's both a blessing and a curse. The Stalwart currently is taking all the points away from everyone in the lobby because there is more chance now to climb faster than ever before, but at the same time you could be easily caught up. If you could have a massive day tomorrow though, right, and dominate the lobby like Stalwart did, there's a chance that you also just secure yourself a really nice buffer between most of the other teams. But that would require, again, another big step up. And after seeing Stalwart hit 3 chicken dinners today, maybe a 4th here on our last Miramar, I just don't know how likely it is for a team to kind of match that or at least resemble it in some way.
Well, because it's all about stamina at that point as well, right? And it's something where it really does kind of prove, you see with Stalwart, the second they finish the game, celebrations, everyone's elated, but then instantly, like you've been pointing out, the coach comes over, it's a matter of simmer down. Mind's back in the game, right? That game's already won, you've had your celebration, you think about the next. You forget about the bad, you forget about the good, you reset, take it game by game. For some of these other squads, Blank, I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with the sheer longevity of the day, in and out, 6 games in a row, when you've got to compartmentalize. Oh, we didn't have the best first game. Oh, we've had a bit of a misplay there. It's a lot to think about, whereas you can see that the way that Stalwart are approaching it, it feels like they leave their emotions at the doorsteps and just keep playing like a professional team, which is a huge thing to do. It's a lot harder than it looks.
yeah, is some serious discipline coming through from them, right? Because you just want to pop off, right? You absolutely want to pop off every single time, but you just can't in that situation because you need to keep things on lock, and that's how you hit the 4th chicken dinner of the day. That's how it happens. So I'm really excited to see again another stalwart game. Mad props to the coach though. I feel like every time he comes in, he's constantly giving the team some really, really good help, some really good information, and keeping them fairly lively, but also in that flow state that you keep talking about.
It's a lot of respect as well, you can see, because with this much talent on that roster, sometimes listening to a coach's opinion, it can be one of those where people get a bit second-guessy, but as you can see, the Mongolians, a lot of respect for one another, always feeling like they're cleaning the comms, taking in everyone's information, everyone's listening, and they're switched on, Blank. And that stamina could be something they need. You keep that blood pressure low. You keep your heart rate low. You come back into this last game now with a set mindset, and we'll see how things go. Let's get into it then. Last game of the day as the play path comes in.
Absolutely. So let's see if Senator, the coach from Stalwart, can once again coach and manage this team to another successful game, or will someone else finally get a chance at that chicken dinner as we head into our final match of the day here on Miramar. A bit less of a nasty playing path as it heads up from the north side down towards the south, opening up a few more opportunities for some of these teams. Gladiators back up towards La Cobreria as opposed to heading down towards the south side of Los Leones, and Circle yet to pop yet.
And if you're just joining us, you have missed an incredible day of action here. Definitely one you're going to want to go and watch back on the VOD, because there's been history, there's been high octane plays, and there has been so much incredible momentum for some big name squads here. A lot of excitement on the line, and we get the treat of doing it one final time as we go back into our last Miramar. 6th game of the day for Group Green, dubbed the Group of Death for good reason. And me and Blank have the pleasure of bringing you all the action here. For Bra Esports as well, I imagine the pleasure is, Blank, there's no one nearby their drop.
I mean, it's a good thing, right? We need Top to calm down. We need Top to calm down, all right? Chill out just a little bit, all right? Take a breather. Let someone else have some action. Have a little bit of fun during these matches. We're starting things off here on board Reject. It's not been a horrible day for Reject overall. They're in 9th place right now, 25 points, easily in a position to ladder up towards a 4th or a 5th off the back of this one. And I think they've been quietly good, right? It's not been horrible from Reject. We've not had too many complaints. Yeah, their rotations haven't been super snappy. They're not always in the ideal spot inside the circle, but they fight for it, right? And they are at least somewhat giving it to some of these teams, making their way through dangerous areas, being able to navigate quite cleanly. So I think for Reject, I'm fairly happy with how today's gone for the Japanese team. I think a lot of it comes back to that mentality game, right, that we talked about earlier with Sarah just flexing his guns over in the player booth over there. They're just happy to be here. That's the main thing.
And that can help you a lot, man. With the fine margins that we're seeing, like we've been saying, where kind of, Stour is like the point vacuum that's just going, sucking them all in. You've got teams like them that can actually kind of build off the back of this. This is one where really you could see Reject Tokyo, if they have a couple more deep runs, a couple more late game finishes with some few eliminations squeezed in, they could do a lot to thrust themselves up the standings. This is the stat that we were talking about as well. A new record here for PUBG Mobile Global Championships, finally broken here in 2023 with 3 chicken dinners in one day going away of Stalwart. We're going to be bringing this up a lot, so I don't think you'll be forgetting this one anytime soon.
This is a type of record which is very hard to beat as well. And honestly, Stalwart could make it unbeatable by the end of the day if they get 4 chicken dinners. I think that has happened maybe once or twice in the entirety of the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So if Stalwart are able to get another chicken dinner here today, I think that they will remain the record holder for the remainder of the PUBG Mobile esports history, and that will be one to be writing in the history books and then just signing it off, because it's never going to change.
It's crazy, man. Absolutely insane how good they've been looking today. And that is in a lobby that is full of talent as well. We can't stress that enough. None of these have been easy games. You can see, pound for pound, every time we switch POVs, you see star-studded players of old and new on a good majority of our rosters here playing some really clinical PUBG Mobile. And that's why it has even more emphasis to it. DX on screens at the minute as well. They have been a cheeky side in terms of taking aggressive fights. At the minute, 3 points ahead of Quest, claiming 5th place in the overall standings. And they've been really scrappy into some of their games as well. The difference of some of the Pachinki fights maybe going a little bit better for them could have been an even bigger point lead.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something pretty big to bring up, right? You know, there was a couple of games where sort of DX had to scrap their game over on our angle because Bra just wouldn't let them play at the start of it. So I think for DX, you know, there could be a whole load more points for them. We're only really starting to see their actual potential properly here over in Miramar, where they've made some decent rotates, they've taken some good fights as well, and getting yourselves into those locations is usually just half of the battle a lot of times. So I think it's been fairly decent. It's nice to see DX Xavier. I think in the past, right, over in previous PMGCs, they benefited from a lot of circle look. I'm glad to say that doesn't seem to be the same thing anymore, and there's actually some really good players on this team who have been making some very good rotations. It feels like there's a lot of prep that's gone into this PMGC, and it means so much to them.
And it is nice seeing that glimpse into the team structure as well. Obviously, with online, it's one thing, you can speculate, but physically having the teams in front of us, being able to see that window into how they deal with the pressure, how they deal with anti-stratting, how they're able to communicate with one another, like we've been highlighting with the coaches, being able to be a bit more vocal, physically go in and calm players down, keep them all on one page and keep them zoned in. It's that extra level of competition which really adds the beauty to it, right? So many talented teams in an environment now where it's a clash of regions, a clash of play styles, and also just some big games on the line, knowing just what you're playing for here over the course of the next few weeks. It really is interesting to see how well some of the squads are thriving with the pressure and turning into diamonds, and how some of them in the past that have looked like absolute behemoths of the game are struggling to contend with it as well as they should.
Well, it's bad to see, right? I mean, I wanted to see Brad do well. I wanted to see Gladiators do well. And the best team in the world, Falcons, is just not having the time of it. Mad Bulls is really not having the best time of it either, over just getting knocked out time and time again on some awkward rotations. I think you put it well as well, Jackie, which is the case of, like, they're trying to play to this entire lobby, try to figure things out. But, mate, I think you just got to play your own game. Just really try and push through. In a 4-day format as well, you can't afford to be trying to make plans upon plans upon plans, as we saw with the goated ream of paper that was brought out for the Mad Bulls with their 1001 strats that they'd been employing. I think you burn it. You burn it and you just play the game.
I think you've got to, at this point, you've got to throw it out the window, right? Because it's one of those where it's one thing if you go into it with all the research and prep as background information to have in your mind, so you know, okay, based off this location, you know, yeah, I can react off this accordingly, not throw myself into a risky position. But over anti-stratting it, it takes so much out of you, because especially when those plays don't work off, it upsets some teams, right? You're thinking, oh, well, it's the coach's fault. If we didn't do this and we didn't anti-strat for this, I wouldn't have misplayed. So it really can kind of throw a spanner into the works. I think it's one of those where, especially, you know, opening day of games, after the scrims that you played, you kind of just want to take it as a bit of a Hail Mary, stick to your guns that you've played religiously over the course of the season, right? And don't change your play style too much, because no one else is giving you that respect.
Yeah, it's too much info, man. It's too much going on, right? Like, we don't have processor chips for brains, so we can't process that much information that quickly. And I think there is that trouble of overprep at the end of the day, and we can certainly see some teams doing that. That's easily remedied, like I said, with a bonfire and a couple of pieces of those paper, the strats, just straight on or out the window, as Jackie says, depends on how you are. Never want to see them again. So, again, it's a case of just getting rid of that and just playing your own game, going for a Hail Mary, see what works, what doesn't work, and then compound off the back of that. That's really where your analysts and coaches come into play that can work with you. You want your coaches and your analysts to realize, how can I help you play your best game? That is the main thing at the end of the day. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're not bashing on any coaches here at the PMGC because we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. What we are just saying is that it does feel like some of these teams have really tried to prepare for everything, like it was Doomsday. It's not. It's PMGC. It's meant to be fun.
Sometimes that can be all the difference you need, taking a little bit of pressure off yourself and being willing to take fights. Because a side like Loops, they've been living that mentality. We've seen them getting stuck into some big engagements, and individually, I think, again, the aim skill is what's been setting them apart.
Yeah.
And it feels like that's been the two big factors of the day so far. If you're hitting your shots, you're landing your nades, it is the world of difference between some of these teams. Because there's been so many fights in uncomfortable locations, so many fights where the only map geometry you have doesn't even resemble a compound. It resembles a couple rocks and a stick, but they're still being able to hit those marks, right? Exactly. There with the pillows lined up. I am safe. I am safe.
Stalwart knocking on the rock's door.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, it's not good, man. It's stressful. I think you're right. It really is one of those situations where, again, we love to see teams like Loops who are able to get into these strong spots. I think that's one thing that they do well, because they certainly are playing their own game, which is these pretty big rotates, getting into a strong position on the map, and then locking that part of the map down. And I think that they do that very well. A lot of other teams, although they look great on screen for it, it's very flashy, you know, some really cool plays, but often they're leaving the games early without getting a single placement point. Loops don't really start to get into the action until quite late in the game. They just make some smart reads on the game itself, on the map, then find themselves in good position. You can see just this, like they were over towards Graveyard, pretty impossible approach through towards that eastern side, towards Evos. Instead, they fully wrap round towards Stalwart and Malice Esports to find themselves on the north side, and this is playable now.
This is something you can work with. It is just so scary. I feel like I've got trauma from the day gone by with how many teams we've seen just getting manhandled in situations where it feels like they should excel. You never quite know what to call anymore. It feels like kind of, you know, the predicted game's gone out the window, unless it's Stalwart, in which case you might as well just fly the flag. At this point, though, they're taking a fair bit of damage downhill. One of the few times we've seen them over-fragmented in the sense of actions location so far ahead of really having any room to trade from the engagement. The rest of the squad was lurching back towards the compound, and they have to convoy up and go for the getaway, attempting to link up with where Icy has found a bit of a domain to play from.
Someone to work with at the moment. Stalwart are really very much on the edge side right now. Malice Esports doing a good job at holding them back. It's not an easy thing to do, but they're currently getting it done. And Stalwart will have to make a pretty wide wrap now to get into the circle. They have lost one player already, so just down to 3. That magical 4th chicken dinner just not really looking too likely anymore, losing a player at this stage of the game. Gladiators still trying to find their way in. I mean, this is probably the furthest they've got into one of these games. It does feel like a lot of these teams are starting to feel one another out a lot more, as we've got 16 teams still within the lobby as they all make pretty calculated rotates into a better position on the map, avoiding teams until that end game.
Mythic, man. It feels like for Loops, he's been hitting some sick shots. Actually, I mean, to be fair, all of Loops feel like they can go actually pretty toe-to-toe in a lot of these fights. They've looked pretty confident with it. One of the only squads close towards teetering over the 40-point mark. That is basically the divider between top 3 at this point. Apart from Stalwart, all the way up at the heavens with 82. Rosemary and Co on screens here as well for Alter Ego. 3rd on the rankings at the minute with 44. 1 elim under the belt already. Rosemary, he's been having a good day of it in terms of the competition. He's looked pretty confident coming into it as well. Had some good words in the interview at the start of the day. Maintained composure throughout a lot of the plays they had to go up against. So it bodes well, right? If this is your first time coming into it, it's such an intense competition, you know, even from our side of things, you can see how much everyone's putting in. So being there, playing game in, game out, it's hard to maintain that, but he's done a good job of keeping that facade up, of looking very confident no matter what situation Alter Ego have been thrown into.
Yeah, mate, there's a lot of pressure on the poor lad's shoulder as well. Like, the case is that Rosemary has been such a significant addition to Alter Ego Eras. Like, he was such an insane pickup for the team. They were very pleased to acquire him. And I think that he has breathed a lot of life into the team. But the difficulty is that when you got your MVP player who's never been in PMGC before, first outing, you know, that could really cause some serious nerves. Even getting him on an interview as well, that's scary as it is. So I think for him, the fact that he's been able to still put up a good performance here at PMGC is really admirable. And I think that anyone who's a fan of Alter Ego should be really proud of him and the rest of the team. A7 at the moment, looking over towards Falcons. First bit of action we've seen in quite some time, Jackie, actually.
Yeah, it's been a little bit quiet on this one. We've had the odd fight here or there, a few scrapes in terms of 1v1s, 1v2s, but nothing really kicking off in terms of team caliber on caliber. On this one, you're actually seeing the early aggression that has resulted in both sides thinking better of it, realizing no one wants to give up that first mistake, be the first full squad really to tumble down and open up the potential knock-on effect to come through. So Alpha 7 back off, playing around the compound control they've got. Defensive utility is in the backpack. You've got smokes, and that can save your bacon at the best of times. Axa, though, wants to ask a question on this one as he unloads with the LMG, spraying straight by, forces them over towards Six's angle, takes a pot shot out, but nothing much more from it. So a bit of scouting from Alpha as they just keep a read on what the setup is from Falcons.
Yeah, a ton of information passed back over towards A7. Now they can start to pull out those nades, right? Just send them over the top, start bombarding the hell out of the Falcons. And I think that's the difficulty. I mean, Mafioso took a big risk there by sending out the vehicle. Even if he did get knocked and went down, yeah, he might have been flushed, but they have all the information they need to make good use out of those nades. And with it being on a ridge too, those will be some good old P-rollers on those nades as well, right? So you're likely to still get a little bit of damage. That's a nice nade from Ragey, actually.
Follow-up nade goes in as well, keeping them all trapped on top of one another. Reginosio, he's had some moments of heroics throughout the day. Very aggressive. You can see he's got so much confidence on him. And that seems to embody the entire team, really. They've been quite comedic when they're on camera. Very drilled when they're in the server. If someone says we are crashing into a team, you best believe all four of them will follow that call until the end of days. And you do need to respect that sometimes. It takes a lot of confidence to stick to one play. And it does work out now and then. In this one, they're slowing down somewhat once again. Tops here, at least trying to lay down a shroud of smoke so he can get himself out of trouble. Bullets being peppered into it ahead of time, seeming like he wanted to get the med pack off and then go for the rotate through it, see if he can keep himself alive with the timing, as that is the lone survivor for Stalwart here into the fourth game. But they've done enough over the day.
Yeah, I think you can afford to have probably the 16th place and the last 16th place I imagine we'll see from Stalwart for quite some time. It has been a tough day today, and they have really sent this as far as possible. He did get the heal off, though. If he makes it into the circle, I'll be very surprised. I don't know how likely it is. He's just looting up the rest of these death crates here, trying to find a bit more meds for himself. We are heading stage 4 now, which is where the circle really will start to tickle quite a bit, in which case he's going to have to run in. But I think he's so far out without a vehicle, it's going to be very unlikely. And Loops, we've got him locked down. It's the first time in quite a while, though, we will see Gladiators with 4 players up. Right? I think they've been so down their luck. If they can at least get themselves a top 5 in this game, it might be the confidence that they need to realize, actually, guys, we can play the game again.
It's that difference of mentality when you finish the day, you're going to bed, you know, you're sort of running back through the memory of the day and wondering where things went wrong, where you could have improved. If you at least end it on a high note, potentially a higher placement, maybe even the chance at the chicken dinner, it will do so much for your confidence. Tops does eventually go down as well, so out in 15th, even still being able to scrape by, not going out dead last on that.
I know, I was going to say.
Falcons take it off him, man. That's mad.
He was like just searching around for death crates, like, I need to see the first aid kit until another team goes down, because we just cannot have a 16th place on our record here in PMGC. So that's nutty from Stalwart, but I like that a lot. 15th place, that'll do. Don't get too many points from it at all. So they'll end the day with 82 points. Still a good 30 points ahead from Alpha 7. But they seem to be trying to get some more eliminations on board. Trying to catch up despite everything. Despite the unbelievable day we've seen from Stalwart. Alpha 7 never that far behind.
They can thrive in the moments of carnage as well. If they're hitting their shots, they can definitely do a lot for themselves. Play off those elimination points, because that is your best bet in a spot like this as well, where you're so close towards third place in terms of only 10 points between you. You want to make the difference here. Try and shut down Alter Ego if possible. Shut down loops. Target the squads that are closing the gap. Make sure you farm up the elimination points. Go for a late game placement. They've been in those final circles a fair few times. It just feels like they've always gotten a bit unlucky. On this one though, the push is coming their way and it's relatively fragmented. They're taking shots from either side. It's not working as well as they would have hoped for, with the initial knock now being picked up. Trade back onto the squad. Molotov going to be thrown as well, igniting the pathway ahead of them. The nades are doing a majority of the damage, and one by one they're all crumbling to their last legs, leaving A7s just on the hands of Mafioso.
This is getting real scary now. Good test for Alpha 7, but QZZ not going to let any of them survive in this situation. Mafioso will peek over the edge, but QZZ slowly running up. Nice side swipe as well, and quickly takes them down. QZZ, decent pickup there for Tiamba, coming through from Nova way back in the day, and he still seems to be performing to real extreme heights. And Tiamba, that is very nice for them. Going up against one of the toughest teams in the lobby and comfortably coming out on top there, that is a beautiful result for them.
Oh man, where's this gonna go from here? This feels like a fight that was instigated a long time ago, with Reject swooping in, looking to try and take the fight to them. Since then, it's been a little bit stop and start, but in terms of the control they have down towards the wayside here, and with already a couple knocks coming across, this could be the opportunity for the full engagement. Revenge being given back their way though, as the Reject Tokyo struggling on the initial crash with a 1-for-1 trade between either side.
I mean, for Zia, I think it might be over for them. They're right on the edge of the circle here. This is not really reasable at this point, and the Blues going to start to move in. But for Gladiators, this is a massive blessing for them. They have a really strong position over towards this eastern side. There's some tough teams around them, though. Tiamba with the full reloot over towards Alpha 7, as well as Mad Bulls down towards their south edge. You know, this is a game for the Gladiators to win. As we said several times, there's a massive amount of movement that can happen within the lobby, within the leaderboard right now. And for Gladiators, it's their time to shine. I know a lot of fans, a lot of you in chat as well, really wanted to support Gladiators during this tournament. And now is the time to send them a little bit of energy to see if they can get things back on board right now. RNJ from Zia, he's suffering. He's probably donezoed at this point. He realizes it, pulls out the weapon and looks at the ground, because that's where he'll be heading.
Finished off. Mulch at the end of that one. Mad Bulls being flanked upon though, as Reject Tokyo start to take space away. Meanwhile, Evos here, close quarters engagement. Is that going to be relatively tight in terms of the spacing between the other squads around them? A lot of high ground being taken as well. Quick migration on the rotate as they hop into the vehicles here for Rejects and start to close the gap. Tulika as well, with the support of Zerich, looking at the building a bit of a flank back onto the wayside there, where Gladiators will be exposed from. We're also saying goodbye to Loops as they're taken out of commission. Not able to get many points from this one. Not their best outing over the course of the day. DX deep in combat versus Quests as well. And Quest, if they can get a little bit more of an upwards draft, it could be a great way to round out the day for them, honestly. As right now, they're leading the charge in terms of eliminations, 7 in the total tally, and they've been playing off the back foot the whole day in terms of map control, in terms of going down numbers. It's one of the few times it feels like spacing-wise, and in terms of actually hitting their shots, they might be in a good position to get more from this. DX and Bra as well, always going head-to-head in the clash.
Goodness me. I mean, for Quest, honestly, it's a nice time to be stepping up here, because they've been constantly trying to get back into the action, trying to get back over towards the battleground. So the fact that they'll be able to put up some points this game, they're still in 5th place, that's beautiful stuff. For Bra, it feels like these guys have come in with the Exterminator trying to control DX, take them down as well. It's backwards and forwards, so a true vendetta is taking place in front of us. Malice Esports crash into them right now, and they don't want anything of it. Lewis still going toe for toe, but what a sidestep from Toxic. Deals with it, dodging those bullets. Oh my god, what a daring play that was.
Smooth moves on the dance floor as the criminal himself walks away, stealing that one out and keeping Bra Esport in a position to add more points to the buffer. See if they can get anything else here, close the distance and get further up the overall rankings. You don't want to be down in the depths at the end of day one, but right now you can see the depths in play here as the nades are detonating in front of the faces. Quick reposition from Redface, man's going up on top. Oh, he's got the nade as well, Blank. If he goes undetected, pin pulled on this one, this could be menacing.
Yo, gets the initial knock as well, jumps down, goes in for a little bit more, and will survive off the back of it. Are you joking me? Redface on top. And honestly, it's IA that leave Redface after that one, just absolutely humiliated.
Oh, mate. He might be red in the face, but everyone else is green with envy at the play that he's just made. That's brilliant. Decision making, the movement as well, hitting the input so cleanly and calmly in a position like that to pull off a big play, securing another nice pickup for them, putting them into a good spot to move up with some elimination points under the belt. That's the sort of play you want for DX.
That is gorgeous stuff there. Evos very happy with the way that Redface was able to pull that one off, even getting their player back up again. Just 3 players alive now. I think there maybe was a side swipe over towards Redface that took him down, but that's okay. Carry on going forwards there. Alter Ego, they spot out the guys coming through from Mad Bulls, who have been slowly trying to work their way up from this low ground for a long, long time. This is going to require a lot of smokes right now. Blooming the clouds all over the map of Miramar. Duello will be first to face here versus the Mad Bulls. See if they can hold back the bull, hold back the charge, and so far it's going well.
Trying to grab the bull by the proverbial horns on this one, see if they can swing him around and send him packing. Taking the fights quite calmly. Good way of peeking this as well. Little stutter steps over the angle, trying to keep his hitbox as manipulated as possible to make it awkward for them to punish back on the peak up the hill. Flique wants to close the gap. Quick switch with the SMG for the close quarters engagement.
Wow.
Just unloads onto him. Made that look easy, man.
Yeah, just kept backing it up there. Creating space. Gladiator's just Kitsune alive, I think it is. Maybe. Goes down, and look at that. It has a top 4, though. I think, for the Gladiators in that situation. So some points accrued, but they essentially stayed still that entire game. So I think it's majority just placement points for them there. And now we're into that final circle. And it's Evos, once again, looking for their second chicken dinner on the day. Quest would love to win this game. If they're able to do that, then they'd be able to pump themselves in terms of points. Maybe even overtake Alter Ego with the 10 eliminations that they found during this game. I mean, it's crazy. Good stuff. They might have already overtaken them. So Evos might want to make this a little bit easier for their Indonesian brothers over on Alter Ego. Take them down before Quest becomes too much of a problem.
Ooh, contact found. Information being gathered by Quest, at least at this point. And this is a relatively equal fight as well in terms of the distribution. 3 players on each squad. Look at the confidence on the peaks here. Still trying to keep the pressure applied, just firing out those warning shots. Basically wants to be the seed of doubt in their mind to keep their focus on him. The other 2 players working off each other's contact towards the right-hand side. Reject Tokyo not really fancying the peak. They do have 1 vehicle to work with, and they go in for the quick adjustment. But wait a minute. The shot across, that's Zuxi that actually landed the striking blow. And Blank, they've closed the gap. They're right in their grill.
Well, close and personal. Hidan, it's Al-Haji. 5 limbs found for him, going down first. He's got the ideal angle, DBS around the corner, but it's the SMGs once again raining through from Japan. Duello, last remaining, is able to make it happen. Lufa, Duello, survive. Regiosio down, and Lufa's up close. Could go for something big here, and I don't think Evos understands as a player so close to them right now with an M4 available.
They have no idea, but it won't matter. Look at the turn from Luxy. Man turns and burns on an instant. Thunderous maneuver. So confident on the re-peak. It felt like they had a big play to make off the back of that one. But it's not happening for Reject Tokyo. They're acing the hole. Their surprise play. It's been discovered. And Zuxi strikes back. They finally pick it off. Evos claiming a chicken dinner on that one as the celebrations come in.
A double chicken dinner on the day for it. I mean, look, honestly, I really enjoyed the way EVOS has played today. Yes, they've had some quiet games, but their strong games have felt very, very good. All started off there by Redface versus IA there with a nade on top, drops down, gets 2 knocks, gets knocked himself, but he's already made the maneuver. And Zuxi and Luxy, mate, they look like they're back in action, but Luxy, man, some serious 180 plays from this guy. Instant reads, fast reactions, and that's what you want to see.
It's insane just how quickly he assessed the situation, understood what was going on, hit the shot before there was even a chance for the flank to do anything. And that was their one saving grace. That was their one play that could have made the difference for Reject Tokyo. So absolute insanity. Nice damage, nice limbs. And like we were saying, all off the back of that play from Redface, really, that projected them so much further into it. That was his crowning moment. You know, you needed that to get them back into a comfortable position. They coasted it out to a big win.
Yeah, it's gorgeous stuff, and I mean, I'm really pleased how this team has turned out. I mean, we were talking, me, you, Max, and Kale, about this team. We were saying that, look, they look much more like a well-oiled unit now. Before, it felt quite individual players coming through from Zuxi and Luxy, but it's taken a lot, a new team, a new set of faces around them, getting subbed in and out as well, not always together, to really set this team apart now. They look strong, they look good, and they look very, very confident. So overall, I am seriously pleased with how this has turned out, and I'm seriously pleased how this first day has turned out. We've got a multitude of stories going into tomorrow that we can talk about, that we can break down. The desk is probably itching to really go over very, very shortly, but what a day it's been already.
It's been incredible, man, especially from our side alone, right? Some of the action that we've been gifted, the beauty of being able to put our voices over today really has been a treat, right? Especially from the first game, the excitement, the sheer shenanigans that went down on Sanhok, to the back-to-back Erengao flamboyance that we were seeing, into history being made by Stalwart. So much to digest, so much to break down. It's been a real treat for me and you, but I've got to say, I can't wait to get my ears on and listen to what the desk have to say about the day at hand. Let's get it back over to them and see just what they thought about the incredible first day of Group Green.
What an And I'll tell you what, these OGs look like they're not going anywhere. The twins are back. Stalwart is dominating. I mean, 5 of the chicken dinners today were amongst 2 of these squads. And look at that, 24 total points here, Kalars.
The Indestructible Brothers, neither of them took any damage this game, but were able to dish out 10 eliminations between them. Zuxi and Luxy back on the battlefield, back on the PMGC stage. Yes, please, 24 points. I'm all about it.
We're back in 2019, boys. Let's go. We're back at the BTR days. Oh my, I mean, it was an insane game. We're talking about Luxy and Zuxi, of course, Karas, the untouchable duo. The bros are looking so good. But man, Redface's play against IA in that compound defense, a little bit overzealous, a bit too much, but like he's just jumping all over the rooftops and able to just surprise IA in the first place with that nade. Yeah, they're looking like they've got structure that we talked about. I knew they were going to look like a stronger team entering in this tournament, Hot Jukes. I didn't expect them to be this effective against the most stacked group yet in this league stage. So I'm so happy with their performance. But Stalwart are still in top. Yes.
Oh, yeah. They're still on top, but Prestige's now in 3rd place, baby. And that's where you want to be. Top 3 to move on to the big show. And the biggest stat of them all that we just saw a little bit earlier was the fact that the Twins won that game with so many eliminations, but with 0 damage taken Literally untouchable, Kel.
They look so much more like a proper cohort compared to what we were seeing from them in some years past. Blank kind of alluded to it as we were going through our VOD reviews and kind of expecting this level of play to come out from them here on this stage after kind of analyzing between us what was they were going to be bringing to the forefront, bringing to the table, as it were, here. So to see them in the top three, fantastic stuff for them so far. I mean, technically, they still have a little bit of work to shore up this position, though, considering the wolves at the door, like Alter Ego. I mean, even teams like Alpha 7, who are currently above them here, no wins on the board, but are just absolutely blasting themselves. So we've really seen the cream rise to the top here today.
Yeah, I want to mention another team in particular that has done so well on the second half of the day. It has to be Quest Esports. Like, they had a rough start. They had 16th place, 1 elimination, 14th place, 3 eliminations. Then game after game, they got so many elims. We're talking 11, 5, 6, and now this game too, they just popped off. So Quest took a little bit of time to get used to this lobby, and El Haj in particular was able to truly show what he was made of in this match. Great transition across the road too, waiting for Mad Balls and Gladiators to fight one another. So, man, seemed like Quest, if they can continue that momentum and build it for tomorrow, maybe they can have just a better start in that second day.
My favorite thing to see is teams that have that ability to clutch it up at the last second, right? They can show that when the going gets tough, that they can get it done. And that is one of the teams that did it, because we have 3 more days left to go here. And remember, in this stage, top 3 move on, bottom 5 are eliminated, and everybody in between has to still work it out in that survival stage, a place they don't want to be. So for Quest to be able to put up some good points on the board, they're still in the running of this, right? I mean, it's still anybody's game at the end of the day, but I mean, I don't think you can ask for a better start.
Yeah, I mean, except for Star Wars, second, third place, you know, you can still overtake it, right?
Yeah.
I know it's very early to say it, but just to say that you're currently aiming to overtake those 2 teams in particular. Star Wars, as of right now, maybe a bit untouchable, right?
Hey, what a statement to make, right? You break the winner chicken record. You do 2k damage as top. Enough said. Enough said.
Yeah, unbelievable, guys. But you know what? What a show. I think it's time to take it on over to the studio.
And there we have it, everyone. Day 1 done and wrapped, but not before. Records are broken. 3 chicken dinners today. Hailing from Bengolia, I have Top from Stalwart Esports with me on stage. And I'm sure many of you have a lot of questions to ask about what's going on with this team and how on earth are they able to pull it off. So for now, Top, how are you feeling about day 1?
За топ хитүүдийн тоглолт ямар хөө байв? Ямар хөө мэдрэмж төрж байна өрч байна?
За бид манай багийн хувьд гэвэл өнөөдөр тоглолтыг үзүүлэх гэж маш хичээсэн. Тэгээд бэлтгэл ерөнхийдөө маш сайн хангагдсан байгаа. Тэгээд тэрүүгээр гайгүй сайн тоглолт үзүүлсэн.
So about our team, we have tried our best to practice ourselves for upcoming the tournament, and because we had such a great training, we did today's performance.
Today was insane for them. So was today exactly what you expected it to be? Were you expecting to get 3 chicken dinners today?
За өнөөдрийн тоглолтод та хэдийн төсөөлж яснаар тоглолт өрнө үү? Өнөөдрийн үед 3 chicken dinner гэдэг ингэж бодож яснаа?
Эхний өдрийн хувьд 3 chicken гэж юусоо бодоагүй. Тэгээд ер нь тэгээд чадхаараа сайн тоглоё гэж бодсон.
So about us, we didn't think of getting a 3 chicken dinner in one day. We just was going for playing all we can, try our best.
All we can and try our best gave them 3 chicken dinners and a record broken. So congratulations on that. So like the English panel mentioned earlier, some historically big teams like Nova Esports did not manage to get here. So does this change anything in terms of the competition for you guys?
За англи панелуудын хэлснээр өмнөх уламжлалтай Nova Esports гэх багууд энэ удаа дэлхийн аврагт хүрч чадаагүй. Энэ та хэдийн хувьд өсөлтөнд ямар нэгэн нөлөө үзүүлж ин гэж бодож байна уу?
Nova ороогүй гэд бусад ерөнхийдөө бүсийн багууд маш чанга өрсөлдөгчнөр байгаа. Тэгэхээр их ялгаагүй санаж.
We don't think so because the other region teams are pretty strong too.
The other region teams are pretty strong, true, they said. And you know what? That brings me to my third question for you guys. out of all the other regions in Team Group Green this week, which team do you consider as your biggest competitor for your first place spot this week?
За ногоон бүсийн бусад багуудаас та эдийн 1-р байрны төлөө өрсөлдөж чадхаар хамгийн хүчтэй баг ямар багийг бодож байна?
Alpha 7 Weibo биш. Tiamba.
So we think of Alpha 7 and Tiamba.
Alpha 7 and, sorry?
Tiamba Esports.
Tiamba Esports. Why?
Ягаад?
Alpha 7-ийн хувьд гэвэл өмнө жилийн аваргын финалд манайхтай оноод цэцээд манай дээр ороод 3 дахь байр авсан. Тэгээд энэ жил ч гэсэн бэлтгэл маш сайн байгаа нь харагдчихлээ. Тимбагийн хувьд гэвэл Хятадаас гарч ирсэн ерөнхийдөө тоглогч нарын хувьд ч гэсэн бодолцоотой баг харагдаад байгаа.
About Alpha 7, they have placed in a 3rd place with the same points as us in the last PMGC. And for Tiamba, they have individually good players that has good gun skills. So that's why I think of that.
Well, those are very, very valid reasons. Regardless, you have put yourself so far ahead of the pack, going into day number 2. Speaking of that, day number 2 will be happening tomorrow. Thank you so much, Top, for having this interview with me, and congratulations again on breaking that PMGC record. And for now, guys, that will be the end of the day number 1 here at 2023 PMGC. Don't forget to follow us on all our social medias, PUBG Mobile Esports, to find out more and see and just follow more of the tournament so far. Anyways, I think that would be the rest, or just done for us. I'm just going to toss it back to the casters to end the day. Good night, everyone.
Legend himself. I mean, Top, a man, a few words, but they pack one heck of a punch. I mean, it's so crazy to see the performance that we saw. We can't stress it enough, right? This record took 3. Oh my goodness.
What do we say about this?
4,500 damage? Are you kidding me, Max, man?
I don't ever recall being able to see and witness at a PMGC level in a singular day, Hot Jukes, this impressive of a result. And the fact is, it's not just him doing well. The entirety of the team is doing well. He's just that far ahead of the competition right now. But every single player on Star Wars just pulling their weight, which is so impressive. Though, I'm happy to see Kalash at Quest. Do you have Fahidan up there? I thought it would be another player, but Fahidan is up there, so good to see Quest actually able to get some consistent eliminations throughout the day.
Yeah, no, definitely. The fight back was really on as time went on here, considering that the headlines at the very top were dominated by pretty much stalwart Alpha 7 and Producer for 2 to an extent, right, with their 2 chicken dinners as well here. So good to see that the rest of the lobby is trying to compete. If you do think about the points for the middle pack right now, it's extremely close. So a lot of those teams can really launch towards that top 3 here across the next 3 days and really give these teams a run for their money.
100%, and it's still anybody's game, right? I mean, obviously Stalwart have had such an iconic performance. They're going to be very tough to beat. All they got to do is do what they did today, and I don't think anybody in this whole tournament's going to touch them. I mean, because that is ridiculous. 3 years long and shattered that record just like that. I love how they just go out early in the last game because they're just like, hey, you know what? I think we did enough today, Max.
We can have a vacation, okay? We've got too many wins. We want to give some wins and points to the other teams at some point. It's going to be happening. But as you said, though, it's still a lot of it's still anyone's tournament at this point. Even teams at the bottom like your Bright Esport, Aegon IX, could still catch up very quickly because you have that sponge effect at the top. A lot of the points are towards those top 3 squads, so there's a lot of catch-up opportunities. I would like to see maybe some changes on the hot drops more specifically, but we'll see if that's going to be coming through tomorrow because that would impact a lot of the teams actually on the bottom currently of the leaderboards.
One thing that I observed, and also Blank observed whilst he was finishing up the cast of the 3rd win from Stalwart as well, which I think is very grounded and very important, is that Senna tried to temper their expectations a little bit as he came in as the coach, right? You saw him, and Blank mentioned it, as he was calming them down. Yes, one day you've looked fantastic, you've looked great. There's still work to do. You could still fall out of top 3, no problem here, if you do not come in with the same fire into the next couple of days. So I like that grounded approach from Senna here to keep the guys on the right playing field.
Stay calm, stay collected, and put in that work. Speed of putting in that work. We got to go, of course, mention our sponsor, the official smartphone of 2023 PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro. It is born for professional esports players, guys. If you want to outplay everybody in PUBG Mobile, go ahead and check out that GT10 Pro. So, man, it is so crazy to see how we started off this tournament. The group of death and a performance that we haven't seen before. It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, Stalwart, we heard about the Stalwart fan club at the start of the day, you know what? And then you got to definitely wave your flag today, Max.
I mean, yeah, we're going to support the boys, of course, every single time. They've been doing better every single PMGC. So technically, if you continue that trend, they should win this year. Just saying, okay? Just following the approach there. But no, they've been looking amazing, right? Stalwart, we expect him to do well. I'm still intrigued on a lot of the bottom and middling teams to see how that's going to be wrapping up for them. But we're 1 day played out. We still have 3 more days before we see who's going to make it up. So we still have so many more matches to go. So I'm really excited for how tomorrow's going to go down for these squads.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can see which teams are going to be able to bounce back, which teams are going to be able to get it done. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Colaris. Guys, thank you for watching day number 1. Mark your calendars, and we'll see you tomorrow.